Good morning, Bitcoins. Today is Wednesday, May 26, 2021. We begin, as we usually do here on Bitcoin Talk Show, with a reading. This is from the book Still Life with Woodpecker by Tom Robbins. Chapter 78. It has been estimated that it would require 6 years and $1 billion to construct the Great Pyramid of Giza with modern technology. To duplicate the Great Chicken of Itza would take even more time and money, but that was Colonel Sanders' problem. Leigh Cherie's scheme was not quite so ambitious. A pyramid 1/3 the size of Giza would still be an enormous structure and would suit her purposes just fine. Your country practically borders Egypt and has much the same terrain, the princess reminded Aben Fizel, but tourists never visit because there's no attraction. In fact, when your country is mentioned, most people draw a blank. If anything comes to mind, it's oil wells, excessive profits, religious fanaticism, and vulgar taste. Suppose you were to erect the first full-size genuine pyramid in Levant in more than 3,000 years. Not only would it attract tourists from all over the world, it would serve as a popular symbol and give your nation an identity. The pyramid would become a showplace for your culture. In addition to bringing in revenue, it would be great for public relations. Folks won't be so quick to think of you guys as nouveau riche barbarians with your petroleum under your nails and your sand between your ears. Fizel flinched at these words, but he was fascinated nonetheless. Her proposal made some sense to him as a businessman and as a patriot. The icing on the pyramid-shaped cake is that she promised to marry him when the structure was complete. His pyramid would be a celebrated monument to love for her, just as the Taj Mahal was a monument to the love of Shah Jahan for his favorite wife. Fizel was one of the few men on earth who could afford to express affection in such grandiose terms. Following a fortnight of deliberation and consultation with his dad, Aben agreed. Before slipping the diamond on the princess's finger, however, he made a stipulation of his own. It was practically common knowledge that his bride-to-be was no virgin. Fizel demanded, therefore, while the pyramid was being built, she reside in his country, near the Fizel Palace, and that one night a week she admit him to her chambers. Since she had every intention of supervising the construction of the pyramid, and since it behooved her to put distance between her and McNeil Island, Leigh Cherie was quite willing to move to Aben's land. As for his demand to trespass weekly in her boudoir, she put it to her vote. Her heart said no, but the peachfish said it was about damn time. Ambivalent on the subject, her brain finally decided to vote with the peachfish. Thus, the betrothal was announced. Thanks so much for joining us on Bitcoin Talk Show. That was a little bit of Tom Robbins, Still Life with Woodpecker, an incredible book that takes place entirely inside of a pack of Camel cigarettes. Yes, all of the symbolism, all of the things that you find inside the book are right there on the Camel pack. You could even see the pyramids that we were discussing there. Leigh Cherie, the fiery redhead, is trying to build a new pyramid. Pretty neat. But I just thought I'd open this up, try to do some work in the background, maybe have a space. But not that many people are on spaces so far. We'll see if we can find somebody. Dan is out there. He's a listener. We'll invite Dan to speak. We're getting a slow start here this morning, but we are on time. So that's very strange. I've got computer work to do this morning. I'm working on titling episodes, making thumbnails, and as it is now, because I think it's fun, I can make NFTs. So at first I was like, wow, that's a fun way to make the thumbnails pay me money. But then I realized it was a fun way to stress out about the thumbnails all day and to try to make them better and better and better. And then no one wanted to pay us money anyway, even $10 an NFT. Let's go to Dan. Can we hear you? Dan on the chat. Let's see.
You can. Hey, Thomas, how are you? I'm actually in a store shopping right now, but wanted to listen in. So I'm just here relaxing and listening.
The future shopping. Tell us about this shopping, Dan. Where'd you go? What are you going to get?
I am in a building with products inside the building and buying these products inside the building. Uh, and I am paying in, believe it or not, US dollars most likely once I get to the counter. I know that's antiquated, but for now at least, I believe they do not have a Lightning Network node currently.
You know, I thought about my rewards card this morning because I'm doing pretty good on my Apple Card, right? I put all my purchases through there. I try to, spend on the card, and I've got about 400 bucks towards my new laptop on the card. And I thought that's very good. But what if that 400 bucks was in Bitcoin, right? Well, it would probably be worth 200. Maybe it would be worth 600, right? It would go up and down. So I thought it might be fun to get one of those Satoshi rewards cards. It's kind of like, well, I want both. I want that old thing they used to have. I forgot what it's called. I think it's called Lawnmower, but it was a really cool idea back in the day. It was a copy of that program, Acorns. And what Acorn will do is when you spend on your credit card, it'll round up. So if you spent $80.20, it would be $81. And then it would take that 80 cents and it would put it into your Acorn account. And then your Acorn account would invest it in stocks or whatever you want, right? So that'd be fun if they had one of those for Bitcoin, where I could instantly invest my rewards into essentially a gambling Bitcoin. But again, it's a sound currency and all those things that we've talked about for years. But as far as like day to day, it goes up and down like a stock. Dan, what do you think? I know Fold's got one of those cards they're working on. Have you ever tried one of those Satoshi rewards cards?
I haven't. I think that BlockFi has one as well, and I'm kind of curious about it. But honestly, the biggest thing for me is I have been trying to live my life without any kind of credit at all. So my goal is to not have credit cards at all. I know that you can play the games and you can get lower interest rates by moving from one to the other, and my brain doesn't have the capacity to hold all those dates and figure out the best thing to do. And for me, it's kind of like a buy and hold strategy, except the opposite, which is don't have debt and don't get any. And that's just the easiest way for me to not have to think about it anymore.
Now, I agree with you, and I've made horrible sells to try to get rid of my debt, and they're awful now. Um, but what do you think about the idea that your debt's actually, if you get good debt, it's actually at a lower rate than the rate that's Bitcoin's going up. So it is a bit of a gamble. It could stress you out. I know how good it feels to be, debt free or nearly debt free, or, trying to get there on the right path. But what if you're on the wrong path and you were totally invested in Bitcoin? What do you think, Dan?
No, yeah, and I think that's possible. I mean, it all washes down to one giant bucket of money at the end of the day, right? And if you're saying, hey, I've got a X, I've got $100 in Bitcoin and $100 in debt, and it's quote unquote good debt, so I don't mind paying the interest on that, and I've got the $100 in Bitcoin over here that I believe is going to accrue more interest. For me at least, is that most of my finances are done for psychology reasons more than finance reasons. So if we're talking about a few hundred or even a few $1,000s a year, my peace of mind is worth more than that. So I'd rather just have less complication in my life, raise the simplicity, lower the complication. And that way I can just actually see everything. Because when you have 10 credit cards, because you're moving here to there, and you've got a checking account and a savings account, and you've got your Bitcoin, you've got some Bitcoin over here on your BlockFi account, you got some Bitcoin in your hardware wallet, you've got a little bit out on, it's just like, just simplify things, and you'll feel your brain free up, and it'll de-stress you. At least that's what it is for me. I don't have time to think about all that stuff. I would just rather have simple.
Well, that sounds a lot like what they said in the Getting Things Done book, that you just want to get everything out of your head and onto a list. And if you have simplified accounts, that's easy. A thing that I do, and again, it's a security risk and all that, but it's been a long time. I do mint.com. and they were independent, but now they've been bought by Intuit, the company that owns TurboTax and Quicken and all kinds of things. But basically, mint.com shows you all of your credit cards and all of your accounts at the same time. And it's kind of like you're a little corporation, right? And you can kind of run it as a corporation. And of course, my corporation's horribly in debt, doing terribly. But it's good to know, right? Because when you have that knowledge, you can say, okay, there's $100 in this account. There's a minus 1,000 in this account, minus 10,000 here, all that kind of thing. So you can really get it together. But I would push back a little. What I'm trying to do now with at least the altcoins or the Bitcoin or whatever is to have multiple accounts, because I do the best with a HODL when I don't know where it is and I don't know how much it is. If you ever start multiplying the amount of Bitcoin you have by the price of Bitcoin, that's something you do before you start to sell, right? And if you start to sell, that just leads to disasters. It's good to pay rent and everything. It's good to be a responsible citizen. But anytime I've sold a larger amount, it's always felt bad later. So what do you think, Dan? Should people have multiple accounts? Because I have just a bunch of little altcoin accounts and I don't know what's in them. And I have some Bitcoin accounts and I have some old wallets and I'm trying to forget about it. What do you think about that strategy?
Well, I think that's a good idea in general. I mean, I kind of do something similar, but like for me, I do have some out on BlockFi and I've got the majority in a hardware wallet. And what I do for the balance in my head is I bring it down to like the lowest even number. So if you have, say, zero point 0.6 Bitcoin, I just mentally calculate it as 0.5 and multiply that by the number. So like in my head, I always have less than I really do. I never count. So the one thing I would never want to do is have a spreadsheet of exactly everything I have and the current price of what everything is worth. Because that's just it's going to bum you out when the price goes down and you're going to be looking at it too often. And I don't think that's mentally healthy. So yeah, but I mean, at the same time, like I say, I haven't looked at what's in my hardware wallet for like a year, so I keep kind of an active amount in a hot wallet or out on BlockFi, and then the rest is just kind of put away almost forever, and again, lower that balance to whatever feels sane to you so that you start feeling like you have less than you do. And I think that's more mentally healthy then.
Yeah, I've gone back and forth on it. Sometimes I know exactly what I have and I have Blockfolio and I watch it go up and down and I stress about it. Other times I manage to not look at the chart and to ignore it for a couple of weeks or months or something. But it always comes back. And it always seems, again, I'm just bad at timing. And I think a lot of people are. So I just want to admit that and be like those people. But yeah, when I stop watching it, that's always when it goes up and I should be paying attention and selling. And when I start watching it, that's always when it goes down and I shouldn't be paying attention because it freaks me out. So there's a lot of psychological things into this Bitcoin. And it's funny because like the first or the second video I ever did on the Mad Bitcoins YouTube page was about me watching the price obsessively. And sadly, of course, everyone freaks out when I say this, but Bitcoin was like $100 at the time. And I don't have that many or anything, but I was like, it's 100. It went to 120. It went to 90. It went to 100. Like I was stressing about those price moves. And it's just as stressful now. It's insane. I can't really think about it. 40,000, 50,000, 60,000. And it moves, it moves from 40 to 60. It moves from 50 to 60. It moves all over the place. But it used to do the same thing at $100. It used to do the same thing at $1. So somehow you have to get used to that. The main thing, you definitely have to forgive yourself for not buying in the past or for selling at the wrong time. I think we've all done that before. I was wondering about this chat. The last chat we had was a pretty big one. The price of Bitcoin was down 50%. The price of Ethereum was down 40%. People were a little freaked out, but we do seem to have kind of a new trend here on the Twitter Spaces from my friends and my fans on Twitter. I just love these guys from the Black Bitcoin Billionaires because they just came in here and they were just full of positivity and they were like, yeah, the price is down, but I'm not selling. I got my million Satoshis, a hard wallet, hardware wallet buried under the house. It's gone, whatever it is. They just had the best attitude. So I was really impressed to see that come through. And I hope that everyone weathered the storm, because I think we're up a little. We're back to 39, 40K. I don't know. It's not 60, it's not 68 or whatever it was before, but there's a general positivity. I'm not sure. Some people, I think Alt Don, the egg guy or whatever on Twitter, the duck, he said that the altcoins were leading the Bitcoin and that is not good, and that we need Bitcoin to lead and altcoins to follow. So hopefully we'll get back into that. Other people, Chris Franco was saying we saw a head and shoulders bottom pattern and that we're going to 50K. So I'd like to believe that one. But then again, I think it doesn't matter that much. It's more about, well, it's about the technology, and about what we can do with the Trojan horse and sneaking into the banking system and ruining them and making it so that everyone can have a bank account that doesn't steal your money. I mean, you can pick any part of Bitcoin that you like to compliment. Today, I want to compliment that Bitcoin never charges me for having an empty account. Bitcoin never says, you're out of money, so we're charging you more today, which is the worst, because I know that feeling where you're out of money and you're crashing, you're bouncing checks and your bank account's crashed. And then you get this lovely message from your bank. They're like, we're going to charge you more because we know that you're broke and we know that you're in trouble and we're going to hurt you. Bitcoin doesn't do that. Bitcoin also doesn't charge your account if you just want to keep money in there. Some of these banks, if you leave your money there long enough, they'll start to eat it up with administration fees and annual fees and all kinds of stuff like that. Bitcoin has nothing like that. And in just that small way alone, it's a better way of banking. And it's connected to all the other advantages that we usually talk about. Let's see if anyone wants to join us in the chat. Just go ahead and push that request button. We've got a small chat going. No real topic or anything, just kind of hanging out. I'm trying to edit some videos here in the background, doing the hard work of titles, descriptions, tags, and thumbnails, which, it doesn't sound like much, but if you got 2,000 videos, you're pretty tired of doing thumbnails and tags by now. It looks like we're joined by James Bang. How's it going, James?
Hey, Thomas. How are you? It's been a long time.
Yeah, pleasure to hear from you again. Are you still in Hong Kong or somewhere over
Yeah,
there?
still in Hong Kong, but probably planning to move to the UK.
Very good. That would be great. I know they offered a deal for Hong Kong residents to get out of there, and I'm sad I never got to visit
so
there.
We'll take them up on the offer.
Awesome, James. Well, how are you doing? For you guys that don't know, a long time ago now, maybe 14 and 15, James and I and Chris Ellis and the rest of the World Crypto Network helped to cover the umbrella protests and the umbrella revolution in Hong Kong. And there was a really neat thing that started us out. How we met, I think, was a bunch of people collected Bitcoin to buy food for the protesters. And James was the one that took the Bitcoin to the restaurant and took the food to the protesters. So it was pretty cool. It's great to hear.
Yeah, it was an amazing campaign. What we did together, it made a big impact and really helped the people out there.
Well, and it's just it's only been a few years now, but it's amazing what a different world we're in. This Twitter Spaces app right here is so easy to share the audio connection, Zoom, other kinds of video conferences, stay online even when we're disconnected. Back then, what we had to do to cover these protests and the information, you can still watch the videos. They're on World Crypto Network. We have a playlist. And we had to keep someone on the Google Hangouts at all time.
That's right. So, technology's come a long way.
Yeah. I remember one time I had to wake up Derek J in New Hampshire because I was like not at my computer. I was not at home. And I was like, Derek, can you get on the internet and help James out? And Derek, he's like a libertarian, so he doesn't like anything. But he wasn't even a big fan of the Hong Kong freedom thing, but he was like, okay, I'll do it. I'll help it out, whatever. So it was pretty great. It was a fun time.
Yeah, this space has changed a lot. It used to be predominantly libertarian. Now we've got people of all political backgrounds.
Well, and before the libertarians, it was the cypherpunks. So it's interesting to see them go and to see the libertarians go. And, even for myself, this used to be a very small space of Bitcoin, and now it's a huge space. And you used to know everybody. Now you just don't. So
James, no, you don't. I mean, to me, you and Chris are like the real OGs of this space. And it's so strange seeing all these new people come in. And while there's a lot of great people, these days I see a lot of not so good people as well. So I think that's one of the key differences. This community used to feel like a family. And these days there's a lot more shady people in our space.
Yeah, it's tough to get that family feeling back from a small group to becoming a big group, but this is also part of success, right? And part of
Right.
what's happening here is like the libertarians and the cypherpunks for a long time, a really long time in Bitcoin time, they were the Bitcoin. They were the ones you'd talk about. They were the ones you'd be interested in, all that. But that's not so true.
Cyberpunk is who I really respected for creating the space for us.
Well, absolutely, but it's all financial people now. Now
Yeah, it is.
it's very much a combination of who can make money for me, i.e.,
Yep.
make it so I don't have to think, and that you tell me when to enter the market and when to exit. And
Right.
then another
It was
combination of,
a tech-driven space. Now it's a financial analyst-driven space. It's crazy how it's changed so quickly.
isn't it weird? I feel like I haven't changed my message at all, but I've been
No.
completely lapped by these finance people because there's just way more interest in get rich quick than there is in discuss a technology, discuss a culture, the things that we do here. We're kind of, I've always kind of thought we're kind of like a PBS or an NPR, like a, something like that. And we're not really meant to be that popular, but it always bums me out because I do want people to watch the videos. I do like having conversations and interactions.
And
with people.
I'll be honest, I'm surprised, WCN isn't the leading place in this space because, you still provide amazing content, just, not focused on price action necessarily of all these other shit coins but that's what people seem to want to hear though, which is it's a bit sad personally.
We had a pretty good chance there. We were kicking for a while, and I'll take the blame or whatever. But yeah, we had the whole Tone and Jimmy thing, and then the Chris and everybody else left because the Tone and Jimmy thing, and then Tone and Jimmy left. So it wasn't really, you just, a lot of people are, I don't want to be mean to anybody, but a lot of people are tough to deal with. And, you just can't herd those cats. And I knew that I was in that situation, and I had a lot of people pulling me at different angles, and I tried to do the best I could. And I don't know if it worked out or not, but one time we got a lot of views, and for a while there we had the people, but I think mainly they just wanted Tone to tell them that the price was going up or down. And
that's it. People just want to know where this market is headed price wise, not tech wise.
And there's so much more because
I have to say though, like,
builds to the culture.
I think I have to say that I think part of the reason for that is that has a large actual impact on your real life, right? So if we're talking about a Lightning Network or a Liquid sidechain or some new, or Schnorr signatures or Taproot, and I think, okay, what does that actually mean for me? I think it's intellectually interesting, but when it comes down to how is my life going to be made better, honestly, it ends up back at the price. And I do think that once you mature in the space enough, it becomes less and less of a factor. But it's exciting, and it gets people into the space, and everybody gets pulled in when the price is high because everybody's talking about it. So I see why people are attracted to it. And Thomas, on something you said earlier that I'd like to mention is what the Black Bitcoin billionaires are doing in this space right now is, I think, amazing, and I think it would have made Satoshi proud. They have nothing that they talk about in Clubhouse that mentions price. They have rooms for beginners. They talk about the basics. They have Bitcoin After Dark, where they talk about more advanced topics and talk about altcoins. They're maximalists in practice, but they're not these violent maximalists that hate everyone that owns an altcoin. So I think the kind of stuff that they're doing and the kind of stuff that you're doing in the space is sort of the bedrock of the space. It's the foundation, and everything else is just kind of the fluff. And that's okay. Fluff is fine. But I think people kind of trickle down to the bedrock after they've been in the space for a while.
Yeah, I just love I love what they've been doing, and again, I'm just I'm a white guy and all that, but I always dreamed that a culture, a smaller culture like the Black culture or maybe the Mexican culture, would adopt Bitcoin and bring it to their people before the price got all crazy and all the bankers were in. I don't know what it's going to do to that culture, and it's an interesting thing to watch happen. I think we also have Lawrence here. Lawrence is actually from the Black Bitcoin Billionaire. So Lawrence, welcome to the show. How's it going, huh?
Hey, how's it going? Yeah, I spent a lot of time with them over there, and I definitely agree with what my man Ed was saying. I see him in the rooms over there quite frequently, and for me, with the things that I do in the space, it's very much in the same vein. When it comes down to adult education, right? I think the one of the main tenets of that is that for adults to pay attention and actually retain knowledge, they have to receive something that they can practically put into use either immediately or over a very short time frame. So I think the reason why the Black Bitcoin Billionaires is so successful is because they're giving people right now actionable steps that they can take in the space. So the knowledge retention is higher due to the fact that people are taking that and virtually immediately putting it into practice. And then, of course, on the other side, the price action, the people on the other side of it, you're getting that because that's a hook. That's no different than TV shows with lead-ins, and they keep telling you about the thing that's coming and the thing that's coming before they finally give you a little bit of something that you've been waiting for. And I think the big thing is that what a lot of people are doing in a space that is built around price action and market prediction and all that kind of stuff, when a bear market returns, those people will lose a lot of what they got going on. But an organization that is giving real value and real education, they'll be able to survive, through a bear market and retain a good level of their viewership or readership or engagement because they're actually offering something of value, that people are going to use. The frequently used argument of the signal versus the noise. It doesn't matter how loud things get, the signal's still there. It might be, more distorted by all the noise in the space, which is very frequent in bull markets. But when it comes down to it, when you got to get back to something that's important, you return back to that signal. It's true. It leads you. It guides you. And, something you can actually stand on.
Although I want to push back a little bit, Lawrence. You guys have been incredibly lucky so far. The price has been, it was $300 for a million Satoshis. Now it's 400. For a while it was 600. How do you think the people in the group will react if the price goes down for like a year or two? I mean, I think it'll get smaller, but do you think people will be strong and they'll stick with it? What's the feeling you get?
Yeah, got it. And I want to be super clear. I spent a lot of time over there in Bitcoin After Dark. I do moderate with my man T-Mac and Josh very frequently, but I'm not true to form an admin for that group. So I don't want, anyone to think that I'm speaking for them. I just spent a lot of time over there, and I love Lamar and the group. So I want to be super clear on that. But in my opinion, what I think is it's almost like one of those things where the same way when the market pulls back and Bitcoin may pull back 50% and altcoins pull back 80%. I think that when the market, when we head into a bear market, a group that has been educated on the tenets of what they're doing over at the Black Bitcoin Billionaires, I think they will simply have a higher retention rate of people that keep following the practices, keep following the room, and keep good sound practices based on what they've been, kind of preaching over there. And the reason I say that is because the message has always been the number will not keep going up. The message has always been there will be massive pullbacks. We will get to a point where, you'll have to, labor with the price action. The message is frequently that one Bitcoin is one Bitcoin. So the US dollar price doesn't matter. The game is accumulation of this asset that we believe long term, will be worth orders of magnitude more than it is currently. So yeah, absolutely numbers will take a hit when number go down. That's just the way the market's built. But I think that they'll have a better retention rate of people that keep those sound practices and stay in the space just based on, once again, the consistency of the sound message that they're delivering over there.
And are the majority of people in the group first-time investors, or are they experienced in other asset classes?
There's a mixture from what I've observed. I do think there's a lot of people there that are first-time investors. Of course, bull markets bring that in really large numbers. But I definitely think it's heavier on the new and first-time buyer side. But they're also I have heard several people that come from traditional finance backgrounds. They've invested in stocks, bonds, and other tradable assets prior, and now they're coming over to Bitcoin. So yeah, definitely a mix. But I would be certain to say that it's heavier on the new buyer side.
Right. I was surprised how much NFL players are getting on board. Do you think that's having an impact on the Black community to get on board crypto?
I think so. And the reason I said it, and I guess I'll preface that by saying I think that's expanded even further than just the Black community. I know, Russell Okung was kind of first in that space to do it, but once again, he's a true hardcore Bitcoiner, so there's no surprise there. But the thing I'll say is this: for me, I am very dismayed by celebrity culture, particularly here in the U.S. and in Western culture. And people tend to look to celebrities for the cues for what they should be doing. However, the one thing I will say why athletes, I think, are having a lot of sway is due to the fact that particularly in the Black community, athletes are typically the biggest celebrities that you can find that are still connected to regular people. They still go back to wherever they grew up, wherever neighborhood they're from, and they are around and interact with a lot of quote unquote normal people. So when normal people see people with massive amounts of wealth saying, this is the direction that I want to go, I think it carries a lot of sway within the community because, a lot of folks are still connected to those individuals. They're not some far off star. We're not talking Jay-Z or Beyonce, you know what I mean? Jay-Z or Beyonce ain't coming to a hood near you anytime soon. You know what I mean? So I think it's a little bit different when they see some of those athletes making the move.
I do love it though, in that Jay-Z song, The Story of OJ, when he explains how he bought a Picasso painting for like $1 million. A few years later, it was worth $4 million. Now it's worth $8 million, and he's given it to his children. And there's just a beautiful little lesson. Obviously, I didn't do the lines right, but no, it's a good lesson there. And that's one of the things I really like about what I see coming out of the Black Bitcoin billionaires. And I'd also like a shorter name, maybe B3. I don't know. I'm tired of saying it all the time. It's a fine name, but I'd screw it up every time. It's so long. But what I like, and I think what you're saying there is that if you educate people correctly, they won't get all upset when Bitcoin crashes. They'll keep that education. They'll keep their core values. And that's what I say when I see people come into this room from the Black Bitcoin billionaires. They're so educated and so ready to speak about the topic. And it's something I've never seen before, because previously what we would get is people would find an altcoin. They'd say Megacoin, and they'd buy $10,000 of Megacoin. And then they'd realize, what can I do now to make Megacoin go up besides putting my money in? And they would go out to every forum in the world and they'd tell you how great Megacoin is. And you'd ask them a question about the weather and they'd say Megacoin is great, and that kind of thing. And that was the only real kind of mass education that we had, other than just people doing their own due diligence and people combining multiple sources together. But now it's practically a factory over there of just turning out, well-educated, smart people who now have the right knowledge and hopefully can make the right decisions. And I don't know, this world is so crazy. I don't know where we are now. I still don't have a job, but I can kind of get by on this Bitcoin thing. In 10 years, in 15 years, are we going to be on yachts with the Black Bitcoin billionaires? Like, is this, because I still see Bitcoin going the right direction and paying off. And if you got the right education, I think you'll get there. Maybe not a yacht, maybe a ranch somewhere. What do you think, Lawrence? Is it gonna take off like they've planned with the billionaire idea?
I mean, I think so. Obviously, the word billionaire there, I believe to be aspirational. You know what I mean? I don't literally think we're going to mint billionaires in that. Yeah, you know what I mean? But but say something to be said for alliteration. You know what I mean? It helps people remember things. But I definitely believe that, the trajectory that we're on, it's going to continue to go up. Once again, I think it truly is number go up technology. I think the thing that people get wrong is the time frame. You know what I mean? A lot of people come in and think they're going to, of course, get rich quick. That's why we see the things in the space that we're not really happy or satisfied with. But yeah, I think we do get there if we hold the principles, if we hold the line. You know what I mean? I really believe that, people get too caught up in the billionaire activity by the car guy and stuff like that. And it's like, it's the humble sat stacker that's setting the baseline. It's the people that are adopting it en masse that are really, kind of setting the floor for us. If we stay out of the news and stay out of the FUD and just keep our heads down and stack, I believe we'll get there. It's just once again, having that low time preference and allowing the technology to do what it's built to do. And then getting back to what you said about the education over there, you know, I don't want to get biblical on you, but it's like, you know, train up a child the way it should go, and when it grows old, it won't depart from it. So it's like, you know, train up a Bitcoiner the way they should go. When the price dumps, they won't depart from it. You know what I mean? It's very similar in that regard to me, I think.
We may not be billionaires, but we follow the stock to flow. We should all be millionaires by 2025 after the next halving.
That sounds pretty good.
I'll certainly take it.
We'd also like to welcome Miller to the stage. Why don't you say hello, Miller? What's going on?
Hey, what's going on, everybody? Can I be heard?
Yep, we can
hear you.
Go ahead.
Oh, okay, very good. I just wanted to say I appreciate the invite to speak. I've been following the spaces and the clubhouse. I recently was actually on Bitcoin Billionaire. I was invited over there to speak. I think it's amazing what's happening over there as well. I came into the space before that was a thing, and I have more of like a libertarian kind of slant. But I came into the space. You know, I have an African American background, if you will. So I came into the space with certain beliefs, and the technology kind of enabled me to fulfill those kind of libertarian ideas, specifically, you know, freedom or what have you. And I just find it great, like I've heard others say right now. I find it awesome that the people there in Black Bitcoin Billionaires are on code. You know, they have a way in which everyone is able to, you know, get a basic understanding on what's happening. I think it's amazing. Like some of the people over there, I had the pleasure of kind of teaching. I came into the space at about 2014. I saw the run up at the end of 2013. So basically, I was one of those guys where after about 2 years in the space, I decided I was going to kind of teach. And those were the 2016 people where we had the Bitcoin Cash episode, right? The war that happened in the space. So many of the people.
Yeah, I was going to say the war. Yeah.
Right. Many of the people that are in the Black Bitcoin Billionaires that are actually, pillars that are maintaining that space. They came in at that time, and it's just awesome to see them doing what they're doing now. That's really what I wanted to say with regards to everything I've heard thus far.
Well, thanks so much, Miller. And I agree. It's amazing what they're doing, and I'm glad to see them doing it. And I just hope we can make some other groups for other small groups, and they can join in, or not small groups, but you know what I'm saying? Like there should be a Mexican Bitcoin billionaires, and there should be a Asian Bitcoin billionaires, and whoever else, European, I don't care. But I just think it's great.
I would like to say that it is not
just
that club is not just for Black people. I mean, like you can be any race, creed, or color, and they are welcoming and will welcome you with open arms. There's no barrier to entry for them. I think it's more people from that culture speaking to people of that culture that maybe can communicate and connect and form trust a little bit easier. But it is certainly not exclusive in any way.
Yeah, I wanted to add that on as well, just to say the same exact thing. I think it's super important just because almost all nations have suffered slavery, right? Over here in America, we understand debt slavery. So the idea is all nations have understood that, but it's important that you speak to the people that have experienced it in their language or in the context that they understand it. And then I think it's just super easy for adoption. That's why I think the Black Bitcoin Billionaire is awesome as it stands. It speaks to an experience. And I think we all, we'll say from a national perspective or an ethnic perspective, we all have an experience. And I think it's just important to speak to that just so that the Bitcoin message remains authentic.
So I've seen something grow in my community or my country. So I'm based in Hong Kong, but I'm actually Korean. And in 2016, 17, there weren't any Bitcoiners or crypto people in Korea. Now, 1 in 3 adults in Korea hold crypto, which is crazy and mind-blowing to see how quickly it's exploded.
I think we lost James. Are you still with us, James?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Yeah. So I was just saying it can really grow in a community quickly, which is exactly what happened in Korea, where now 1 in 3 adults hold crypto.
Well, and I don't think it's a popular or maybe not a proper thing to say, but there is something about if you're in a community and you use the slang and the language of the community, it's easy for you to meet up with another community member. So if we had more of these subcultures that were into Bitcoin, I think we'd have more Bitcoiners. So I'd be in favor of that, and also more normal people to buy in before all the banks, which used to be just like a that'll happen someday. But now it's like we're in the middle of that happening. The banks are buying all the Bitcoin. The rich people are buying all the Bitcoin. So
Yeah, and another thing I want to say, kind of on that kind of culture thing that you're bringing up, is that what you said earlier, Mad Bitcoins. We're seeing different people in this space than, like we talked about, that kind of like toxic Bitcoin maximalism that you see. And we all know that we need those people in some regards, when shitcoiners come up and stuff like that, they're defending the network. That's definitely needed. You need those people to hold the line. But I think groups like what the BBB is doing and with the kind of education first stance that a lot of people are taking in space, I just think that's kind of bringing Bitcoin more center, right? And then by achieving that, it makes it more palatable for the average citizen, you know what I mean, to kind of move into the space. It's a little bit more welcoming. You got people that will show you where the third rail is instead of just, immediately shocking you if you get near it. So I think that's also helping with adoption. And the reason I bring that up is because for me, being a black American, the way I've been welcomed into this space by other people in the space is really, really awesome. And now I've got people that I know from, Nigeria, Korea, Germany, Sweden, that I speak to regularly, built around Bitcoin. A lot of that has to do with the time and space and technology we're in with Clubhouse and Twitter Spaces and things like that. But, just to see the way the community has worked in that regard is really, really awesome. Like, I just have a couple of conversations with people like, yeah, man, I'd love for you to come speak to Bitcoiners about Bitcoin with us and this kind of stuff. You're just kind of welcome and invited in. And I think that's very, very healthy for the Bitcoin community as a whole.
I think it's neat how the pandemic has made us stay home, but tools like Spaces and Clubhouse and all the other things have made it so the world is like flatter. Everything is closer. I feel like I have a lot of European friends and a lot of friends all over the world now, thanks to Bitcoin. And it's only getting better. It's only getting bigger. I agree with what Miller said about how we need more kind of teacher people and more kind of kind people and less Bitcoin barbarians or whatever you want to call them, the people that come out to destroy the FUD and destroy the altcoins. And I think we're getting there. I think we're expanding and we're growing, and all of this is good. And but just as we were saying earlier with James, with the libertarians and the cypherpunks, they used to be the kings of a very small community, and now the community is getting bigger. And I think it's one of the things we have to do is just to transition to a wider, broader Bitcoin culture. So it's interesting to see that happen.
I'd like to add to that and say, in my time there at the Black Bitcoin Billionaire, again, just being, I stated in my initial introduction that I was more of a radical. And I really wanted to pull back from that. There were people in that group that were 70 years old, 80 years old. I did not feel that it was appropriate to even speak to an audience of that age group in the way that I would speak to someone in my own age group. Like for some reason, something came over me in such a way that I was just like, it's not proper. Like you said, when we were kings, right? The libertarians, the cypherpunks, when we were kings, it's like, oh, maybe this kind of talk is not appropriate if, grandma comes over, great grandmother comes over, like that was my experience there. And I was definitely taken aback. I don't know if anyone else has had that experience.
Yeah, but Miller, to kind of speak to that, I think it's great that you understood that the message needed to be changed for your audience. I think a lot of people, not just in Bitcoin, but in life in general, are pretty much terrible communicators. If you thought that you could go around and speak or conduct yourself in one way, and that every person that you encounter that you want to share your message with would understand that in the one way that you communicate, you'd be an idiot, right? So you have to think about your audience when sending your message. Because if you're trying to communicate, the most important thing is to have your message get through. And if that means you have to change the delivery method of it, then that's what you do, because the goal is to have the person actually understand and retain the message that you're sending them. Sounds like we're resolving the Byzantine general problem. I'm joking, but you gotta consider your audience when you send your message over.
Yeah, I just want to chime in here for a little bit. I just been on Space probably for like only a month. I've only been on this bit, and first of all, it's very addicting. But the other thing I want to say is that I'm so happy that I discovered this sort of space, if you will, because a lot of smart people, a lot of people that can share information, and then one of the things that I feel that's really important is really teaching new people about this new technology and Bitcoin, really about sound money and things like that. So that's really something that I'm very interested in. I wouldn't say I'm an expert, but I know quite a bit. I've been in the space for 4 years already. And, I come from a sort of technical background, software, things like that. So I love to teach. And I actually host I try to host weekly meetups at my house just to teach people basics. But now that there's space, I just want to contribute to the community any way I can. Anybody has any question, I would love to be able to give them the basics, because I think most people, when they get into Bitcoin initially, they really just don't know what it is at its basic level. And that is really money, a monetary system, fair system, global phenomenon, things like that, right? A lot of things that they need to really grasp first before jumping into the rabbit hole and digging deeper. There's so many things to learn, so many things. I mean, I've been learning for 4 years, and I'm still learning from all these incredible people on Spaces and just all over the internet. Like, so many smart people, so many people who are focused in their area, whether it's mining or finance or TA or sound money or wallet creation or encryption, right? So many amazing things. So I just want to say that very happy to be part of this community and looking forward to learning from each other.
Well, we're definitely glad to have you here, Tao, and we definitely need all the teachers we can get. I agree with something that Miller said earlier. He was talking about the older people in the space and the grandmas and things like that. And that's exactly the kind of people we need. We need to start thinking outside the box here. At first, it was like, okay, we need people that aren't crypto or cypherpunks. We need people that aren't libertarians. We need general, normal people. And now we need to kind of look outside of our age range. I think we were mainly stuck in the middle ages, and we need to get some young people and we need to get some old people. They don't like being called that, but that kind of thing. These are the people we need. We need everybody in this, everybody except the bankers. And we need the bankers too, especially the ones that can see through the nonsense and see through what they've been doing. If you think about a book like Confessions of an Economic Hitman, where the guy went country to country, screwing them over for the, what's the central bank called? The big thing that gives out the loans, and the global fence thing. And he would screw each country over, pitting them against each other. And later on, he felt so bad, he wrote a book about it. So those are the kind of bankers we need. But let's also open this up to the chat here. If anyone else wants to join us, we've got a couple more spots on the Twitter stage. So go ahead and request that. Otherwise, I went through and I invited most everybody. But everyone's welcome to speak. What about anything else going on today you guys want to talk about? Amazon bought MGM movie studios. That's really interesting to me. They own Rocky, they own James Bond. And also I'm just watching with interest as these large companies collect media libraries. And I see them almost like myself, like buying DVDs or buying Blu-rays or whatever. And I'm like, yeah, I got to get that James Bond set. I got to get that Rocky set. And at this point, they're just buying it to put it in their streaming service. So it's interesting to see these media companies conglomerating more and more and more, even to lengths you never thought possible. But what do you guys think about Amazon buying MGM? I guess it's nothing to do with Bitcoin, but.
Yeah, with that one, I looked at it earlier this morning when it came on CNBC. I forget his name, guy from Verge that had on. And he had a very interesting point. He was talking about the fact that this isn't just a content play strategy for them. They're trying to get access to the studio, and they're taking some of that content, and they're probably going to try to rebrand and make more original content out of it. So for that reason, he was very skeptical on how well it'll play out. He just kind of went through the different times in history where where technology companies bought media companies and just kind of screwed everything up, or it wasn't a good mixture between the cultures. I tend to agree with that view that it'll be awesome to be able to get access to Rocky and James Bond whenever you want, but they're probably going to see some heads roll on that studio side when they don't like the tech company culture. It's structured and disciplined it is over in Amazon. It may not be a good meshing of the two cultures there for the execution of the business.
Obviously, AOL Time Warner comes to mind when you think about disastrous tech mergers with media companies.
He brought that one up as well. That's as far back as he went.
That's the first one I'd go to. And it's especially great the way they took AOL off their name and they sold AOL as like garbage. They split it off from the company. I was curious to think what this will do for future movies. They've been talking about making a new James Bond movie for a while. Maybe one with the current guy, maybe one with Idris Elba, who, for the point of this chat is a black person, or maybe one with a woman James Bond. So those are interesting ideas. I don't know if they go further because of Amazon or backwards because of Amazon. I'm not sure if they're going to step in there and run the studio, make it Amazon Studios, or if they're going to be a hands-off kind of thing. So it's very interesting to see what happens there. And it's just a historic movie-making company, both MGM and United Artists, which was a really neat thing in the 70s. Not so much now. But for a while there, United Artists was just artists united that wanted to make movies, right? And they were just making great movies. And I think they made a couple of bad ones and went out of business. But it'll be interesting to see how it goes.
Hey, Matt, I wanted to comment on your comment earlier about the Confessions of an Economic Hitman. A lot of people don't know, and that was very interesting when I looked into it as well. A lot of people don't understand that when that guy that went through country and country, one of the things that he was trying to do is get or actually force that particular country to take a loan from the U.S. fiat money. Meaning like they're forced in that country, hey, take this loan, knowing that that country will not be able to pay back on the interest. And so when that happens, you can get the resources, get the land, get whatever, right? So that's why there's so many sort of wars or things that happen, that so many conflicts. One example of that is in Iraq, right? In a situation where some people don't know like the details of what really is going on. Some countries just want to be sovereign, right? They don't want to have to take whatever loan. They want to use their own sort of monetary system. That's what I read, and I don't expect people to fully believe what I'm saying, to really check yourself. But these are the things where fiat money causes issue, right? It's unfair. People can just print a whole bunch of money and just say, hey, you have to use this money, right? Does that sound like a fair system? Absolutely not, right? It's because whoever are the creators of the money, they get to control and dictate how people live, how just in general how life flows, through money.
I would say it's more than unfair. It's grotesque. Actually, it's just disgusting the way these people do their work.
Well, it's interesting because I feel a bit like Mr. Rogers here, where it's just a larger version of people taking advantage of other people. Like if you sell someone a house and they don't have the money to do it and you get the mortgage for them anyway, they're not going to be able to pay it at a certain point, right? They're going to lose the house. Their family's going to be destroyed. The same thing though, at a country level, if you sell a country a loan, and I looked up the book here, it was the World Bank under USAID. So they'd force them to get loans from the World Bank. And then, like you say, they'd know that the country can't pay back the loan. But it's a lot like the system that we're trapped in here, to go a little libertarian on you and history of, the Federal Reserve Bank is not federal. It's not a reserve. It's not a bank. It was created in the 20s at midnight on Christmas Eve when no one was there to vote against it. And it was created in secret on Jekyll Island. And it makes it so that basically we have an economy where every year we borrow more money than we can afford to pay back from the Federal Reserve. There simply isn't enough money in the economy. So what we do with this money is we give it to banks, and those banks make deposits in other banks, essentially multiplying the money, creating more money. And it's this creation of more money that allows us to invest in businesses and equipment and things like that, and hopefully build factories. And if we build enough factories, we make enough widgets, maybe we could use this extra money to pay back the debt. And that's the system. That's the system we're in since the 1920s. You don't have to believe me. You can go read history books about it. They're not going to teach it to you in school. I had to go to college and go to a history class that was specifically about the 20s to 30s. And we learned all about it. And I remember, learning how the money was made and how the deposits were done and how they just, one bank just takes the deposit, they deposit it 10 more times. They create 10 times more value. And I was like, why am I out here working so hard to get my value when this bank is just creating 10 times the value? And I saw some angry libertarian tweets recently. Why am I paying taxes if the state government can just print the money? It's not a bad question to ask. And it does have to do with our priorities and how we run ourselves as a country. And you can read about the history of the banks. I've actually got some good Mad Bitcoins videos way back in there about the history of the United States that I did. And it's just really interesting to see how we were sold out in the 20s. Previously, we're sold out to other central banks. Andrew Jackson, good and bad. He's mainly bad, but he did kill the banks that I appreciate for about 40 or 50 years. But again, this is all ancient history. People don't even care about 9/11, and it was 20 years ago, and people don't care about what happened yesterday. So it is important to have this kind of historical mind if you're going to go into Bitcoin, because you have to try to understand money. And if you go try to understand money, at least as a historian, that's kind of what I think is the motivator of our culture. I used to think that it was war, and I studied war for a long time. But then I got, where's the money to buy these bombers? Where's the money to buy these fighters and all these kind of things, to pay these soldiers? And it all comes back to money, how you generate it. And I think one of the major things we're going to go through here as a society is we're going to switch from growth capitalism, constantly making stuff, to environmental scarcity or environmental conservationalism. That's it. So we conserve things and we make products that don't go bad, and that Bitcoin can help us do that. But don't steal that. I'm trying to write a book about that. So,
I would
Bitcoin
say
is sound money, because if you've been saving Bitcoin annually, it's been giving you a 200% return for the past 10 years.
that's
Yeah,
good.
yeah.
I'm in total agreement. I just wanted to add, just to get back to that original question you had asked Matt Bitcoin about, what is the thought on these companies and their moves? It seems like consolidation, kind of similar to what's happening in the Bitcoin space with the Bitcoins themselves being consolidated into certain addresses. I think it's the cat's out the bag with the NFTs. So I think many of these companies are maybe prepping themselves. I think royalties and owning content has always been a game. That the bankers and content creation are your record labels or your movie production studios or what have you. So I think that, there's a consolidation going on. There are people that are realizing we should own the content and we should get into this space as soon as possible, because royalties are going to get even more precise. There's going to be a lot more money, a lot less waste. And I don't think that we've even realized the amount of waste. I mean, I know that we understand pirating and things of that sort, but I don't know if we really recognize the amount of waste and content creation that's out there. So it makes good sense that Amazon or other entities are attempting to get as much content, own as much content as possible for where we're going, with regards to just how are we going to start exchanging value in the future. I think that the more that we spend time on the internet and we value this experience, people are this is going to be a commodity, right? It's been a commodity, but I think we're going to accept it as much more of a commodity and maybe even be willing to pay Satoshis per second or Satoshis per minute for the content. And I think it's a good idea.
Yeah, and you're right about that, right? Because the reason why that's good too is because it's a fair system. Usually, the first thing I tell people to ask themselves when they're looking into Bitcoin is how is money created? Go and find out the answer to that. Like, why is it that someone can press a button and just create money out of nowhere, and you have to work for money? Like, you have to actually use your energy to do something, right? Whether you go to work, whether you're doing something, right? You need to spend your time, you need to spend your energy before you're able to get money. But why is it people near the top can just press a button? Oh, money's created out of nowhere. Why are they able to get the money and then, of course, spend it first before it actually propagates down? Ask that question. Find out how money is created. Now, most people just think, oh, I go to work, I get paid. This is the dollars. They don't understand that that's not really money. That's more of like fiat controlling sort of money, where people just can create it without working, but you have to work to get that money. So that's the first step. Look into that, ask that question. When you find out, then you'll start understanding why Bitcoin is so important.
Definitely.
And let me walk something back just real quick. I don't know if it's a good thing that billion-dollar entities or status quo type of entities, centralized entities is what I mean to say, is moving into the space. I just mean to say that it's a natural course, right? I think all are going to bend the knee to digitization, decentralization, and Bitcoin ultimately.
Yeah, I agree with that. That's pretty dope. I personally appreciate that clarification. Because that's the thing. It's like, if you look at it, it's the same way like when people look at privacy. Like, oh, privacy is everybody's right, you know? But then when it comes down to it, people are like, whoa, wait a minute. But bad guys could use privacy. So we need to take privacy away. It's like, no, privacy is still everybody's right. So I think it's the same way with Bitcoin. It's like any peer can join the network. There's a low barrier of entry. So that means that the same barrier of entry for a average pleb is the same as it is for a billionaire. So we can't, despise them joining the network because it's open. So because it's open, that means that players large or small can join. So I appreciate that, Miller, because you're right. It's natural course. It may not be preferred, right? But it's natural when it's open, so that's what it's going to be.
I 100% agree. I mean, when people complain about the distribution of coins and things like that, there's nothing to be done about it. I mean, even if there's no fair way to distribute. And one of my favorite things, I can't remember who said this, but people
All right. I think we're back. Is everybody still here? No, can't hear anyone. That's good. Is anyone still connected to Twitter Spaces? Did we lose the Twitter space? I can see myself talking. Okay, so anyone can hear me? No? We break it? I might restart it if we really broke it. All right, hold on a sec. We're going to restart, I guess. Stand by. Frickin' A. Well, they're going to have to fix that. They're going to have to fix that about Twitter Spaces because just because one person gets a phone call shouldn't be a reason to dump the whole app. And obviously, I'm using Twitter Spaces on my phone because I can't use it on the desktop. So, phone is bound to get phone calls, you know? And it said FedEx. So I was like, well, I should take this. I'm getting something delivered. I'll bet it's information about that. Sorry to everyone for blowing up the chat. Are you back with us, Dan? Can you hear us?
Yeah, what were you just saying about the amazing technology?
It's amazing. You can do all this stuff on your phone, but then every once in a while, your phone takes a phone call and it dumps the entire space. So I was able to come back to the space after the phone call, but it didn't seem like anyone could hear me or I couldn't hear them. So apologies. I totally blew the conversation that was going on, but what choice did I have? The phone call just appeared. So
Now, what is this phone call thing that you talk about? I don't use my phone for anything but Twitter, text, and Clubhouse. So
make
you have to let me know what
make it even
the
better.
call
It was a computer calling me on the phone. It was the FedEx robot voice. Your package will be delivered. Da, 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 da. So
we need our own robots that talk to those robots.
I know.
Eventually in the future, it's all just going to be robots talking to each other.
A robot should never be able to get through to my actual phone number. It should have texted me. But
hey, Thomas, do you think Andrew Yang is going to win New York?
Doesn't look like it, does it?
He's already out, isn't he?
Yeah, I think he's
Is
out.
he? All right, I didn't know. I wasn't following it very closely.
Yeah, I read yesterday he's out.
Yeah, it was always.
That's a bummer.
I don't know. It didn't seem like he was a real New Yorker. I don't know. I mean, I guess maybe he went to school there or something, but yeah, it always seemed like kind of like carpetbagging. It didn't have a good feeling.
Is it because you're a fan of UBI, Ed?
Yeah. Well, and I'm a fan of Andrew Yang and what he did running for president as a technology person and all of his ideas. I mean, some of them are pretty outlandish, and he talked about some issues that I don't think other people want to talk about, like circumcision or things like that. But yeah, I really liked what he did in the presidential race, both with the UBI and with just the technological approach to solving problems. I feel like, again, I'm a technologist, so obviously I'm totally biased towards technology. But yeah, I thought that Andrew Yang had some really good ideas on how to solve that, how to solve our problems. But again, Biden won, so I'm really happy. They just need to start acting like they're in charge. So anyone wants to speak? We're trying to get the room back together. Obviously, we blew it earlier. But I don't know what you guys talking about before it broke.
You know, I've actually got something I wanted to ask you, Thomas. So, you know, I've been in space a real long time now, since Bitcoin was in single digits. And for the first 8-9 years, I really didn't take profit and just hodled through. But after the last bear market in 2018 lasting over 2 years, I found it really difficult. So this time around, I did something different and actually sold off a good portion of my coins on the way up, going parabolic, taking profit, with the intent of buying back down, which I did some during the implosion down to 30K. But I seem to get a lot of shit from a lot of new people in the space saying you're not a true Bitcoiner because you took profit and all that. Wondered what your opinion is on that.
Well, I've gone on the record in a non-Bitcoin way that people should hodl and they should take profits. Of course, I always fall back on this because when you see it go up to 50K and you start to calculate how much you spent on sodas or rent or whatever it is, it seems really stupid. And the hodl thing seems really right. But now, we're on the other side of that again. And I'm like, oh, James seems really smart for taking some profit, So it's really tough. I go both ways on it. The main thing that I feel is just sell less. I don't know. I mean, profit's good, but if you just sell,
you don't have
like
to sell
less,
it all. Sell a portion of your stock while you're going parabolic. Because if you've lived through this cycle many times, which we have, it's going to crash up to 80% plus, and we'll get another parabolic run. So, and we have to live our lives. We got families to support. So I just found it so strange. This cycle around, I'm getting killed for taking profit.
well, people again, holding is, I think about things like if you want to be a vegetarian or if you want to be religious, it's hard to be a vegetarian 9 out of 10 days, right? Because you keep eating the meat and it keeps dragging that taste back to you. The same thing if you're, an alcoholic or religious or whatever, it's hard to do it partially, right? You have to do it all the way. So I think with the hodl people, they're just all in. They're all into the hodl idea. Bitcoin could never go down in value. And that's what I felt for a long time. And then Bitcoin would go down.
And so did I.
And I still had bills. I still had rent. I'm not crazy rich or whatever. And then all the sells now are disasters. They're all disasters. But on the other side, I'm still alive. I'm still here. And there was something someone quoted to me the other day, and I didn't know it was Werner Herzog or whoever it was, but he said something like, if you enjoy your work, you'll never work a day in your life. And that, he said that freedom is waking up in the morning, doing what you want to do all day long, and then going to bed. And that's freedom. So, I've sacrificed what would have been, millions and millions of Bitcoin for my freedom. And just like with the other things, I don't know how long my freedom's going to last or how long, me as a person is even going to last. So maybe it's a good deal to take this freedom while you have the chance. Maybe for other people, they should hodl longer and take the freedom later. But that's you have to wait for it. What's that called with the expectations?
Because the whole diamond hand thing to me is just financial irresponsibility. I mean,
but it's simpler. It's a simpler way of thinking, right? You have to look at everything as just a simplicity where sometimes I'll play chess and I'll just try to kill all the pawns, right? I'll just try to kill every piece to simplify the board. So there's less pieces on the board so I can think about the end game better. And
someone like Elon can have diamond hands because he's got billions in assets, but for regular folks, I really feel it's not a bad message to tell people take some profit on the way up in parabola because of Bitcoin's nature of correcting 80% plus.
Yeah, I think it was, unfortunately, it was badly timed. And then, I'm offended by Elon Musk, who's a millionaire, telling people to have diamond hands. You have people that aren't eating, people that are really eating ramen, people that are in debt, getting in more debt, paying percentages, paying more percentages. Diamond hands, schmeiman hands. I mean, if you can pay
but
off
on crypto,
all your loans with 10%,
Twitter, if you're against that message, you're like public enemy number one, which I find crazy.
They've found lots of reasons to go after me for whatever, but it's still there. I'm still saying it. But again, it's they're the ones that are having fun getting rich. But the other side of that is that they can never spend. They can never spend. So if you're true,
I
can't do anything.
So I've had diamond hands in Apple for 20 years. I usually, if you are a real investor and you have some type of notion or conviction in what you're buying, you usually never sell.
Now, I think that real investor is the key there.
Equities are different though.
So
because equities don't
how much?
80%.
Well, no, I want to just say as a real investor, I agree with him, but a real investor has a little bit of their money in investment and a little bit of their money in savings and maybe a little bit in the house, right? A lot of these people that we're talking about, I don't want to be mean to them, but I get the feeling they had an extra $1,000 and they put all 1,000 in. And next month they've got rent and they need
Living
$100
paycheck
for
to
that.
paycheck.
Yep.
Yes, but I mean, if you're 20 years old, why not?
I
I wouldn't
have
say
an
50-year-old or
embarrassing hodl
60-year-old.
story.
I'd agree with that.
My
I mean,
my
this is all based
embarrassing.
on where you are in your life.
So I my house needs a lot of work, right? That I have been putting off because I've been hodling Bitcoin and thinking I just needed to go up a little bit. And I walked into a room the other day, saw my wife crying, and I said, "Honey, what's wrong?" And she said, I never wanted to have the shittiest house in the neighborhood, right? And that was a real smack in the face for me when maybe, just maybe, I need to make my wife's happiness more important than
YouTube,
buying and holding Bitcoin. So,
YouTube. Learn how to do it yourself.
Yeah, but you still got to spend money to do that. You still got to buy the materials, you know? And so you can put off your time preferences should be, you know, shorter or longer. I can't remember which is right.
Do you have Bitcoin?
Yeah.
Okay, well then be content that you do, and now take care of the rest of your life.
Can I say something real quick?
Yeah, I want to go after Miller if I can.
Yeah, I do think that it's a natural thing. And I think this is very forward thinking what I'm about to say. It might even sound heretical. But I think it's natural that people are going to sell at some point. They're going to acquire something in the material world and they're going to buy back in, right? They need it like a bank account. Nope, stop having a bank account. Just because you deplete your bank account every month, paying your bills, doesn't mean that you stop having a bank account. So they'll buy back in. And I think that this will go for companies, this will go for individuals. I think you do have to be realistic. I think hodling is very real. I think for the sake of the culture, you know what I mean? We're team Bitcoin in a time where fiat is a real competition. However, as time goes on, no. I think people will use Bitcoin as a savings technology. They're gonna save up whatever they need to save up to acquire whatever it is that they want to acquire, and then they're gonna start all over again at whatever price the Bitcoin is, be it 500,000 a coin, $10 million a coin. They're gonna use it as savings technology, and people, the economy, the circular economy of Bitcoin, there will be a continuous release of Bitcoin. It won't be a bottleneck effect where it's just like people are hodling the Bitcoin and there's no kind of circular, you know what I mean? There's no circulation. It's just a bottleneck and there's no breath, right? Because that chokes off an economy of any sort. If there's that bottleneck effect, it's going to choke the economy. I don't believe that that's real. I think Bitcoin is real. I think the circular economy will be a thing. And that includes people coming up off their Bitcoin. For whatever reasons, you're going to come up off that Bitcoin. At some point, even if you held the Bitcoin back in 2011, many of these people, they already, 1,000x 5 years ago, 2 years ago, 3 years ago, 4 years ago. I don't want to exaggerate that, but I just want to say they've made, a monstrous amount of money. It's no surprise that they've let go some of that Bitcoin.
I agree. You want more than one chair in your house,
Yeah, I agree. Listen, everybody, this is my first time here. You guys are all incredible. This is my second day on whatever this is, Twitter Spaces. I'm addicted. First of all, whoever told this story about his wife, you're really lucky. You really are. And this is one of these things where life hits you in the face. You're lucky you didn't read that in a note alone in your house. And you're lucky your wife kind of got to this point where maybe that's your wake-up call. I personally, a couple of years ago, got stuck out in California and had no money. All my money got wiped out of my account. I sold Bitcoin, and I was able to get my whole entire family back across the country. It's what you do. Who are you? This is one of the things that I used to ask myself, like, who am I holding for? So that I can post on crypto Twitter that I'm still here. None of you give a shit about me, no offense, on a personal level, in the same respectful way. If you got something to take care of, go do it. Me personally, I've eaten oatmeal all year so that I can buy Bitcoin. I don't buy coffee from Dunkin' Donuts anymore. I make it at my house, but those are choices that I made. And literally the extra $60 I save a week goes into crypto. I don't miss it. Anyone that's most people that put pressure on themselves about holding, it's you. It's you in your head. If you got to let go, let go. Call me diamond hands, call me weak hands, come catch these hands. I got bills to pay. And by the way, I've been at Bitcoin since 2011. So I'm not just some guy. I haven't held. Here's my story. The first 2 Bitcoin I bought were $10 each. 30 seconds later, I gave those 2 Bitcoins to my friend who was selling t-shirts for $20. I have $100,000, well, now it's 60, but I have a $60,000 t-shirt in my drawer still. And I don't have the same amount of Bitcoin. Don't care. Bitcoin changed my life because I'm a comedian and I get to tell jokes about Bitcoin everywhere I go. I stand out. It changed my life in the weirdest way. It affects us all differently, but we're all here on the same call listening to each other. It's great.
Where can we watch your comedy on Bitcoin?
Oh, look at you guys already. Thank you. I love it. hahaforhire.com is my team. I'm actually, okay, so there's a little...
Are you on YouTube?
I'm on YouTube. Listen, I made it real easy to find me on the social media. Same name across the board on all platforms. So if you do like me and you want to follow me on the Cash App at the Mike Salvi.
And I think Mike's got a really good point here. That
Thank you for the laugh, my friend. I wrote that joke.
You got to use the Bitcoin to create your life. And you have to say what your life is going to be. And his life could have been his family stuck out there, but instead he's telling jokes. He's moving around. I'm doing this YouTube thing. I always wanted to do this. I don't have the money to do this and all that. It takes a lot of time. But we can all, so yeah, I think you do have to spend to improve your life. I went on a Europe trip. I got to see lots of historical things I always wanted to see. It was amazing. Definitely cost me a fortune. But you have to take the advantage when the advantage is there. The time to do the trip, the time to move across the country, the time to pay off your mortgage, or maybe Dan needs to repaint his house, fix up the outside, get some more chairs. Like you can do that. Maybe not right now, but if it goes up again, let's all do that. Let's all learn from this lesson.
Yeah, like, see, that's the thing. Right, as soon as that's all good. That's almost exactly what I was going to say after Miller was done. All the plans that we're making and all the moves that we're making almost in life, they're all to improve quality of life. So that means if you're hodling hard, that's because you're trying to improve the quality of your future life. But you can't do that at the sacrifice of what you're doing now. So you have to strike that balance. And that balance is going to be different for every single person, right? So you have to look at your unique situation. So everybody doesn't have to have diamond hands and everybody doesn't have to hodl until the day they die. It depends on your unique situation. So you got to find that balance. You know, when I teach people in the business world about this, it's the same principle of figuring out what's important and what's urgent, right? A lot of people forget the important things because they tend to be more long-term and they only deal with the urgent thing that comes in front of them right now. But you have to strike that balance. So you always have to remind yourself, what am I saving in this asset or using this saving technology for? And am I doing that at the sacrifice of what's going on in my life right now? Are you operating upon the assumption that you'll be able to have this benefit later? What if you screw up the thing you're trying to work for in the future right now, and then it just no longer exists because you were too far forward in the future, right? You have to strike that balance. It's all about improving quality of life, and you can't ever get your time back. So that time, you have to spend it the best way you can. This is what I tell people in my Bitcoin education all the time. Using it as a saving technology, because through inflation, your government is stealing your time. So you are saving a portion of your money in Bitcoin to preserve your time, so that the time that you spent in exchange for fiat during the prime years of your life, you don't end up paying for twice through inflation. So it's super important that we understand it's always about quality of life. That could be right here in the near term, or it could be down the street in the far term. And it's up to each one of us to find that balance for ourselves.
You know, I'd like to add, for all you people who are going to improve the quality of your life, this may seem like something really hard, but if you can, instead of selling at an exchange, find somebody to take it. Find somebody who's going to trade their service, their time for your Bitcoin. I mean, I'm a holder. You know, I don't have to ever sell Bitcoin, but you know, when I get my grass cut, I specifically found a person who will cut my grass for sats. So, you know, you want to get the way that this really works is it's not just about a price. We have to always promote and grow into being more widely held. And that's how you really create this circular economy, which means not only are you improving your life, but when it comes to the medium of exchange, once you exchange the good part of your life, you're going to pass it on to somebody else's, and they can enjoy life too. You know, so I understand
Great
the
point.
whole mentality, but at some point in time, everybody has to have a point. And my overall point of it is that if you are going to give away your time in sats, make sure that it's not going to a high velocity trash exchange. You know, it may not be what you want. It may be some guy's going to be, you need new tires, and that guy will sell you tires in sats. You know, but you really wanted to take, you know, buy a house with it. You know, take that as an opportunity to pass your stats around, because that is your time that you're going to pass off to somebody else. And as long as it doesn't stay in the exchange, Bitcoin grows and grows and grows with every person that it touches. And that also means that people know that, hey, I don't have to go to an exchange to get Bitcoin. I just need to sell my goods and services. And if you just so happen to sell at 30, 40,000, and in the future it's 3-4 million, why have a grudge? You got what you want with your time at the time that it was. Enjoy it. You know, I've been doing this for a long time, and I've gone through hundreds of Bitcoins. And I don't regret ever passing my Bitcoins off to somebody else. Ever.
I agree with you. If you look at my Twitter feed, back in 2015, I got paid by Max Kaiser and Simon Dixon for creating their website in Bitcoin, and they thanked me.
Mm-hmm.
It's a tweet from Bitcoin Capital, and they said, paid for the website with Bitcoin. Thanks, you know, thanking me for doing it. So, yeah, I agree. Giving up your time for crypto is an excellent thing.
Yeah. That's how it works.
And I would support the other side of that as well, where if you have a skill, like you play music or you teach people how to make Photoshops or just whatever you do for your work, find a way to sell that for Bitcoin. Maybe you can do consulting, maybe you can do Zoom chats or whatever it is. Find a way where you're earning Bitcoin as well. And I think that's a great way to go. And something people don't think about. They're like, yeah, I do this stuff, but it's nothing to do with computers, or I make necklaces or whatever. You know, make those necklaces, sell them for Bitcoin. It's just a good idea.
Yep. And as I say, if there's a demand for good and service in sats, people will offer that. And that's one of the things that the Bitcoin economy doesn't have, is because we have this hodl mentality. But I can tell you, if you're up 10x on something, reward yourself. Don't, I mean, even if you're just going to do $20, reward yourself, so consciously you don't feel like you're an evil, bad person. You know,
it's true. We beat ourselves up a lot. Yeah. And it's tough to reward ourselves. It is. And there's always that. My father told me when I was a kid, pay yourself first. I wish I would have taken that advice a long time ago, but it's true. Don't be afraid. You deserve it. Sometimes it's hard for people to actually look in the mirror and say, I deserve this, but you do. You just make 20 grand on something, pull it. If you make $20, pull it. You know, as far as offering services, I'm doing a whole gig next week down in Miami. I'm doing a conference down the street from the Bitcoin conference. It's actually called Shitcoin, but I'm hosting for 2 days straight, and they're paying me in Bitcoin, and I'm doing a comedy show, and I'm all getting paid in crypto. That's how I've been doing it for the past couple of years. So I'll continue to do it. I'd much rather.
That's it right there, man. You're living the dream. You're doing it.
that point about sats and time is so big. I feel like 2 people said it in the past 10 minutes. And my goodness. Yeah. So this is great, man. I love this. I'm going to chime in a lot more. Thanks for letting me join in and all this. This is great.
Now we need our big hedge fund buddies and our big billionaires to actually see it the same way, because they have more than enough resources and time. You know, they can't just hold on to this stuff. We've got 8 billion people that need taps. You know.
Yeah, agree. So I think there's a balance, right? I know a lot of people don't want to give up their stats because it's always that feeling that, hey, it's going to go another 10x or 20 or 30 or 40, whatever. Right. But then, you know, you have to consider that sooner or later, everybody's going to gravitate to sound money, right? And people are going to automatically flee from money that is not stable, not sound. And so I believe sooner or later, this is going to happen regardless. I mean, there's already many people who are out there doing basic things like, let's say they are a DJ for a party or something. No, they just have a sign, they have the Bitcoin QR code, and there's many examples of those sort of things where they're collecting and people are providing Bitcoin through that way, or whether like some charity organizations in Venezuela. I don't know if you guys follow Reddit, but you know, there's an organization where they provide food for the needy, and you just scan the QR code to donate. I mean, you know, I don't know if it's legitimate. You know, I believe it is, but there's something going to look into. But what I'm trying to say is, this is happening everywhere across the world, and sooner or later, slowly, it's just going to propagate. And I think it's just going to be, it just takes a matter of time, right? We can't just expect right away. It's going to turn into the ideal that we want. I think the focus is we know what is the vision that we want, and slowly we'll get there. We just have to stay persistent. We have to help people move along the way, learn, and with that education, I think, you know, it'll come to fruition.
Hear, hear. All right, if anyone else in the chat, in the audience would like to join, go ahead and request. I try to invite people sometimes. It's supposed to just let everybody speak, but if you'd like to come up here and speak, that's fine. You don't have to be an expert or anything like that. You can just share your opinion.
Yeah, I think another thing that may be good, Matt, is for anybody who's kind of new to the space and just has like a basic question, like just very basic question, you know, feel free to just ask, right? That's what we're here for. I mean, we're here to help. So don't worry, like it's a dumb question, right? Just, you know, join and ask your question, and then that way you can feel comfortable to continue what you need to do, right? You can ask difficult questions as well, and hopefully we can have someone who can answer that as well.
Also, if you're watching on Twitter, YouTube, or any other platform, you can join us on Twitter Spaces at Mad Bitcoins. You just need the Apple or the Android app. You need kind of the newer version to get Twitter Spaces, but you can join in here. You can chat. You can have your own chats. This is open to you. So we had a couple new people join us. Mr. Evo, do you have a question for us or a comment? Go ahead.
Yeah, hi guys. Hi to everyone. Actually, I enjoyed so much. First of all, thank you so much for giving this opportunity. I have a quick question. So I've been looking at the stocks and cryptocurrency and Bitcoin all over, but one of the data that actually surprised me very much, and I would like to share this, and if there is anyone who's a financial advisor here or knows about it, maybe can enlighten us. So I realized that the United States government somehow stopped providing the M2, which is a money stock data. And this data has been provided since 1964. And somehow from the May 1st until 2 days ago, we were not able to see the money stock, which is M2 data, nowhere. So do you guys think, is there something going on that we don't know, or maybe the government doesn't want us to see how much is the money coming back to the market? Do you think this is going to have any effect on the Bitcoin or the other stock market environment? Thanks so much.
I'll weigh in on that. 99% of the people that you'll talk to about that, they have no clue. They have no clue. Our connection to the market is because of people like you. But I can tell you, my daughter, my kids, their friends, my aunts and my uncles, they buy Bitcoin because it's useful to them. They don't look at the stock market. I mean, I'm a stock market kind of guy, you know, but I can tell you like this: Apple has been the world for me, but I'll buy Bitcoin before I buy Apple.
I agree.
Because Bitcoin can go up 10x, Apple can't.
Absolutely.
And that's a rational decision made by a rational actor who has been in the stock market for over 2 decades. I don't understand why people just don't get that. But mom and pop, aunts and uncles, they think like that. Why should I buy best in breed stock when I can go over here and get something in 10x my money?
Sure.
And then I don't have to sell it. I can go down the store and use it to buy some freaking Subway. You take that friction out. It's just the people who are in the market who have this mentality that don't see it the same way retail sees it. Retail sees this as a lifeline. Sure. If you want it, I mean, the money is so easy for any type of financial person. All you have to do is tell them that this is what's going to give you hope, and they will pay you that 3 to 5% commission. You know that is that no, on a monthly basis, I can go out and buy $10 million worth of Bitcoin, collect 2% fees, just so I could do Square, Cash App, and Coinbase. Sure. But you guys take this to a level to where it's like, you know, it's like industrial. Nobody cares about that stuff.
So you don't find that dangerous, I guess, because what I do is try to look at the. You know what's
dangerous? You know what's dangerous? I can tell you what's dangerous. And your whole industry has been dangerous. For 20 years, we've talked about no inflation. For 20 years, our jobs have been fleeced. And now people are just sitting there saying, oh, we're here to help you out. Come on, man, that's dangerous. They'll ruin the lives of billions of people to enrich yourselves. And now you want to take the high moral ground that Bitcoin is here? That's why people are buying it. They won't say it. They can't feel it, but they're doing it. They're doing it.
Yeah. So, go ahead, Lauren.
Yeah, I was going to say. So, for Mr. Evo, your question was about: do we think something's going on with the way the stats are changed, or you can't find the statistic about the M2 money supply? Was that the question?
Yeah, for since 1964, that's the first time that the government discontinued the money stock. But now, I think 2 days ago, they opened it again.
Yeah, so I definitely think something was going on with that, and I think that's because, you know, for the first time, one of the major, in my opinion, positives of the pandemic and everything shutting down was that it caused people to slow down and start to pay attention to things that they didn't notice before. Absolutely. And I think that one of the unintended or positive consequences of that was that people realized how much money our government was now printing and just creating and pumping into the system. And I think that the reason why those statistics went dark and got changed is because governments always obfuscate what they're up to and what they're doing, because they know that if too many people find out what's going on, that's really, really bad for the people behind the curtain. So I absolutely believe that was done intentionally. I absolutely believe that was something that was done to try and, you know, keep people from having that aha moment about what was going on with all this money that's being thrown into the system. I also think that was the major reason for the run-up that we saw in 2020 with the Bitcoin price. Because I'm telling you, every person that I spoke to, it was like, it was like literally, I was on Facebook just like, look, man, another $2 trillion. I'm holding Bitcoin. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
It's like
absolutely.
if they're gonna inflate it away, I'm gonna hold something that can't be inflated away. So yeah, I absolutely think that was done with great intention.
Yeah,
Because
it was done in the intention to fool Mr. E, because Mr. E is the one who took their word for it. That's why you have Paul Tudor Jones. That's why you have all of these billionaires coming out, because the people that they sit at the table with and they eat dinner with, they can now look them in the eye and say, you know what? You took away M2. What are you trying to lie to us about?
they're trying to show that there's no hyperinflation, but that they cannot hide it. The thing is, I've been also looking at MVRV data, which is the market value versus realized value of the Bitcoin, of the other coins, and it was showing me that 200-day moving average. It was showing literally that everything was going to go down. But this is an analysis. But what's interesting is that there was so many people, including Ray Dalio, including Bill Gates, other patrons or whatever. They just come out whenever they see the news. They know. I think they sell it because they know how to buy the rumors, but they just don't make the claim about it. But what scares me the most, just one guy's Twitter, that is a tweet.
I think we might have lost his connection, but he was talking about Elon Musk. I don't think it was entirely Elon Musk. I think we went up quite a lot and we kind of needed to go down, and that people were looking for a reason to sell and a reason to dump, and Elon gave them that reason. So it might be just a coincidence.
Yeah, you do have market makers that are fanboys like that, or they're just I don't know how they think like that, and they take this culturism and stuff. So Elon comes out, they pump it. Elon says something bad, they dump it. And in reality, that's just the game that some of these players make. Zhu, he's, you never know what kind of head game he's trying to play, but he plays with real money.
Yeah, I agree with that. Because the funny thing is, the same day that Elon sent that initial tweet, they had just gotten numbers that inflation was, as they would say, slightly higher than expected, right? We all know what's going on there. But the market had already started to trend downward. And then, his comments obviously accelerated it. And then, of course, the flood pylon kind of happened after. And it's hard to not look at that and believe that wasn't coordinated in some way. I really believe, and I've been saying this for a little while, I think when the second quarter earnings come out, you're going to start to see a lot of, publicly, or not a lot, but a fair number of publicly traded companies who are going to announce they took a position, once that we had that massive correction. You know what I mean? I'd be silly to think that there wasn't some kind of pylon or coordination going there in order for people to create a buying opportunity. If you think these institutions wanted to buy it at 62 to 64K, you might be looking at the wrong metrics.
I wanted to ask a question if everybody has already responded to that initial question.
Sure, go ahead.
Okay. Definitely from Matt Bitcoin. I definitely want to send a shout out to you, bro. My era coming into the space, you were definitely someone that I've been watching for many, many years. For many, many years, I watched you go on your trip, all of that. Like, you know what I'm saying? You're a legend, bro. But
thanks, man.
My question, absolutely, no, you're a legend. But my question is, okay, I'm bullish on Bitcoin, but I don't hear a lot of people talk about what I'd like to ask about. The reason why I'm bullish on Bitcoin is second layer and some of the side chain activity that I see. I'd like to get everyone that's a speaker on the panel, I'd like to get your feedback on side chain and second layer developments that's going on in this space. And maybe even if you'd like to just speak about something as basic as Taproot, which is amazing. Let me know what you guys think about that and what that kind of looks like in the future for Bitcoin.
Okay, well, I'm a liquid maxi. I'm not a LN. I'm not a lightning maxi. But liquid itself is basically, it's a side chain. We try not to call it a layer 2. It's a side chain. And it has a lot of robustness outside of saying, oh, well, you have confidential transactions. It is a blockchain that's built on Bitcoin, and it has all the capabilities of Bitcoin, with the exception of you lose a little bit of trust in the network, because now you have to trust all of these membership partners in the federation. But it's a lot more robust than Bitcoin is, because it's not just Bitcoin. If you can create an asset. I mean, you can create coupons. If you have a business or anything, you can create a coupon for your patrons for your business on the Liquid network. If you want to pay them out in your baklava coupons, to give them a discount the next time they come, you can do that. You can do stocks, you can do bonds, you can do all different types of assets, because it's the network itself is not dependent on Bitcoin. The only thing that the network uses Bitcoin for is fees. If you want to make Chuck E. Cheese tokens on Liquid, you can. And when it comes into things like DeFi, Liquid is a financial system built on top of a monetary system. And I believe myself, I would much rather use Liquid than to use a separate app on DeFi. Liquid is not an app. Liquid is a network. DeFi is a collection of apps. Now, in Liquid, you have apps. So if anybody who is out there, like I said, if you want to create your own token to give to your families and friends, get you a green wallet and have at it. You'll need some Bitcoin, you'll need some sats to pass that around through the network, but you don't have to have a lot of Bitcoin. I mean, innovation and user interaction should be. You shouldn't have to have a sunk cost into a token just to use something. You know what I mean? But I'm a Liquid maxi. I'm not a Lightning maxi. There's probably some Lightning maxis. So
well, for me, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
I like it to you. Oh, go ahead, Nico.
Yes. This connection's not good.
All right, sorry, Nico. We're having a hard time hearing you.
So James, you want to go ahead and speak?
We'll have to chat again later.
Yeah, I mean, for me personally, I used to love using Bitcoin to send money around the world. I keep most of my assets in Bitcoin, and if I need to cash out, it's real simple. To sell some coins, get some cash right away, 10 minutes. But these days, with the block size being so small and transactions, just a couple of weeks ago, I remember a transaction taking 24 hours. I do think these solutions are going to be great to make Bitcoin more efficient and a better way to transfer funds how it was intended to efficiently and not clog up these blocks like we're currently experiencing. So I think that will really help Bitcoin in the future.
Yeah. So I wanted to answer a few questions that Miller you had. You talked about Taproot and what that is first. Like, I'm not an expert at Taproot, but I just want to talk about the basics, and someone can feel free to correct me if I'm not correct here. But Taproot provides some sort of privacy that's not completely private, but that it just makes it way more difficult to sort of trade. The other thing is with the Taproot is it provides like Schnorr signature that allows for something like a better way of multi-sig or enhancement of the multi-sig that we currently have, right? That's what that is. So in regards to your question with the the side chain or second layer, things like that, right? Just like Analog Cookies talked about there's different chains. But one thing people don't understand is people always have this worry, oh, there's this other chain or coin that's out there. And I'm not gonna name names, but people always worry, oh, that they're gonna do something that's gonna be has a lot of utility and usefulness. People don't understand that whatever those other chains or coins that are building, that like applications, right? That can be built from anybody that just wants to plug in to the Bitcoin on-chain base layer, right? Anybody can build applications that interact with that. You don't need necessarily a decentralized chain for things like that. You can have centralized applications that work and plug in with the decentralized monetary system, which is why Bitcoin is the best sort of decentralized monetary system to support those things. But of course, you can still do side chains, you can do second layer, things like that. But everything ultimately, right, leads back and plugs into the sound money principle on-chain that is Bitcoin. So, I mean, there's a lot of things to cover with those, but I think people get misled that they think, oh, the only way you can do these sort of whatever contracts, right, it has to be with this other coin or technology. No, that's not the case. You know, people can create applications all over the world.
Taproot.
Yeah. So
Taproot is we call this BIP Taproot, but Taproot plus Schnorr plus I think there's like 2 more implements that are all included into this is what's making up this Taproot. Now, the story behind this is the reason why we did SegWit. One of the main reasons we did SegWit is so when we got to the point where we're going to do Taproot, we didn't just have to do consensus just for Taproot. We didn't have to do just consensus for Schnorr 6. So now the progression of what the core devs have, you know, these, just to let you know, most of these guys are like PhD scientists. They're not like all these other projects where you just have developers. These guys are like Dr. Back is a scientist. To let you guys know, Peter Wheel is a scientist. Okay. Well, but we had to get SegWit. So when we do future consensus changes, instead of doing one consensus change at a time for each different one, we can put it all into one on our version bin. I know this may be over people's heads, but that's what we needed SegWit for on the technical side. And we sold it as somewhat of a block size increase and a reduction in fees. Okay. Schnorr 6 is very important because when Satoshi originally wrote Bitcoin, he couldn't use Schnorr 6 because it was just getting out of being patented. So there was we needed this delay. But Schnorr 6 is going to give us anywhere from a 30 to 40% reduction in our signature scheme, which means you should see a 30 to 40% reduction in the fees that you're going to pay. Now, you add Taproot on top of that, and Taproot is an architectural change to the way that we combine signatures together to be able to make up a transaction. So now you're going to be able to have a signature, which you may call your coins or your stats. But when you send those, it's just going to be a signature. Okay. So now that signature that you have, you won't have to worry about what we call coin control. Taproot's going to be your coin control. and Taproot also, seeing that we have this architecture, Taproot also allows us to say that when you use the Lightning Network and you go on chain versus using Bread Wallet and sending directly on chain, those signatures are going to look exactly the same. And that gives us that privacy, because no one's going to know what network outside of Bitcoin that you're using. So that's a win in my book. In the future, we're looking at further minimization, which is going to be Graph-Root. And Graph-Root does almost the same as Taproot, but now we can go and you can break signatures up and be able to broadcast a half a signature, and that will be more like your multi-sig. So we can do more complex transactions, more complex scripts, the further off we get and closer after we get with Graph-Root. But we can do that right now with Taproot. You can do all that fancy smart contract stuff that ETH and all these other players do. Once we get Taproot, you can do that on Bitcoin.
Yeah, Taproot's the biggest upgrade in 4 years we've seen, and I think once it's activated and people see it working successfully, I think that's going to be one of the factors that actually helps Bitcoin price push it back up.
Let me chime in on that. It will run successfully because it's been under test for 2 years. We've been running this on our testnet for 2 years. We don't like to introduce stuff into Bitcoin and say that we're testing it with you. We know it's going to work. We know which wallets it's going to work with. If you have an open source wallet, we have tested Taproot, Store, and everything with it.
No, I agree. But I mean, once the market sees that it's actually working in action, I think that's going to be one of the catalysts to push us towards the next all-time highs. And I think Taproot's going to be one of the biggest reasons.
The market doesn't like Bitcoin because Bitcoin doesn't spit out tokens. The market doesn't like Bitcoin because Bitcoin doesn't spit out tokens. That's what you have to understand. People who are heavily in this market, they're all speculators. They're not looking to go to Subway and use crypto. It's all about number go up. It's all about greater fool. So any upgrade that we do to Bitcoin, it's not under the assumption of it's going to make the number go up. It's always under the assumption of it's going to make our users of Bitcoin, it's going to make their life better.
Yeah, like the great thing about that though is that I think anybody who in their lifetime has ever created a massively successful project or made any significant amount of money, they can tell you that you don't make money by chasing money, you make money by solving a problem, right? So I think that both the Lightning Network and the Taproot integration, I think they both potentially, represent the tipping point for mass adoption of Bitcoin. Because once we get to a point where the average user can pick something up and use it and it makes sense to them, they don't have to be ultra technologically savvy. I think that ultimately does affect price in a positive way because it solves a problem for people. They can transact, in this new currency with a relative low level of technological prowess. So I'm very bullish on Lightning. Very bullish on Taproot. I don't know enough about Liquid to speak to it, right? I just think that, if we can find solutions where people can use these things easily, especially if they can remain sovereign with their coins. I think more people in Bitcoin will, if they do buy into the ethos of it, they're going to want to have custody of those coins. There's one wallet, Moon Wallet, that I'm pretty bullish on because, you get to, you're in your own custody. It manages both your on-chain and your Lightning transactions with like one wallet. So I think that's pretty bullish on the kind of UI side or UX side. So I think those things definitely represent the tipping point going forward once they fully mature.
I definitely agree with that. And I agree with what the previous speaker was saying about how Bitcoin's incredibly tested. the people that work on Bitcoin are doctors. They're heroes of computer science. They're not just programmers. They're the top level. And I just think it's great that we can do an upgrade without a war this time. Last time, SegWit on its face looked similarly good for people. SegWit, all the good things it did, I forget right now, but it looked good on its face, but there was all kinds of problems with ASIC boost and who controlled the network, and the miners were signaling, which was never intended to be a vote. It was never intended to be a vote for the miners. It was more like, is everyone ready for the upgrade? We can do it at the same time. We can synchronize. It was more of a synchronizing than a voting. And it led us down the whole thing with the block size war. So I think it's great we're doing the upgrade. It's great all the technical people are on board. We've seen all the mining pools start to light up green in the last week. And I put it on my Twitter because I think it's fun.
95%.
95%. That's fantastic. Yep. And it's just going to go through smoothly. And I don't know what happened to all those Bcash people, if they left or if they came back or whatever, but I'm glad that we can just upgrade normally and that we can improve Bitcoin without like a 2 or a 3 year discussion about
war.
It.
That's right. You're so right.
Man, Bitcoin, can I ask a follow-up question real quick?
Sure, man.
To get you to respond first. So I heard everyone's response and I thought it was very interesting. There's a dynamic in our space, right, in the Bitcoin space with regards to a second layer as opposed to a side chain. What are your thoughts on this? It seems like there are those that are into side chain, and then there are those that are into second layer, but I don't see a genuine connection between the two. But I do see that there are parties in both cars. What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I can speak to this. So the side chain, like Liquid Network, is a layer 2. It's the same thing. It's just kind of a different layer 2. So the way that works is there's a federated group of people that you essentially have to trust to some degree to effectively manage that side chain. That being said, you have a lot more functionality on the side chain, right? So you can do things like NFTs on Liquid. You can do other coins on Liquid, all kinds of interesting things. They have 1-minute blocks as opposed to 10-minute blocks. So I would see something like the Liquid Network potentially, where you have communities of people that do have trust in one another, creating their own side chains. So if you have a group of friends and family that exchange value constantly, or you have a geographical area, I live in Michigan, so maybe there'll be a Michigan side chain, right, where it can be faster. There's no mining involved, and then every once in a while you reconcile that back to the main chain. Now with Lightning, that uses a 2 of 2 signature to both come on and off the Lightning Network, and has some complexity to it. So I think it depends on the use case. Right now, Liquid is being primarily used by the major exchanges to move Bitcoin between them. But because they all have a relative amount of trust in one another, they feel comfortable doing it that way. So I think both and all will be used. It's just a matter of use case and people's comfort level.
Yes.
And layer 2 is on the main chain versus the side chain. I think is the key difference.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think a lot of this is the things that people have wanted for years, like smart contracts or NFTs or ICOs or whatever. I think we can do that on Bitcoin. It's just going to take longer. So if you're patient about it and you want to make, the Bitcoin NFTs, they've got a platform. It's on Liquid. They just started like a week or 2 ago. So they're behind the others, but it's going to be there. So if you want that secure way of doing it, I think we're going to have it for you on Bitcoin.
And those are all the arguments for the flipping of the BTC, but Bitcoin's going to have all those functionalities.
Well, I've talked to a couple of bankers, and they look at this stuff, and the way that I tell them is that for them to use Liquid, they have a trust issue with the functionaries, right? So I just tell them, why don't you just fork the Elements project, which is an open source project, and build your own federation and put it right on Bitcoin. I mean,
they will be the functionaries.
And then you can be the functionaries, and then you can do whatever you do in your financial world or whatever, you know. I mean, hell, the CIA forked freaking the Elements project, you know. So who knows?
I think you guys
a
have made, just real quick, I just wanted to say, I think you guys are making, to me, in 2021 May, end of May 2021, you guys are actually making the bullish case for Bitcoin, just because there's a lot of uncertainty, especially in a bear market. And I don't think that we can just rely on the fact that, because I heard it said earlier, you know, the number go up technology is just going to go up. It's going to keep going up. It's going to keep going up. No, there has to be that actual development, and it's happening in our space, but I don't think that we're talking about it. You know what I mean? Like, at the end of the day, yeah, it's number go up technology, but that's because all of the growth and development that's happening that maybe may not be mainstream, right? So again, side chain activity, that's not necessarily mainstream. Second layer activity, that's not necessarily mainstream. You won't know, right? Strike is,
let's be honest,
second
it's
layer.
hard enough for people to understand what happened, yet
Correct.
alone to understand all these complexities within Bitcoin.
Correct. But I would also say, though, I would say that it's not about people understanding the things that are happening in the space as much as what is happening in the space. So I think Taproot, when we just look at it for what it is, it's amazing, right? This is going to take Bitcoin to the next level. It's not about anything other than the fact. And I think even sidechain activity, because from what I understand, at least with Liquid, they're going to apply Lightning technology to Liquid. So it's not that there's a conflict of interest of any sort, but I just don't hear it as the case for Bitcoin. And I do think it is the case for Bitcoin. Taproot has got to be the greatest thing that's happening with regards to why number go up, right? Like why the technology is associated with number go up.
You don't hear it because the crypto space is filled with nothing but paid shills. When they're not going to mention any of that.
It's funny. I was going to mention that same thing because I thought you were being really helpful with making a copy of Elements and going your own way description. But if I was there just to FUD, and I think a lot of people are, I didn't want to mention this, it gets political and all virusy, but there is an article in The Guardian today about a mysterious ad agency that's been paying large influencers in Europe to speak out against the corona vaccine. So there are paid networks of people in the world and certainly in Bitcoin. So a lot of the people that don't like Blockstream, I remember for years there was a conspiracy that Blockstream was going to take over Bitcoin with the Lightning Network, with Layer 2, with Liquid. So a lot of that is still out there in our system. We can't get rid of it because you can't disprove a conspiracy theory. I can't say, oh, it hasn't happened. And they'll say, oh, it hasn't happened yet. So it's very hard to get rid of that conspiratorial thing. Of course, I've never seen Blockstream do anything that I would call negative. So we just have to see how that, and that's a personal opinion. Everyone has to have their own take on that.
It's amazing that you say it in that context, just because I'm glad that there's competitors now. There are competing side chains that will basically take the wind right out of that sail.
And that's what we'd want. I think Blockstream would welcome that. I think they'd welcome competition.
I mean, everybody's been pumping Lightning, and you know, whether you know it or not, the guys who've been working on RFK, they've been doing this stuff without any hype, without any fanfare. They've captured a large community down in South America. You know, people get caught up in this maximalism stuff. I mean, I am a Liquid maxi, but you know, I like using Lightning. And once we get Lightning integrated into, not built in, but integrated into Liquid, once we get RSK connected to Liquid, once we get all of this, we have to build it all first. And then we have to connect it just like we did with the internet, you know. But once we get all this, then we have to get all the wallets to put this stuff in. You know, I really hate it that I have a Bread wallet and Bread wallet won't let me use Liquid or LN because Bread wallet gets paid by shitcoiners. You see what I mean? So it ruins my user experience because I can't do what I want to do all in one wallet. That's why MetaMask, which is on Ethereum, that's why MetaMask excels at what they do, is because they always put themselves into whatever network they can. You know, MetaMask will charge you. You don't know they're charging you, but they are charging you. But I would much rather pay for somebody who's going to cater to my needs than expect it all to be altruistic. You know, if the guys at Moon Wallet said, hey, you know, every time you use Bitcoin, we're going to take 5 sats from you. Okay, who cares? Just give me what I want. You know, instead of saying, don't use Liquid because we want you to use Lightning Network. Don't use RSK because we want you to use Liquid. In the wallet people in Bitcoin are very ideological, and they need to break that habit because as we get more networks built on Bitcoin, the wallets are the things that people have to use. And if you have to have 5 different wallets to use 5 different networks on Bitcoin, you're going to always have this. My network is better than your network.
Yeah, I think eventually that's where incentives will kick in, right? Because that's how marketplaces work. Whoever gives the market what they're looking for will be the winner ultimately. So, you know, the people that are smart enough to give users what they're asking for, that'll essentially destroy the wallet wars there. The others will have to follow suit. And, you know, there'll be a massive first mover advantage, you know, for the groups that are able to meet the market's demand initially.
Let me ask
it
also.
It has been interesting to see how long these wallets have held out from the last war. I think blockchain.com is just now adding SegWit. I'm not sure that Coinbase has added it. Coinbase just started batching transactions after the fees went up. It's distressing and it's disappointing to not see a lot of these traditional wallet people not adopt Lightning. And like you're saying, even Liquid, there's no reason that it should just be the Blockstream green wallet that lets me access Liquid. We need alternatives. We need variety, especially they could find each other's bugs in a programming way. So
yeah, I mean, seriously, I say it all the time because I mean, in normal world, you pay for what you get. You know, so if it's a fee model, or if it pay, you know, you get this wallet and you pay us $5. You know, if I'm going to pay for it and you're going to give me what I want, that's what I expect.
But you know, you and probably a lot of us in the minority, most people want things for free. And especially if they see free options out there, that's what they'll gravitate towards.
Yeah, we said that about music, and then all of a sudden, god dang, iTunes came out, Spotify. We used to get free music, and then people wisened up. Guess what? You get a better user experience when you pay for it.
Well, you know, people are incentivized to provide actual value at that point, right? But I did want to ask this: is anyone on the panel? Because this is my thing about second layer or sidechain, and I'm saying that to be kind of, you know, not trying to go for anything by either or. It's just to say that I think the space wants that. Like the things that can come from a side chain, the products and services that can come from a side chain, and the products and services that can come from a second layer. I think in general, the space wants that. I think that's why you have these people that are going off into this other category of shitcoinery and what have you. So my thing is like, is anyone in denial that, you know, we want to go that way? I know maybe the mainstream conversation maybe is not ready for that, but you know what I mean? I do want to kind of flesh that out. I wonder if there is like this thing about us where it's like too much conservatism, and we're not ready to move forward with our developments. Do you see where I'm coming from?
That started.
Yeah, I think the problem is that science doesn't care what you want, right? So the part of the issue is like, you know, so if we consider the increase in the block size increase, right? If we can't effectively propagate a block around the planet, then it doesn't matter what people want. It doesn't matter if people want low fees. Like, you can want all these things, but if the computer science doesn't allow it, then it's not a good thing to do. But this is why we have layer 2, right? Because you can experiment more. You can do crazier things. You can. I could create my own liquid network just on a whim if I wanted to, and start playing with this stuff. But the main chain, you know, the Bitcoin blockchain is probably the most valuable asset humanity has at this point. And so keeping that thing pristine is really the most important thing that we can do for Bitcoin. And like I say, people will want a lot of things, but if the science says, no, we shouldn't do this, or we'll harm the blockchain, then we can't do it.
Absolutely correct.
I think we're still going along the lines of the way we built TCP, and then we put IP on top of it, and then we put www on top of it, and then we put HTML on top of it, and then, you know, we started introducing voice, and then we had video and voice, and we took all of this stuff that we use on the internet. It's not on one protocol. It's just like a stack of like protocols, and in the end, it all goes down to TCP. And TCP itself, I mean, it's not even, the size of it is even smaller than the Bitcoin blockchain, and this stuff has been in use for 20 years. We are doing exactly the way TCP was built on top of. I mean, it's a proven model. So it's not like we're innovating, but our structure, our foundations have already been laid. So
yeah, technology should be built in layers.
Yes, and just like you see on Lightning, you know, Lightning is our layer 2. Now, if you integrate Liquid into Lightning, Liquid is our layer 3. Now you integrate RSK into Lightning. RSK is our layer 4, because you're going to use Liquid. You're going to go from Liquid to Lightning to RSK. All of this stuff, you know, if you want to close out on RSK, you're going to go through these channels and networks, and you'll wind up on chain. And it's all going to be a layer topology. But, you know, this is all computer science. And people aren't really good with science. They're not good with math. And that's okay. But the people out there who know this stuff, it's easier for them to sell you a token that way. Because Liquid, RSK, Lightning, and our text layer, none of that requires you to buy another token.
Well, and I think what people don't understand is, like, if I'm sending you Bitcoin from my Cash App account to your Cash App account, it never leaves the Cash App ecosystem. That's a pure layer 2 solution. It's fast, it's cheap. I mean, it's not just cheap, it's free, right? And people find value in that. And there's a lot of value in that. And it's easy, and it's not a big deal. Look, we're going to have a future where we still trust people. And trusting people is okay. Like, it's not a sin to trust people. We can do that, and it's okay. And just like Liquid, if we can trust, you know, 18 of 21 parties to validate our blocks, that's fine. Like, as sinful as it sounds to say as a Bitcoiner, I have a great relationship with my bank. I've enjoyed banking with them for 20 years. They've provided me a lot of goods and services, and I'm just fine with paying them a little bit of money to help me do those things. So trusted third parties are going to be a thing in the future, and it's going to be okay. It's not that big a deal.
Yeah, I just think we're finding ourselves go through, the kind of, I don't want to call them battles, but the decisions that anything has to make when it is growing and scaling and maturing into what it's going to be. You're going to have to make trade-offs. The smart thing is that you just have to make sure that we're making those trade-offs consciously, both from the people developing and the people using those technologies. And for a lot of people that are hardcore in one camp or the other, a lot of them are slowly going to have to just come to the realization that it's going to be an it's going to be an and not an or. Some people think it has to be one thing winning out over the other, but in most cases, it'll be some adoption of more than one. And essentially for the user, they're just always going to be going back to that essential trade-off of convenience over security, right? If you want convenience, you're going to pay for it, and you're going to pay some trusted third party to do that. And if you're leaning more towards security, you're going to be looking for options that are more self-sovereign. And there's going to be some mixture of both for every individual that has to make their choices of the products and services that they'll use in the space ultimately.
Yeah. I like trusted third parties, and I'm a Bitcoiner. But the one thing I don't like is, and this is what all started it, is when trusted third parties make mistakes, they deserve to go bankrupt.
1,000%. Don't bail them out.
I personally have difficulties in trusting third parties, but yeah, I hear your point.
Nobody has a problem with their bank. The only problem they have is that when their bank screws up, and it's not really their bank per se, but when some executive or trader or whatever screws up, they get bailed out. And now the incentive of it all, and we're seeing that outcome from that incentive, is that these people act recklessly. I mean, a clear example of recklessness is that some developers built something on Ethereum, and they gave Vitalik tons of tokens. And what does Vitalik do? He takes those tokens and he gives it to a charity.
You're talking about the SHIB coin, right? The
Yeah.
dog meme?
Yeah, so he takes those and he gives it to charity. Now, if it was me and I was going to give to charity, I'm not going to give the charity, something that was just created. I want to give them something that's established, something that they can turn over into cash or whatever that they can use. I'm not going to give them something that could drop 90% in one day.
Did he not convert it to fiat before sending it to charity?
No, he sent it straight to them.
He's also giving them a headache. The charity doesn't know what Shiba Inu coin is. They probably barely know what Ethereum is. He could have swapped it beforehand, but again, I think it's mainly about the PR and what a disastrous decision it was for Shiba Inu coin to give Vitalik the keys to the $1 million or whatever. Just ridiculous.
Right, but a person who is rational and a person who's not a scammer, they wouldn't do that. They would not do that. He could have given them Ethereum. He could have given them Bitcoin, because the dude still has a buttload of Bitcoin.
Right. No, I just wanted to say this real quick about that. Like, there's no liquidity in that market. We're saying as if it's a dollar bill. That's just how we're kind of acting about it. We're acting as if he gave this charity $1 billion USD. He gave them a billion equivalent, I guess, in a shit coin that there's no liquidity for. So I know on paper it says it's worth $1 billion, but where are they going to cash that out? Who's going to accept that for some services? You see where I'm coming from? I don't understand how that really makes any sense.
Right. That's what scammers do. He did that to make himself look good. He did that to get the PR. He probably did that so he could get a tax write-off. But that's what scammers do. He took advantage of the people who are disadvantaged in life.
That's horrible. That's horrible. Especially in the context that I did, that at least I framed it in. Like, again, there's no liquidity for a shit coin that he's going to be able to write off as a tax benefit. That's horrible.
Well, and
I mean,
the same
they,
thing
they
could be
do
said
have
about
$1 billion
Elon.
in trading volume, though.
Elon was
fair.
out there pumping Dogecoin, and a lot of people bought Dogecoin, and a lot of normal people got hurt. And like we were saying earlier, Elon with his diamond hands, you know, Elon did go through some tough times. He's an aggressive investor, and I respect that. But he doesn't know what it's like to not have money for food. He doesn't know what it's like not to have money for medical care. And a lot of people don't have diamond hands; they have bills, and that's reality. And he hurt those people. And I think Vitalik, in a lot of ways, is too. Not to throw him under the bus completely, but back in the day when they set that things up, it was about 20 or 30 people in a room in Miami, and Vitalik was one of them. And I don't know the details. I wasn't there. But looking at it from the outside, it kind of seems like they decided, let's run the genius kid story, right? Let's make it seem like Vitalik wrote the whole thing, like he is the genius kid, and let's just run this story. And a lot of really smart, really already rich people got very much more rich, and they've been incredibly successful. They pre-mined it, and they had they've controlled the issuance to their advantages. They refunded the losers from the Dow. They've made a lot of questionable decisions. But remember, the reason the market's going up, the reason Ethereum is a contrast to Bitcoin is Ethereum is the corporation's dream for Bitcoin. Ethereum
that was
is
criminal rolling back the block for the Dow.
That's right. Well, and that's a feature though. Like to Bitcoiners, that's horrible, right? That was like you risk your money, you make money, you lose money. That's the way it is.
That's it.
Well, actually, if you look at the people who were at that conference or at that table to paint the picture of Wonder Boy, one of them is Mark Andreessen. In the history behind Mark Andreessen, he is a great investor, but he was the CEO of Netscape. And Netscape was always a great competitor. It was a competitor to TCP/IP. So all the stuff that you see on Ethereum, if you ever use Netscape, you'll notice that Netscape is no different from Ethereum. Netscape couldn't scale. That's why people stopped using it. Ethereum can't scale. So guess what? The clock is ticking. People will stop using it because the user experience is going to get pretty crappy. That's why, I want Ethereum to be $10,000, $20,000 a coin.
So
because
people have to understand that when they created this, I think 73 million coins were given to pre-mine, basically, right, to the insiders or whoever was in the sort of meeting.
Yes, Mike,
so that in itself is unfair. So I don't understand why people would want to be part of something that was, unfair from the beginning. That's the communication, that's the education that people need to know, right? Why would you want to be involved with something that's unfair? It's almost as if I started to create some new coin, call it Tau coin or something. And say, hey, everybody, use this. And then I just give myself like 1 million of those coins, right? That in itself is unfair. And so I don't know why people want to be part of that at all.
Great. Yeah, can I jump in for a second, guys? How's it going?
Hey, Pablo, good to see you on here.
Yeah, man. No, you guys are making a great point here. The thing with Ethereum, when you're new to the space and you're coming in, you see number one Bitcoin at, we'll say 40,000 right now, Ethereum at 2,400. Well, hell, the number two spot there, unit bias is real. They're going to jump into that. They have no clue about, you mean there was a 70% pre-mine? 70% pre-mine, dude. What the fuck? And then you don't even know, no one can tell you how many there are. You can't run a node.
Don't know the tokenomics of the coins they buy.
Yeah, no fucking clue. It's a social justice warrior coin, and they used to be this world computer. Now they're trying to compete with Bitcoin as a store of value. It's an absolute joke, in my opinion.
But they all want to get rich quick. You have a bunch of people on one side, they want to get rich quick, and you have a bunch of corporations that want a Bitcoin they can control. They want to be able to go to the leader and say, hey, leader, we screwed up. Can you save us from this hack? we wrote the contract bad. We deserve to lose the money, but we want to be saved. And, you've seen the leader of Ethereum go around the world and meet with very questionable people, including Vladimir Putin. And this is all very public. But yes, they still support it because they don't really have values. They just want to get rich and quickly.
Yeah.
Right?
And you want to talk about a single point of failure? Guess what happens when a government really does, they're worried about Ethereum. Down goes Vitalik. And when Vitalik goes down, guess what? Ethereum goes down. That's a beautiful thing about Bitcoin, man. Satoshi he was a gentleman and left it to the rest of us to fight over how we're going to implement it.
Hey guys, I had a question for everybody. A little bit on finance. We were talking earlier about your carriers actually having IOUs about through PayPal, places like that. What would be the best recommendation? Lawrence was talking about this earlier. I have a friend who, not really knowing, just basically bought 10 grand Bitcoin through PayPal, which basically what we all know is an IOU. He doesn't essentially own that Bitcoin. How can this guy get this money out onto a ledger without taking any kind of a loss on losing Bitcoin? I mean, I understand $100, $200, but what's there's no transfer. Like, he's basically stuck, isn't it?
Yep. I literally grimaced when I heard that, man.
I'm waiting to ask you what options. So he has no options other than sell it and buy it.
Yeah, I would say, I mean, I think, obviously I'm not a financial advisor, but I mean, I guess the only hope he has, if he's going to move it, he's going to have to at least, I'm assuming he's American, at least wait till he's held it for a year so he can go into, a lower capital gains tax rate. But I don't really know what other option he's got.
On one hand, he does have some kind of Bitcoin, even if they're PayPal Bitcoin. So if he just wants to hold it and sell it later for more money, he can still do that. He doesn't get to do all the fun stuff like putting it in a hardware wallet and really owning it and all that kind of stuff. But the other side, I say, and I don't know how much he's invested in PayPal, but buy other Bitcoin. Buy some Bitcoin on Cash App or Coinbase or wherever, and put that in a hardware wallet. It doesn't have to be the same ones, but yeah.
Well, good afternoon, gentlemen. I just want to let you know, buddy, there was news that literally just dropped today that PayPal is going to be letting you move your Bitcoin.
Oh,
so I agree. Yeah, I agree with Matt. Bitcoin. Definitely continue to purchase from elsewhere, but he's not completely screwed right now with that first initial investment. But I would definitely look for a different exchange to continue purchasing from. But
wow, breaking news from Bitcoin Vallo. That literally happened like 30 minutes ago. On time, Vallo.
Yeah, I'm on a quick break too, and I was like, I need to jump in here. I see the homies up here. Right. You got Lamar, Lawrence.
Thank you for that.
Mad Bitcoin. So I was like, I need to jump in here.
Wait, freaking awesome! When is this coming out? When is this dropping?
I'm not sure. I just saw it on I think it's archiving BTC. I think just dropped that, so I'm not exactly sure the details, but they've been
I'm looking on Twitter
for a little bit.
Yeah, I don't think they've announced when, but yeah, it's everywhere. Apparently, it was in that during that consensus conference. One of their executives said it. So yeah, we don't know the time frame, but they did make that announcement.
And I mean, at the end of the day, it's literally the only thing you can do if you want to play ball, right? Like, you can't. I mean, we just had some I don't know, senator, some electoral human being was talking about how the Fourth Amendment protects us and our hardware wallets and things of that nature. So people are starting to wake up to the fact that game theory is not something you can cheat at when it comes to Bitcoin. So the best thing PayPal can do is buy more Bitcoin, let people self-custody it, and just charge a fuck ton of money for the transaction fees. But they got to play ball.
No. I think I saw off of LND that some PayPal devs have forked LND. So, I mean, it might take 8-9 months or whatever.
Oh, and what's up, CoinHawk and Notorious? My bad to interrupt you. I'm just looking down at the screen and seeing the fam.
They're everybody's getting ready. Like, it just takes a little bit of time, or more time than what us people in the social media world are.
Yeah, and Taproot's getting the thumbs up. Those are going to lower fees too. add to anonymity. So we're moving in the right direction. Like I said, he didn't completely fuck up. He just needs to buy from somewhere else from now on and just hodl that initial Bitcoin.
He's definitely gonna have to wait though. He said they plan to. We know what happens when companies plan to. So you're gonna have to. I doubt they would make such a move and not actually follow through. A lot of people in the market would kill him for that. So since they signaled, I definitely believe it's going to happen. But once again, as Bitcoiners say, a low time preference.
Well, and I talked about this from the beginning. People are all down on PayPal because they didn't allow withdrawals. And I was like, this same thing happened with Cash App. We were all down on Cash App because they didn't have withdrawals and they didn't have deposits. And their engineers worked it out, and software takes time. And especially if you're dealing with people's money, you don't want to lose their money. So PayPal's come along. I agree with what the guy was saying earlier about Lightning. I don't know if PayPal is going to write their own Lightning, but if they wanted to really, dig into this and do something different, we talked earlier about Cash App and how if I send Bitcoin to another Cash App user or Coinbase, they don't actually send the Bitcoin. PayPal's in a unique position where they could replace their entire infrastructure with the Lightning Network, just let their users use it to send money around, and they wouldn't be in charge of the database anymore. And I know it doesn't seem like anything, but a long time ago, we had a Bitcoin company called ChangeTip, and they were pretty cool. They let you tip, but they were completely centralized. And they were trying to replace what Bitcoin did with their own internal database. And they ran into all the problems you would expect if you were managing a database of somebody else's money. People were sending it, it wasn't registering. People receiving it, it wasn't registering. They were recreating Bitcoin internally for no reason. I mean, Lightning Network didn't exist. Eventually the fees would have wiped them out. But if PayPal really sees this as a real opportunity, they could update their entire infrastructure. And when they're done doing that, they could probably fire like 2/3 of their engineers. So I'm definitely.
I have a question for you, Mad Bitcoin. See, that's my question to you right now. Like, how do they not buy out Strike immediately? How do they, any of these entities, how do they not buy out Strike or just put Strike out of business? I'm talking about tomorrow. I mean tomorrow.
I'd say because Jack isn't selling, man. Jack isn't selling.
Jack's selling.
He's the fuck is it? He's got the inside track, man. He's got the inside track on all of them, and no one realized that guy has more heart and drive than anyone else out in the space, man. He's running a goddamn Bitcoin car in the Indy 500. He's ready to roll. He's leading the way for everyone else to catch up with you. He may not have as much money as them, but guess what? He's not selling.
Hold on. Mad Bitcoin is very eloquent with what he said, and we're dealing with open source technology. So I know I put it in context of why don't they buy out Strike. But my point is that they do have the dollars, I'm sure, if they were to pursue it. And I think this even goes for Elon Musk. If he were to pursue it, he could have his dream of the ultimate PayPal via Bitcoin. Maybe that's that lightning talk that he's doing. What do you guys?
Yeah, but I mean,
but remember, Elon's dream was that he gets 10 cents from everyone's transactions. Elon's dream was to own the bank. He's not like some libertarian, progressive street person trying to help people. He was a, good guy doing the X.com, merged with PayPal, did all that, all these other things. But again, they wanted to be the bankers. So I think PayPal and these other people are probably afraid of losing control. They're afraid of, just like Bitcoiners, they're afraid of trusting other people, especially with the backbone of their giant industry that they've built. And PayPal is a huge company. It's unimaginable.
Well, yeah. And even Elon is messing up, right? Like Elon, I mean, Tesla sold, whether it's an experiment or not, Elon's talking shit about mining. So even he doesn't get it. You can be exposed to Bitcoin without understanding the fact that Bitcoin is for the people and it's the truth. So just because they're in the game, that does not mean that they completely understand what's going on.
Yeah, I definitely agree with Pubby that Mallers isn't selling, right? And the thing is, if you listen to what he says, he's very clear about the fact that he wants to see other companies in this space doing things similar to what Strike is doing. Because he says all the time, it's an open network. Anybody can join. Anybody can be a peer. And ultimately, open source wins out over anything closed. So, that's what he's advocating for. So, one, I don't think he's going to sell. And two, I think he's also right. I think when there's a open monetary network that anyone can plug into, that's ultimately going to be the best solution. The question is when are these, kind of closed loop financial institutions going to finally, catch on to that and understand why fight the thing that we can join? If you can't beat them, join them. And essentially, that's what we all believe. We believe that eventually they all bend the knee to Bitcoin. Eventually, they all end up understanding this is the way to go.
I'd like to share
companies like
about
PayPal, they have
mining.
the resources. They can use the GitHub for Strike because it's open source. The only thing that isn't open source for Strike is the interchange mechanism, which Jack does himself. But PayPal already does that anyway. Visa already does that anyway. MasterCard already does that anyway. So to do something like Strike is native and natural to them. Now, what the Lightning Network actually does, and it's kind of like Bitcoin too, but it's more efficient. It's a lot faster. Is that it breaks down the wall that Swift has. It breaks down the borders. So now money is borderless.
I also think we're extremely fucking impatient. just to criticize us a little bit. These guys are slow. They have no fucking idea what's happening. They're still trying to catch up to what Bitcoin even is. Apple's finally looking into how to accept and process payments in the crypto space. Like, they don't get it. They just don't
Apple
get it.
borrows from the Fed window.
So
But unrelated to
and
Bitcoin,
just like
shout out-
Elon, is a government subsidy, receiver and all of this shit. But I just think that you guys in the audience right now you guys know more about Bitcoin than any of these execs do. They're just in these positions off of a legacy system. They have no fucking idea what's going on. And that's it. It's going to take people like us getting into those positions for them to even understand a fraction of what's going on. They're just going to move slow. We'll see a lot in the fourth quarter for sure.
They do know what's going on. We just went through this for the last 20 years.
So
They know what's going on.
I kind of agree. I think they're completely aware of exactly what's going on. And I think that corporate mining and large corporate purchases of cryptocurrency are going to take what we originally wanted to be something for the people and turn it into something that is corporate.
No.
I mean, I disagree. And Bitcoin's only been around for 10 years, so it couldn't have been for the last 20. And again, I didn't
say anything about 20 years.
Technology ruins your business. If you make music, if you make videos, if you make newspapers, your business has been affected by technology. So the bankers were out there saying, we're going to be fine. We're going to keep our 1950s credit cards, and we're going to keep this ridiculous old system. And I think that they're in denial. I disagree with some of the other people. I think the
Blockbuster, Kodak.
Yep.
Should I keep going?
Exactly. That's my point.
I'd like to point out that Chase has already opened up a.
Anybody remember
crypto
Sandy and Atari?
Yeah, that's what I mean. They understand that inflation and the dollar being devalued is a thing. And now they're trying to figure out where to store all of their wealth. And that's it. They're all watching an experiment happen in front of them. But that doesn't mean that they understand the complexities of the Lightning Network, nodes, self-custody, none of that. I mean,
these companies have technologists. They have programmers. They have computer scientists. They all understand it. All they're doing is, just like Apple does, they just sit back and wait and they lurk. And then once it starts to really pick up steam, they jump in and use their economies of scale. Like I said, we've been doing this stuff for 20 years. That day in 1997, when the market exploded and all the WWWs were taking off and producing nothing of value.
But that's what I mean. We haven't been doing this for 20 years if Bitcoin's only been around for 10. Like,
no,
it's impossible to say.
Actually, we've been doing this for hundreds of years now.
He's talking about economies of scale and corporations. It's not the idea that it solely applied to Bitcoin. It's the idea that these corporate entities strategize and are aware of what is happening. We can't assume that, a corporation that is, multinational isn't aware of things that are happening on the smaller levels. They are aware.
So I want to add on to what Dallo was saying. I totally agree with him. Like the executives, they just have these titles, but as far as knowing, having a deep knowledge, they're behind. They're like these discussions that we're having here. We know it way more than they do. And the reason why I say that is because it was interesting. I don't know how I was able to actually get into a space where Chase had sort of few executives, or they were just talking amongst themselves about the different things that are happening, the mining ban that's in China, blah, blah, blah. And I'm just sitting there listening as how they talk. Dude, they don't know anything close to the knowledge that you guys have.
Right, but you don't have to know that stuff.
But you kind of do though, because when the corner store has an API so you can pay them and use Visa online, they don't have to know what a DNS is. You see, you don't want a system where the knowledge base is built upon everybody knowing the same thing. That's not, we all have to be able to play our part.
Right. But we're not talking about.
You're losing me.
We're not talking about that. They need to know it that deep, right? Like the technical aspect, API, DNS. We're not talking about that technical aspect. I'm just talking about in general when they're talking about blockchain and Bitcoin and all the aspects that are involved, right, with mining. I was hearing all these things, and I was like, wow, they are still way behind in knowing all the freaking details that we know. Like we're way more advanced.
Well, then,
I used to run PayPal's experimentation program, so I can offer you guys some insight on kind of how things work in a large company like that when it comes to testing new technologies in new areas. So you got to look at PayPal as kind of like half a bank, and banks are very conservative. They have to be very measured in the actions that they take. PayPal is a giant compliance team. That's kind of their biggest strength is their risk and compliance work, to be honest with you. So yeah, I was pushing very hard for them to do a lot of blockchain work, like 6-7 years ago. And, they kept reports going straight to the CEO and kept saying, oh, yeah, we're going to wait. Eventually I just left because, I was pushing on that full time at PayPal. I was like, all right, well, I got to be somewhere I can really pick this up and run with it. So I left my job running their experimentation program for greener pastures. But, there's very smart people in those companies. I mean, when I was at PayPal, it was like 15,000 people. We had a pretty good core team of blockchain sort of enthusiasts. I eventually had some developers, folks on it full time. They're smart people that are working on it, like they know it, but it's the risk averseness of being that big of like basically a global bank of some sort that really slows them down from making these moves that everyone wants them to make. Hence why I left the company.
So Ron, I agree. Now the technical people in those organizations, absolutely. They know it really well. Where we're talking about the executives that actually are making decisions on certain things that they themselves are not aware. Yes, they can ask,
exactly,
right? They can ask those tech people and everything. But what I was trying to point out is that people making those decisions are not as aware, and we shouldn't feel that because they hold a whatever title, a CEO, SVP title, that they know a lot, right? And I agree with you. It's a slow process because financial companies, they have to go through all sorts of compliance and PCI audits and things like that. So totally agree on that point.
Yeah, and I got to go. I'm at work, but Lamar's up on stage, so I'm just going to shamelessly plug for him. And y'all guys can all go to blackbitcoinbillionaire.com and get yourself some merch. My hat just shipped, and I'm fucking excited as hell for it. Y'all stay sovereign, stay free. Bitcoin is away. Peace out, y'all.
That's great. Thanks so much for stopping by, Valo. Also, I wanted to see if we could get Lamar in here. But go ahead, speaker.
Oh, I just wanted to say it's pretty cool. We got the immortal Matt Brown, one of my favorite UFC fighters, is listening to this right now.
All right.
He's an awesome fighter, guys.
He needs to get paid in Bitcoin too.
I remember watching him on The Ultimate Fighter like 10 years ago. Yeah, so he's like a legend in the game. I was surprised to see he's listening.
I guess we need to all brigade freaking Dana White to pay him in freaking Bitcoin.
Yeah.
It's
Tell him to call up Jack Malice.
It's also not too late to get one of those back tattoos that's a QR code or something. People could donate money to you while you're fighting.
Hey, I'm gonna give a shout out to Mad Bitcoin. If you guys get a chance, you can look at some of his legacy stuff, man. I'm talking 2013, 2014 stuff. Man, I can tell you, you will just be amazed at how he shaped Bitcoin. How he's part of it.
Mad Bitcoin's had a huge influence on me since 2014. You're absolutely right.
Yep, Mad Bitcoins is the man. What's up, Thomas?
It's honestly criminal he doesn't have 6-digit followers by now, because he's been one of the innovators of the space.
Well, I agree with that too. And while we have this time here, everyone was talking about Jack Mallers, and I'm a big fan of Jack. And of course, his mom, Bitcoin Mom on Twitter, she's been tweeting for a long time, so I kind of know her through Twitter. And she told me this story a long time ago about one of her sons named Jack, who was a chess prodigy, and how he was writing all this software for chess, and you could play him and he'd beat you in speed chess and all this kind of stuff. And I thought he was really impressive then, and I was a fan of his back then. But now what he's doing with Strike and all these things is great. And it was the funnest thing. I got to meet him in Berlin just a little bit. Let's see. Sorry, I'm going to mute you there just for a second. But I got to meet him, and he told me the neatest thing. And again, it made me feel really old. But he said, I used to watch Mad Bitcoins every day when I got home from school. And I was like, oh, that's so cool. But then I also feel
that was me.
Isn't that cool, though? That's so cool that Jack did that, huh? Yeah.
Yeah, you're a legend, bro. You're a legend.
I was going to say, what a difference. If you have two different you have more different representatives than what you have for Bitcoin and Ethereum. Someone like Jack, who is putting all this into like the Bitcoin car, we'll say. And I don't know how the question came up where, oh, can you put the LN Strike logo on there? He goes, fuck that shit, man. It's all about Bitcoin. Can you imagine an Ethereum car? It'd have like metallic space all over it, wouldn't it?
Well, and there was there was a Dogecoin car, and there was the Bitcoin Bowl. And it was really impressive. Everyone's kind of down on BTC Pay, and there's the whole BTC Pay server thing and all that, or BitPay, sorry. And but BitPay sponsored that Bitcoin Bowl. It was a college football game. It was supposed to go for 3 years. Unfortunately, we only got to enjoy it once. But
was
they
the
sponsored it
Dogecoin thing a
generically.
NASCAR?
The Dogecoin thing, yeah, it was a NASCAR, I think it was. But the Bitcoin Bowl, it was really impressive too. They sponsored it generically as the Bitcoin Bowl. It could have been the BitPay Bowl. I think they were kind of hoping Coinbase and some other companies would chip in. I'm not sure they did. But yeah, it's neat to see Jack doing it again with the Bitcoin car. And yeah, there was a Dogecoin car. There was another Dogecoin car recently. But it sounds like this Bitcoin car might be for the whole season. It might not just be for one race. I'm not sure.
Yeah, does anyone know how much money, they got the QR code out there for donations. And Carpenter's pretty cool that he said, more sponsors for me. It's all donations, I guess. Does anyone know what they're at right now?
That would be something very interesting to be open source about. I could only imagine going to a website, seeing how much funding is required, and like open source wise, knowing how much I'm putting in, or you know what I mean, if they're meeting certain goals. I have no idea though.
Can't you just go to the Block Explorer and see that address and see how many inputs that they received?
Oh,
my name is Pub Lord. I have no idea, man. I'm smart enough to get into these chats and listen. And what I think is brilliant, when I show up here, what starts as, you go from one chat and there are people that are new to the space and you're trying to explain, welcome to Bitcoin. You understand the narrative now of digital scarcity versus printer goes burr. And I jump in here and you guys are all talking, Segwit and Schnorr and Taproot. It's amazing how quickly you go down these rabbit holes and people are going to get lost. So I'm sort of the bridge between two worlds, I feel.
Shout out to Miller for steering us there a little bit, man. That it definitely needs to be talked about more.
We do have an update on the BitCard donation address. It looks like they've received around 1.69 Bitcoin. So whatever that is today, a Bitcoin and a half. So about 60 grand or so donated towards the BitCard.
Okay, I'll admit it. That's pretty damn weak for us, man. We can do better. Let's do it.
No, there's other ways that donations are being made, if I remember correctly. I think Michael Saylor donated in a different method, not necessarily the address that's on the car. There's other ways that they are taking donations.
Oh yeah,
right?
he put in 250,000.
Yeah.
Yeah, 250,000. And I love the one he called out Max Kaiser a bit about doubling down on his efforts within Bitcoin, which I thought was hilarious. They're one of the biggest champions of Bitcoin, and he's getting called out to do more.
Yeah, you say Max Kaiser, man. He is the one who I listened to in the beginning, who talked about Bitcoin, because we were all like,
he was the first mainstream guy to do it.
I mean, and I mean, he at this point right now, he is like completely weirded out. I mean, the guy's got like 300,000 fucking Bitcoins probably. So, I mean, he is like going over way more than Max used to be Max, you know? And as the price goes up, he becomes more Max. It's like he's becoming a Satoshi or something.
By the way, he's very different in person. I met him when he came to Hong Kong, him and Stacy. I took them around Hong Kong for about a week, and we spent a lot of time together. He's actually a really calm, introvert guy in person, not this like screaming crazy guy you see on TV.
No, I feel very much the same way. Everyone expects me to be mad Bitcoins and all crazy, but I'm actually pretty quiet most of the time.
Yeah.
Hey, I'm gonna get you guys with some little known Bitcoin trivia. The term Bitcoin maxi doesn't come from Bitcoin maximalists. It actually comes from Bitcoiners trying to be like early Max Kaiser. That's actually how that came on.
Really?
I'm clearly joking, guys. I'm being.
Vitalik hit us for that one. But yeah, great Max Kaiser story, man. I had this little podcast me and my buddy were doing. We'd get like 20 followers, and JW graciously has been on the show already. But yeah, we had Stacy Herbert had put something in a tweet once of, "Hey, Max is on the show. What should I do?" And just by jumping in the tweet and saying, "Hey, why don't you come on this little Believer Club podcast?" And she agreed. And honestly, those two showed up. They're big. They will do anything and to support the community. And yeah, within like 3 months of starting a podcast, Stacy and Max came on. He had his beautiful red suit going. It just outrageous. But I'll tell you what, they are the real deal, man. So I will always support them. And the best thing, he had the response when he was called out by Saylor about, "Hey, can you do more for the community?" And I think his response was, "Wait, 90,000 Bitcoin? Is that all you got?"
Yeah. That couple is really weird because Max is a gold bug and Stacy is a silver stacker. I can imagine the goddamn battles they go through. Dang.
Well, they try to do that silver squeeze. If you ever, listen to some of their old podcasts, they try to and realize that the market is just too manipulated. It's like the whole thing we found out with GameStop and everything else. Oh, I'm sorry, Robinhood, you're just going to have to go down for a minute, says the hedge fund, and they do.
That GameStop stuff was a pump and dump. It started last year in like September, and you could go on the boards and stuff, and you could see how they were trying to orchestrate it.
Did you guys know actually Max used to be a shitcoiner with his Max Coin and Start Coin? He actually had different shitcoins.
Yeah, that's a good question, panel. Do you call that? Yeah, I don't know if I would call that. It's a valid point. It's a valid point. I don't know how much was tongue in cheek, how much was legit. But yeah, he pulled himself off the ledge. Unlike a Trace Meyer. Yeah, usually when a maximalist once Bitcoin Twitter gets a hold of you as having just a hint of shitcoinery in you, it's over. Max pulled himself back from that somehow.
No, that's not true. We went from being anti-shitcoiner, and then we went into shitcoin fantasy land, and now we're starting to get back to the anti-shitcoiner stuff. It's like this one big wave, you know. I mean, most of the shitcoiners, if you look at like the founders of all these places, you can go on to bitcointalk.org back from 2011 and 2010, and every single one of these shitcoin founders are all on bitcointalk.org. When Satoshi left, there was this vacuum, and these guys all took the opportunity to make themselves rich. And they've also taken the opportunity to try to tear down Bitcoin. And it's the cypherpunks, Mad Bitcoins, Max Kaiser, and a lot of these guys that have been around for a long time. They're the ones that have been keeping it together. I mean, you're talking about 50, 60,000 people, you know?
Were you talking about Max Coin?
Max Coin and Start Coin. He had two.
Joke, and he put it out there as a joke.
Okay.
Okay. I'll talk the Max Coin. Max Coin, they did that on their own, and they were supposed to have a new algorithm, and he was kind of interested in it, and they named it after him. So I don't think that one's his fault. The Start Coin, I think he was definitely trying to promote
he
that.
raised. Yeah, sorry.
That was like a media thing. He wanted to raise money to do media, so I forgive that one. The Quark one early on, he just pumped Quark one time, but everyone forgot that, and I forgive him for it. Agreeing with what the guy just said about everyone being on Bitcoin Talk. One of the great things that I love is that Jed McCaleb, who started Stellar and started Ripple and started all these other projects, he's that one that Satoshi gives the message to, where he's like, I don't have time to explain this to you. So there's some of those great messages out there that are given to people that now you would recognize. So it's pretty fun.
Yeah, I have a confession to make. I used to work for Max.coin a long time ago.
Oh boy.
It happens. It happens.
You know what? I think there's a place for it. I think that's why the side chain and the second layered talk. Listen, I think there's people, and this is a very, very kind of a trivial analogy, but I would just say there's a kind of a mind that brings a entity from, like, we'll say, no users to 1 billion users. And then there's the kind of mind that expands it beyond that. And they're not necessarily the same. So it's like, I don't fault people for getting involved in like a token that belongs at Dave & Buster's. Maybe you're like a company man, you know what I mean? And you're the type of person who, you understand there's like a larger economy, but you go to work, and again, you're a company man. I still think that that's going to exist. I think that there's going to be cooperatives. I think there's going to be companies. I think there's going to be these things, but there is still some confusion, and it's going to have to be hashed out. What is going to be the foundation of the future? I think we're preaching to the choir. It's the Bitcoin. But I think that's why I was even bringing forth the question, you know, where are we in this space? Are people ready? I think new people, I think even those of us that are seasoned, I think that we have it in proper context now. You know, I hear certain, you know, like the brother that's saying the being a liquid maximalist, my brother in the coin. He's saying, you know, I'm a liquid maximalist. To me, he's signaling progression in the Bitcoin space. He's not saying I'm the grandpa of crypto. I'm the grandpa of the space. He's saying I'm very much so active. You know, it's that perspective of, I'm glad that there was that experimentation amongst the alternative currencies out there, or the projects that are out there. I want to say that respectfully, right? It's great that you all have experimented and done the things that you've done, but we're going to go ahead and take that as it's all open source protocol at this point. So we'll go ahead and adopt that on Lightning, or we'll adopt that into Liquid, or we can already apply those concepts in these platforms. And I just think I think where we are now, and especially with as new people come in, we're going to either continuously hit the people in the same way with that rigid, you're a Bitcoiner or you're a shitcoiner, or we're going to accept the fact that these people are like, hey, you know, I kind of understand the nature of the future, and I want to look forward. You know, I want to be progressive. I don't want to be a part of anything stagnant. And you Bitcoiners sound stagnant to me. And I don't know if we want to go in at least to the next bull run. Right now, we're still facing it. We're going to fight the same fight that we fought last go round with the bull run. Maybe next go round, we're going to be more ready to say, come on in with your ideas, and we're ready to embrace you. And there's a lane for you, right? On top
Miller,
of Bitcoin.
I'm actually not anti altcoins. I'm just anti the vaporware, which just happens to be 99% altcoins, and maybe there's 1% that's actually genuinely doing good. That's a real project, if you know what I mean.
It's not only that,
but each coin, though, also I think the common misunderstanding or misnomer that people seem to put into this conversation, it seems, is it's almost like they're pretending like these are stocks that you get equity in, as if you're a venture capitalist or something like that, as if you're buying into the technology or the team or something like that, when that necessarily so that's all that's really happening, and that's why there's really no false equivalency to talk about that between that and buying Bitcoin instead, which is a totally different category onto itself. It's either Bitcoin and then everything else is all just experimental technology that, if it works, it could be pulled into Bitcoin on another layer and stacked on top of it. That's all it needs to do. And all these people here are basically bidding on these things as if they're trying to find a unicorn. So as if they're VCs getting equity, which they're not. So I mean, it's kind of a joke that people are putting money into these things. So that's my take on it.
Well, I mean, imagine a space like this. Imagine a space. Let me jump in real quick on this because it's really important. Imagine a neighborhood of 20 homes. Okay, everyone are building these grandiose houses, different styles, craftsman style, Victorian, Georgian, whatever. But there's this one house on the street that is doing something strange. They're actually digging up the earth. They're digging up the earth and they're building a foundation. That's the Bitcoin house. The Bitcoin house was laying the foundation. Everyone else is building everything on top of the ground. And guess what, man? All those get knocked over to storm. Bitcoin can put whatever layer they want. I love these altcoins because they're showing us in the future which one wins out. What do you have? Monero with the privacy, all of this, what can we learn from them? But at the end of the day, Bitcoin is the only home that actually dug a foundation and can stand the test of time moving forward. That's it.
I hear you, Puppy. Yeah, but I take offense to somebody saying that Bitcoin is stagnated. And I'm a technologist. And what I'm going to tell you guys is that all altcoins, and that includes ETH, they are actually application tokens. The difference between what Bitcoin does, which is protocols that are going to be stacked on top of protocols, so we can make your application a lot better. We're going to give you that internet feel, but you're going to do it with money. And if you may not understand how this architecture works, and with the exchanges, it's meant to confuse you, but you should also look into why is it like this? Why do a lot of maxis sit there and say Ethereum can't scale? Why are we talking about EOS or Doge or Binance Smart Chain or those are all applications.
And they don't necessarily need to have a token.
Exactly. They never needed a token. And what we don't convey to people is probably because most of us don't even care, because we know what we're building on. We know what we're building. I got 3 Lightning nodes, even though I'm a liquid maxi. I got 3 Lightning nodes, and I can tell you between all 3 Lightning nodes, I can do 1,000 transactions per second. And I can do it for free. You know, you can send if I gave you access to my gateway to my node, you can send $10,000 to whoever pairs up with my node instantaneously for free. Because that's how we do with technology. You know, and it's not a matter of whether this person likes this coin, this person likes this coin. In Bitcoin, we have the incentive to reward people for using Bitcoin. And it's not just number go up. You know, when Elizabeth Stark comes out and says we need users to go up, she's telling all of us out there, because there's millions of us listening to her, okay, well, maybe we need to start talking to people. You know?
Well, I'm thinking of all the things that you had mentioned. I think EOS is the only one that does have a weirdness about it, because they actually have a treasury of BTC in their pockets that's blocked out one company. So they have a little bit more sway than these other projects, so to speak. Yeah, I think like 140,000 Bitcoin in their foundation. So it's kind of questionable exactly how they're going to leverage that in the community going forward once BTC keeps mooning.
No, let me tell you why.
Sure.
Because they are maxis. They are maxis. That's why. And they're not going to sell their Bitcoin. You know why?
I'm not thinking they're going to sell it. I'm not saying they're going to sell it. I'm not saying they're going to leverage it.
Well, wouldn't you? Yeah. But they're not going to leverage it to make EOS better.
No, of course not.
That stuff doesn't belong.
No. It was all a shell game. It was all a shell game.
Right.
The problem of EOS is like Ethereum. Sorry, just to jump. They are using the Solidity, which is not a language. They claim to be a language, but it's a directed object. It means it's really limited, and you can't do many things with that. So it's a stupidity to create token and all the time the same thing. So we just need one blockchain, one coin. Bitcoin is enough. The network is perfect. We just have to implement that everywhere, and that's simple. So probably people don't understand what's going on with Solidity, but soon they will realize what happened. There is a lot of mistake on Solidity. You can see a lot of hack happen. So I don't really believe like Solidity will perform in the future, and this is what will shut down everything. And Bitcoin creates the first smart contract. It's the multi-signature address.
Yep. Actually, opcode 70 was, but Satoshi took that out because it made Bitcoin too bulky. You know, it was the attack surface was really, really high. You know.
But you know, you can create smart contracts on Bitcoin. There is a code Mscripten. It can be used for that. Yes, exactly.
Yes.
I have a question. I just checked. It says Strike. I'm not in US, so I don't know if it's a custodial wallet or non-custodial wallet. So if I can own my
custodial.
Custodial, right?
Okay, thank you.
It's so strange as a wallet. I just wanted to say this about as a wallet, and maybe you guys will speculate with me. I don't know if you want to take the conversation here, but I wonder if stable coins are used to bring about the phenomenon known as Strike Wallet. How do you maintain a dollar balance, but it's a Bitcoin wallet? Like you can send out on Lightning, you can send out on the on-chain, but your balance doesn't fluctuate in relation to the dollar. It just, whatever you have in that wallet is the wallet. Is he utilizing the technology associated with stable coins, or is that not required to pull that off?
I think he's hedging. He's hedging with the market, and he has money that he's hedging with.
Yeah.
Interesting. Okay.
Now the funny thing is, I don't want to get into semantics, but I wouldn't call Strike a wallet. I would call Strike a service. Like, you know, he's basically
provider.
Yeah, I struggle. Yeah, I struggle with calling Strike a wallet, in my opinion.
Well, no, with Strike, you can go Bitcoin to Bitcoin. You can go
absolutely
all on the light.
Oh, I know you. Yeah, absolutely. But what I'm saying is that in the marketplace, in my opinion, what differentiates Strike is how they allow you to move and process money from one location to another location with them changing currencies in the background and all that good stuff that Jack and team are doing. So for me, it's like it has a wallet function, but I wouldn't call it a wallet.
Wait a minute. It's similar, though. It's similar to the idea that was described about PayPal, right? So at least from my comprehension, you're not charged any fee, right? The proclamation about Stripe is that It's basically free to move the money around for the most part because we're using Lightning, etc. But you are charged if you take your currency outside of that network. So if you're not sending it to another Strike wallet, or if you're not sending it via Lightning, you're going to be charged a fee.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, exactly. Here's a fascinating thing about it. Let me, with Jack is, he just came back from El Salvador. I don't know how much you guys have read about or listened to podcasts about the Bitcoin beach here. What is interesting is they almost have the small circular economy going just based upon Lightning. Okay, so they're almost breaking out of that fiat sense of thinking. They're just thinking in sats right now when they buy everything and everyone is paid. That circular economy is almost ready to break free. This is why he is so forward thinking and so far ahead of anyone else in the industry. He's taken what we're sitting back here like dinosaurs, Bitcoin to store value. He is turning it into the medium of exchange that I didn't think was going to happen this quickly. So yeah, read up what you can or listen to podcasts about Bitcoin Beach. I know Peter McCormick was down there and he's like, I didn't realize, Strike is the real deal. Lightning's a real deal, which just blows away every other, altcoin that just wanted to be faster. He's taking a store value in Bitcoin. They're thinking in sats. It's absolutely brilliant to see.
Well, I mean, they're all paying attention to Strike because PayPal, even Cash App, right? They have to negotiate with the banks.
Hey, Matt, could you check your DMs real quick? Thank you.
Well, they have to negotiate with the banks in order to be able to have access to your bank account. So now you have Cash App, you have PayPal, and all them. What's happening is you send your money to them. So now they don't need access to your bank. And now when you have this thing called Strike, now they don't need access to all the other banks. So all they have to do is incorporate Strike technology and they're boundaryless. There's no boundaries anymore.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Jack Dorsey, the other Jack, said the same thing, in public forums when they're talking about how long it's taken for Square and then Cash App to move into other regions besides the US and the UK. And that's exactly the hang up, is getting access to all the financial institutions in the location where they want to operate, and then of course, Strike did, Strike in the Bitcoin Beach, that El Salvador location gave them some unique properties there. Apparently they don't even have their own like official or reserve currency there. So like usually they're using the US dollar. So for them to come in, there was no official fiat currency that people there were going to die fighting for, so it's an excellent proof of concept. And I think they chose the absolute best location, to kind of get that thing on the rails.
Yeah, I think it was either going to be Nicaragua, El Salvador, or Belize, because those actual countries are dollarized, and somewhat Venezuela, but it's just,
they have a currency. It's just worthless.
It's all about license and KYC.
I just got back from Nicaragua actually for work. I was just down there for the last month. I got back just 3 days ago. Yeah. And you're absolutely right. They take dollars. They have the local currency. But yeah, Central America, man, is a fantastic test bed for what they can do. I'm interested to watch it.
Are you telling me that I can't use CumRocket over there?
Yeah, not quite yet. Maybe certain brothels, but that's all.
This is a great point to drop off on to a topic that I wanted to talk about, and that is just general retail adoption. I was curious to hear everybody's opinions about what are the biggest hurdles in order to have mainstream retail adoption of crypto.
Taxes right now. Taxes for me. Why the fuck am I going to buy Bitcoin or whatever just to buy something and then pay taxes? It's bad enough you got to wait. You got to have. If you hold it for a year before you sell it, you can only pay capital gains. But why in the world am I going to buy something to spend it and replace it, then
Well,
then
I-
take
in
taxes.
America, in
I think
America,
that-
when
I
you
think
say
that's used
retail
as like
adoption, the dollar works. The dollar works for any American. I mean, you got 330 or 350 million people, and you know what? The dollar still works.
Yeah.
It is. There are people who might use it for a medium of exchange, but really, it's a store value for us because
This brings
the dollar
this, br-
works.
this brings up a good point as well, though, with regards to what I had mentioned is maybe Jack using stable coin technology. I know that with Liquid, you know, that's where at least a platform that Tether can be released on. So my question is at least, or I would respond to that question with this. I think when you're pricing commodities, when you're pricing goods, I don't think anybody can deal with the idea that the price is fluctuating if I'm needing to do an immediate exchange or at least an exchange in a few hours. I can't afford if I'm just gonna re-up, right? I'm rebuying some more silks after selling them. I can't afford for the price to plummet when I'm just trying to restock up my store.
So
Well, especially if the wholesalers won't even take your money. We had this problem when we talked about Overstock years ago because Overstock was a big Bitcoin company. They wanted to be anyway, and they would accept it from us, and then they'd hold it, and then what they do is they buy things and they sell them. So they couldn't get any of their wholesalers to accept Bitcoin for the goods. So they were just, holding this weird currency, and then it went down, and their CEO got really strange. But yeah, I think it's got to be the whole chain. The consumers have to have Bitcoin, the merchants have to want it, and the people who supply the merchants have to accept it too. So it's very hard to get all three of those baskets going up at the same time. But then there's that idea where when everyone has Bitcoin, everyone is like, oh, of course I'll take it. Oh, of course I'll spend it. And of course I'll accept it so you can buy new widgets, so you can sell more things.
So just to summarize what I've heard from the three people so far is the conditions are, everybody has to have it and everybody has to want it. And then the two biggest hurdles are stability of price and tax law.
And in addition to that, one thing, yes.
Bermuda is using the Liquid network. They launched their central bank digital currency on the Liquid network. They did their stimulus plan that they had for people in Bermuda. They did all that through the Liquid network. Okay. So
what do you mean when you say the Liquid network?
Well, Blockstream built them an app. They issued them. They said, hey, this is how much of your currency you're going to have. And that's what Bermuda said, And then they just launched their central bank digital currency just like that. I mean, they didn't have to go through this or that or anything. They just went to Blockstream and Blockstream built.
Well, isn't that Liquid supply chain? The concept of it is to have faster liquidity between exchanges for arbitrage.
I will give you the answer for this. Liquid network is connected with multiple exchanges like Bitfinex and USDT. So
they trade between each other. Liquid network is the Bitcoin network, but it has different opcodes and it has different script codes that allows you to issue assets. When you issue assets, you can launch this central bank digital currency on Liquid.
You can create smart contracts and other tokens. So now Liquid network issue like the USDT, Bitfinex is using that, and Bitfinex is using also Lightning. So
right. When you
are in price, yes.
When you transfer from one wallet to another wallet on Liquid, you have to have some Satoshis. Okay, it's like 0.1 Satoshis per byte on the Liquid network. So what they do in Bermuda is they got like maybe 2 Bitcoins. And that 2 Bitcoins they can pay the Liquid Network Federation for all of their transactions for like the next 10 years. Because they're going to pay all you're using Bitcoin just to pay the fee. So the asset itself can free float. It's the same thing as what Ethereum does with all of the app tokens that they have launched on top of them. You don't need Ethereum to use Polygon. You don't need Ethereum
to use Uniswap. You only need it enough to pay for gas. You know? So
it's like the old network of XCP, Liquid Network, but more centralized, let's say, with some requirements.
No. It's actually, if you can go back to when we were doing ARPANET, because ARPANET was like, it had everything in it, and then we decided to break everything up. But it's like ARPANET, where you could probably do everything. It's just, you know, you have to work within your limitations.
Yeah, but you have to be a company to connect with the Liquid Network. I know that. Like,
no, you don't. No, you don't.
Oh, okay.
No, you
I
don't.
didn't hear that.
You
Okay.
can go ahead and you can get a wallet. You can go if you want to launch an asset, right? Then you have to go through all of the federations.
Yes, you have to go like on because the Liquid Network is a side chain of Bitcoin. I know that. So and
No,
you can
you have
issue
to-
other assets.
You can't just launch anything on the Liquid Network, and the reason why is for liability issues. Nobody wants to get rug pulled on the Liquid Network. So the Federation, you know, they're gonna look out for their own best interest. But if you don't like the Liquid Network, you can go to the Elements project, and you can just fork the Elements project and build your own Liquid Network. Get your own federation, run your own rules, however you want, blah blah blah. You know?
I know about I know about Element. It was launched in 2018, and I really like the code. Yeah, I know.
Yeah. You know, you even get confidential transactions. They just merged that in there like 8 months ago. You know, so I mean,
No, but it's better to be connected to the Liquid Network because there is a lot of liquidity there. There is a lot of connection between exchanges. So if you are a wallet provider like Strike, it's better to be connected with the Liquid Network and you go like in Bitfinex to the exchange between the BTC to the USD. If the user wants USD, that's what I'm like. It will be otherwise they will have to withdraw what they found to their decentralized wallet. So it means they will have to pay the fees of the transaction and then they will go to Bitfinex, let's say. But even that, using the Lightning Network of Strike is really interesting because there is no real fee to lose.
well, if you are in the United States and you want to be a normal LN user, then you have to be using River Financial because River Financial is an on and off ramp for the Lightning Network. So see, I don't have to use on-chain exchanges to use the Lightning Network. I don't have to transfer my Bitcoin that I have on-chain to Lightning Network. I can just send River Financial $100 and they'll give me $100 worth of sats. And they'll send it to my freaking node. To my
Can you
wallet.
post the link, please?
For River Financial?
Yes.
Yeah, they're a pretty good company.
At River.
You know what's interesting is that
At
more
River.
companies, whether they're adopting Liquid or whether they're adopting Lightning, some I think will even adopt other side chains. They're coming in. Like I can get a Lightning payment from OKCoin. Right? They're working with Jack Mallers and in fact they almost paid me to send my Bitcoin to OKCoin from the Strike wallet. So I'll have a direct deposit into Strike. I'll send it over to OKCoin and then I'll immediately receive cash back, which I'll send directly back to OKCoin as Bitcoin. But my point is that it is advantageous to not only the exchanges to adopt Lightning, but to adopt Liquid as well. Like there's no excuse at this point. And I really just think the reason why I'm pressing the issue is I just think the next bull run, even if it's in the next 6 months, I think it's imperative for us as Bitcoiners to be enthusiastic about side chains and second layers. I really think that that's imperative. We've dug our heels in on Bitcoin, and I don't think anybody's confused. I've heard many shitcoiners even make up excuses now for shitcoinery by saying, I just do that so I can get more Bitcoin. So I don't think we have to drive that issue home any longer. What do you guys think?
Yeah, I mean, it's all a game of it's all a game of abstractions. Basically, the name of the game is all these other things that you're looking at. It's all basically a Rube Goldberg machine to get more of your sats in the end. Pablo, what you were saying? Sorry.
No, I was laughing because, I had someone, I put out a tweet earlier, and some Ethereum guy came in. Yeah, you're laughing now. Wait until you get flipped in by Ethereum. I said, yeah, I've been here for years now. I think it's 4 years. If you can give me just a window of when Ethereum will flip in Bitcoin, I'll listen to you. And this is a breather, man. This is a breather in the middle of a bull run. It may be extended, but we usually have 5 or 6 of these little pullbacks. And yes, I know if you're new here, 50%, 40% drops don't seem like a pullback, but it truly is. Once you go through your first real bear market, when you're scraping the bottom of the barrel for 2 or 3 years, you'll get it. This was a healthy cleansing. And you guys were talking about it earlier. Every other, if this was the U.S. economy, we would have bailed out everyone involved. I'm sorry, sir, you were over leveraged. I'm sorry, 100 to 1, 50 to 1. Oh, I'm so sorry. Let me take some taxpayer money and bail you out. You know what Bitcoin does? Nothing. Bitcoin moves on. It washed out a lot of money. And thank God it did, because it was unhealthy money. And the ones that were there at the bottom at $30,000 were the ones that were here at 17,000, 10,000, 3,000. The beautiful people that set the floor, man. That's what I love about this space. Honey badgers don't care.
What's your short-term outlook? Do you think we're gonna have another leg down and do another 50% drop to like the 1920s and test that, or do you think we're already bottomed out?
Yeah, I think 30 was the absolute bottom there. You saw how quickly that rebounded, because everyone that's been in this space for a while, you always say, man, I wish I stacked harder. And when Bitcoin was at 50, 55, 60, 64, they were always, damn it, I should have bought more. And when you saw that drop around 40, everyone's looking around for something to sell in the house. Yeah. We're having a garage sale. And when that thing hit down to 30, you saw how quickly that popped back to 40, didn't you, man?
Yeah.
I think that's the new floor to me. Outlook now. Hey, you see all the FUD, you see it's a coordinated attack. Jesus, you got, the Chinese miners. You even they got the Pope involved somehow. You got the Pope telling us that we're evil. Just look, buy and hold.
Difference, though, between this China FUD and the last China FUD is you're actually seeing action this time. If Huobi stopped selling mining equipment, Chinese exchanges are blocking Chinese users. You actually didn't see follow through last time around.
But you know what's great about that? And I hope if you do, when you see them on the market, you see miners on the market, you know what that means to me? We're becoming more decentralized. Guess what? The miners are going to be not in China anymore. Now, we have to figure out where they're going to go for cheap energy. But that's the brilliant part about Bitcoin, man. It gets spread around the world. Bad news to you is actually good news to Bitcoin.
Like, I'm in Hong Kong, and they're now introducing legislation to fine and jail Bitcoin exchanges. So we're really seeing follow through, which is the main difference between previous FUD and this FUD. And also, I kind of disagree with you.
They did that to Bobby anyway. They did that to Bobby in 2017 when he was running his exchange. Or 2016.
Bobby was out, but all the other Chinese exchanges still are running.
Well, they should have just stuck with what the Chinese or the CCP wanted, but instead they created casinos.
And Pablo, I love you, but I kind of disagree that we're not, that we're still in a bear market, because technically, the definition of a bear market is when an asset drops more than 20% and it can last several weeks or months, right? You can call it a mini bear, not a prolonged bear market. But to me, crypto, when we have a correction, it's 30 to 40%. This is over 50%. So, I don't see a prolonged bear market that lasts years, but I do see one that could last months.
So you're saying we're going to bounce around between 30 and 40, basically? Bounce around between 30 and 40 for the next 4 months?
Personally, I don't think 30 is the bottom, because if this isn't just a 30, 40% correction, kind of rare that we just get stuck at 50. Usually we'll make it all the way down to a 70-80% correction.
James, I appreciate what you're saying, man. That we can always agree to disagree, and that's what I love about the space, man. Always do as we do with respect. What was different this time around to me was the new factor was someone like an Elon Musk coming in, institutional money coming in, the over leverage of money coming in. So to me, on this go around, a 50% drop to me, it was like a 30% drop. We'll say in 2017. This is like uncharted territory for us, and I'm fascinated to watch it. I didn't bat an eye, man. I didn't down to 50% was nothing, because what you found out was how many people were over leveraged going in. That's where the money was coming from. You may be right. 30, 40, 50%. I could care less. Yeah. I know where it's going.
And you know what? And going back to Jack, what Jack was actually asking about earlier, by the way, just real quick, you mentioned was about
go for it.
Those barriers to entry is also Elon Musk. Because unfortunately, like the guy, hate the guy, when he tweets, people listen. This is like Trump 2.0 in terms of moving markets. And the thing that still gets my goat, and I still can't understand what the hell is going through this man's mind, with doing this whole Doge father thing and trying to resurrect his vaporware and conflating Doge, ETH, and Bitcoin on SNL for the retail public as a hustle. So in terms of public perception, I'm personally hating on him for that. I really don't know what he's trying to accomplish other than tanking the price so that he's scooping that up at that lower price that we're at now. By the way, just let's comment on that.
One theory on the Elon thing. Remember when he got in trouble for manipulating the stock market? He said he was going to take Tesla private at 420, and then he didn't have the money, and he was just tweeting about it.
Yeah.
They slapped him on the wrist.
SEC sued him.
They kicked him off the board and all that kind of stuff. I don't know him or anything, but psychologically, I think maybe he just wants to get back at them. And they were like, you can't manipulate markets. And now here he is in Bitcoin and Ethereum manipulating markets. And it's just fun.
I think
and
it's just a
that's
joker.
a sick thing to make people lose all that money on Doge, and especially long term too.
So why is he not facing the type of charges John McAfee's facing for his?
Because I think that his Twitter is mostly satiric.
Well, I think that'll be his
but
defense. That's definitely going to be his defense. But I think it's a matter of time, and it's a matter of how big he did it. McAfee was out there every day doing coin of the day. It looked really obvious that he was being paid in that coin and pumping the coin and dumping the coin. It seemed really obvious, but it went on. It went on for like weeks and months where we were the stupid ones not selling out, doing coin of the day. And McAfee was the smart one making all that money. And then it drifted back. So it could do the same.
Elon.
Yeah.
Elon Musk is
Elon could get charged like McAfee's been for promoting Doge once it drops like 90%.
Well, I don't think it's a security, right?
He's not in jail for posting. He's in jail for tax evasion.
I think if enough people complain about Elon, he could face some charges. But I think we're still in the Wild West. There's not laws in place to regulate these people who are pumping up these coins.
Yeah, there is.
Not currently.
You have to have victims to have a crime.
Well, hold on. I'm saying it like in this context, right? So if we look at like the Wall Street bets and what was the company?
GameStop.
GameStop. Yes. So this is a scam. This is a fraud. You have people getting together, pumping up a stock, making the stock move, but there's nothing really actually happening. It's just people perpetrating a fraud, right? To basically take advantage of the shorts and the longs. This is the same scams that these people are doing that we would have them regulate. We would say, hey, what you guys are doing is a scam. How dare you get in a room together and coordinate, a bust and a boom?
Yeah, but in this case, these aren't stocks, these are securities. Though.
That's right. That's right.
Listen, Wall Street
in a general context, it's not a stock, right? In the common sense. However, it's definitely not like Bitcoin. It's much more so like a common stock, like a penny stock, in the sense that there's a founder, right? They have some sort of a mission, right? They have some sort of an agenda. So people are playing it like a stock. There's just no regulation for it, right? If Ethereum brought forth anything, it was an illegal stock market. It was an illegal casino where you could gamble And again, there's no regulation. So if there's a scammer in the casino, there's no one you can necessarily call, or I should just say it like this. If there's enough people to call, maybe they'll go ahead, the SEC will make a move on them.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with what they did.
Bitcoin is around. This whole thing is not to further innovation. This whole thing is to slow down the progress of Bitcoin. That's it. That's the only reason why they're doing this crap.
Okay, you're absolutely right on. What I'm thinking is Elon is like literally the face of the government, man. And if he gets all the subsidies. And you know what he got to do? He had to have fun with his friends on Twitter and say, what happens? How strong are these markets? Let's see if he tweets about Bitcoin. What about a shitcoin called Doge? How can he move the meter on this, or the needle? How can he move it? And they found out. They found out quickly. This is research, man. This is research for other people. Nothing else.
I'm happy.
And also, let's remember, we're such a small minority of the population. Like, again, a single billionaire or a couple of billionaires being able to come in. I remember when it was just the Winklevoss twins. They weren't billionaires like Zuckerberg. They were, they had just sued him. But this idea that these few guys can actually move the market, that's so temporary. That's the trend. That's the transitory nature of Bitcoin. Individuals coming in, whether they have a lot of money or they're influencers. I think anyone that's been here for long enough sees it. With every wave of new people, there's a new influencer, and you would think this person created Bitcoin. Sometimes they have a profound understanding of it, but many times it's just like, wow, like you guys are following this person, right? And they're leading you to slaughter. I don't know. I think that as time goes on, we kind of just get a little more secure within the space. And here's another thing that I think about. There's not a lot of OG Bitcoiners in the space that don't have businesses. If you're like a business owner if you're in the industry of Bitcoin, then you're probably still around as an OG Bitcoiner. But most OG Bitcoiners that just have Bitcoin, they don't do all this, going out and proselytizing or just trying to, advocate the adoption of Bitcoin. We don't see that from OG Bitcoiners in mass. You mostly only see that with people in the industry. So I think that's also an interesting dynamic. When you first come into the space, you're advocating for the use of Bitcoin, whether you're in the industry or not. But I think as time goes on, if you don't stay in the Bitcoin industry, you kind of just, you know what I mean? You kind of fall back and you just observe things. What are your thoughts on that?
Most OG Bitcoiners are the ones that I was around in 2011 and 2012. They're waitresses. They still have 50, 60, 70 Bitcoin. They're drug dealers. They're just, they just heard about Bitcoin because there was a meetup or they saw it on TV. You won't hear them on Twitter. These people are just living their normal lives, I know a guy right now, he's never he doesn't even have a Twitter account. He works for an IT firm, and the dude's sitting on 120 Bitcoins. He's still working, still living his normal life. What we see is the marketing machine, which Bitcoin has a marketing machine, us. That's what we see. All those guys that are like Voorhees and guys like that, they're bitter for what happened, but it's their own fault. All these people that have businesses built on Bitcoin or crypto, they have Bitcoin. It's not as much because
your mic got real muted, man.
Oh, sorry, but it's not as much. They made mistakes. They made a lot of mistakes, and they sold their Bitcoin to pump a shitcoin.
I got doxxed personally.
Yeah, crap like that. I wanted to use Mt. Gox, but there was just so much complications of how to get your money over there, how to send your Bitcoins over there. You know, I was going to cash out, but it wasn't user friendly for me, so I didn't cash out. And for a while, I just forgot about it. You know, I'd sit there and watch my Mad Bitcoin on YouTube as my entertainment. You know, I'd watch Bitcoin Benny. I'd watch, you know, I'd do all the social media stuff. But, you know, most of the people that are like me, we don't have businesses. We just about Bitcoin, and now we don't do anything with it. You know.
Yes,
There's
and honestly, that's been the inspiration of my dialogue today. It's like, hey, I've heard the truth of the shitcoiner, and they're just saying, hey, you know, because again, they have to capitulate like everyone else. Every knee shall bow. So they're coming to the same conclusion, but it's just they want to do what a side chain or a second layer provides. And I do not hear champions of that. I hear plenty of champions of Bitcoin itself. There's nobody that's going to ever knock down the integrity of Bitcoin.
Because most of them are bitter. Eric McGee gave like, I think, $45,000 or 45,000 Bitcoin at the time for Satoshi Dice. What's happened to Satoshi Dice?
That was like the first game back in the day.
Yeah. So, but you look at where he is right now. That's 45,000 Bitcoin that he gave for that. He'd be a multi-billionaire right now. And he's bitter about it because he thinks that we owe him something. You know? I mean, in Bitcoin, you take that risk and you let it go. If it doesn't work out, you're not going to get bailed out. You know, all of these guys are just bitter.
I think that's someone who is angry at themselves, but projecting. If you didn't, and this is the thing, I spent a Bitcoin on a Bitcoin ATM machine. It's not worth $30,000. It's not worth $50,000, $60,000. You know, this is one of those things where we're in the space, in the moment. Like, we cannot have that kind of attitude, and many of us have it. Like, many of us are just like, because again, outside of accepting that truth, which is I've spent more Bitcoin than I care to confess. I think any old school Bitcoiner that's here is probably in that boat. Right?
I'll admit it.
He had a faucet, bro.
Wait, guys.
And you could get 5 Bitcoin from the faucet. All you had to do was give them your email address. And you would get 5 Bitcoin from the faucet. He gave away 5,000 Bitcoin. Just gave it away.
Is anybody in here an OG Bitcoiner, like say 2012, 2011?
Me.
It had already touched 1,000. By the time I purchased, it was $1,000, but it did drop. So when the one guy was saying, the brother in the coin that was saying, you know, number go up technology, and if you haven't experienced a bear market, when I first got enthusiastic about Bitcoin, sure, it ramped up. I got hooked by number go up, but then it flattened out for 2 years straight, and I'm out here telling people, yes, adopt the Bitcoin. So I literally had to immerse myself in technology and learn what is what, just because I couldn't rely on number go up. I mean, I had to rely on purely mathematics. Like, if you didn't have a strong mental capacity to understand, right, a limited capacity, a collectible item, and you know, if you're just caught up in trends, none of this makes sense, right? No, Bitcoin does not make sense to you if you're a trendy type of person. And that's genuinely what we're up against. We're fighting trends. The trends come with every season.
It takes from the time that you start in Bitcoin to the time that most people, it sinks in on them, it takes about 3 years. So if you can hold whatever Satoshis you have for 3 years, that's when it really starts to click, because most people don't save. Most people have never saved a dime.
And that's easy to say, but it's so hard to live.
Oh,
I've messed up so many times. And looking back, I'm like, had I just held on for, like you say, 4 or 5 years, God, my balance sheet would look so different. But you just got to live and learn.
Yeah.
And
but the best thing of it is that, you know, just like Michael Saylor. Michael Saylor didn't have to spend 5 years learning about Bitcoin. Michael Saylor took the resources that he had available to him, right? And he watched the YouTube. You know, he read the Twitter. He went on Reddit. He caught himself up to speed by doing that. So a person who starts with Bitcoin now, if they go through, it may take them a couple of weeks to figure out that, hey, there's millions of people that own this stuff, and they're all talking about $1 million a coin. I might want to get some. I don't have to get a whole coin. I might just want to get, $200 worth.
I mean, the thing is, none of us knew Bitcoin was going to grow exponentially in price for a whole decade this fast. Let's be honest, right? If we had known, we all would have just kept our Bitcoins.
I need to get going, you guys. I want to thank Mad for hosting this space. And my name is Jack Heron. I've been so confused every time you guys have mentioned, like, I think there's 2 other Jacks. I'm new to Bitcoin, and I appreciate everything that I've learned today. Just graduated college. You guys are great. Going on to learn more about Bitcoin, learn more about physics and math, and appreciate you guys. Thank you guys so much.
Hey, nice to join in, Jack.
You know, let me jump in on like what the OGs, okay? Because what's really cool, you know, you look back and everything, of course, we can see now has, coming out of different cycles. I equate the classes of 2013, 17, and 21 now, the ones that bear the brunt of the precipitous pullbacks and falls. And we're starting to realize that. To me, any OG that has gone through a bear market and has stuck around after 3 or 4 years, that's OG to me. You know, all my brothers from 2017 December, FOMOing into the top, and they're still here buying. You know what? That's a camaraderie no one can really understand. We have three touch points now of cycles. Going forward. It's funny. The people at 1,000 said it'll never go to 10,000. At 10,000, it'll never hit 20. It hits 20, of course. 20 will never hit 30 or 40. Here we are. We're still in the same space. At the end of the day, we got to take a step back, realize it's not going away. 12 years on, it's still here. And the community gets stronger and stronger. The way it is decentralized gets wider and wider. And that's the brilliance of Bitcoin. It's outside of the control and purview of any one person. And it's upon us now to carry it forward.
Yes, but the problem with that is that you have the charlatans, you have the shills, you have the promoters, that they all conflate with 12 years of Bitcoin history with saying that crypto has 12 years.
Yeah, we listen, I get you. But here's the problem. You're going to have that in a centralized system anyway. You're going to have it here. Guess what? Bitcoin is stronger than that, or we're going to have to be stronger than that. Guess what? There's always going to be shills in every part of your life, man. Every part of our life. So
I mean, Ralph Powell came out with a chart that showed basically the 12-year history of Bitcoin, and then he overlaid this cycle with the last cycle, and then he used the same cycle of last cycle for Bitcoin, and then he overlaid Ethereum. That's like manipulative, man.
Caveat emptor. That's the only Latin I know. Caveat emptor, buyer beware. Guess what? Welcome to the big leagues, man. Welcome to this is truth, baby. This is truth. Bitcoin is the only thing that won't be manipulated. People will be manipulated by shills, of course, but guess what? Bitcoin doesn't care, and you're gonna lose money. You're gonna lose money. It's a paradigm shift from what you've been taught as a kid, where you're taught by your family, by your country, by your culture. You were taught a certain thing, but guess what? You're finding there's a new truth in the world. Finally, after 50 years of being pulled off the gold standard, people are going to see what pain is. You're going to see what pain is. You have the truth of something like Bitcoin, and you got to go through the forest of all these shills. I get it, man. It wasn't going to be easy. It's not going to be easy to transition from such a manipulative fiat currency to Bitcoin. But here we are. And look, man, this is why I'm on Twitter way much more than I probably should be, because I care about the next generation coming up, man. I'm paying it forward. I'm paying it forward to the people that put in the work, man.
Yeah. You got to think about the fact that, like, how many kids have been pushed into literally indebting themselves for college careers that don't even exist or will be automated by the time they get out of college. They're already $250,000, $500,000 in debt before they even have a certificate for a job that doesn't exist anymore. So they've been getting shilled. We've been getting shilled bullshit our whole fucking lives.
Yeah, we can thank Clinton for that thing, man. Man, that was that's
trash. My bad. I'm getting a phone call. I have to go, y'all. But my bad.
No, man. No, go ahead. Excellent point, Joe. And again, listen, man. I don't care, Democrat, Republican. There's no don't blame anybody anymore, man. There's no more blame to go around. Okay, you found Bitcoin. Just understand. There's going to be a fight. The system is a system. I don't care what side of the aisle you're on. The system was in place, always has been in place.
Yeah.
Ever since the founding of the Fed. Guess what we got to do now, man? You got to push forward. You got to push forward. Have a strong hand. Buy Bitcoin and hold it. That's your natural position. Keep your eyes aware of, hey, that's an interesting technology. Is that something that can be implemented on a second layer solution? Maybe. Look, you can invest in that, but don't shill anything that you don't understand.
I think the problem with building on Bitcoin is that a lot of the app developers, they want, when we say build on Bitcoin, they want to build on chain. They don't want to build on Liquid. They don't want to build on RSK. They don't want to build on Lightning. I mean, we have the stuff is already there. But now they've been spoiled to the nature of, hey, I can create this token, put it on Ethereum or any of these other chains.
That reminds me. I was going to say that reminds me exactly of a few years ago. For anyone that's new to the space, you may see some videos from Andreas Antonopoulos, and I mean, if there's someone that you need to explain Bitcoin to people. He is the man to do it. He could easily break it down.
I second that. Love Andreas.
Yes, the Cyber Hornets, of course, he's been broken down, unfortunately, because he also did a book about Ethereum. But I will tell you what, he has, if you go on YouTube, he has one where he tries to explain Bitcoin to, I think, a company. And a company says, well, that all sounds great and all, but how do we control it? What do we have here? What can we put in place to control this?
Right.
And he says, basically, what you want is a database or a spreadsheet. You don't want Bitcoin.
Yeah.
It's a brilliant point.
Yeah, but
well, here's the thing. This is what I mean by
a lot of people. Man, we made him a millionaire, and then he went on and did what he did. I mean, we weren't paying for his loyalty. We were paying for all the things that he did. But then he comes around and he sells the book, Mastering Ethereum, whereas Mastering Bitcoin was open source and free. So I don't know what he was thinking about in his life or whatever. But
Mastering Ethereum was also open source, just so you know.
Yeah, it's a signal though. To me, again, part of the reason why I'm bringing up Liquid, side chains, Rootstock, etc., is just because it appears that's where the market is at. Like, if the money is going there, why are we in denial of this? Why are we in denial of the attention or the money or the energy going in that direction when, it's already been stated, the technology is there for us to apply it in Bitcoin, but we're acting as if, or at least we're not talking as if, it's a fact, right? Emphatically, we can do.
Is it there though? I mean, I've been hearing about Rootstock for like 5 years. Where's it?
I have two.
In the meantime, there's how many billions of dollars locked up in DeFi now? Like, you can't hate on Andreas for I look at him as a technologist, right? He's following technology, there's progress technology. The backlash that I saw delivered on him for writing an open source book about Ethereum was just kind of a turnoff, to be honest with you. I was really surprised with the amount of vitriol he got over that.
So you're going to get that.
Like the space, it means well.
You're going to get that. You're going to get that from us.
He said he sold everything, and there are quite a few of us that made donations to make him a millionaire because all of the other charlatans got rich.
I wasn't aware of him selling.
I just want to make one point here, just on the commenting of all the charlatans. We're in the Wild West. This is one of the final frontiers. There's barely any regulations. There's snake oil salesmen everywhere. People are stealing their steaks. You got to have a 6-shooter on your hip at all times to keep your head on a swivel. And you're lucky if you have someone like the people in this group, and thank you for letting me speak. You're lucky to have the people in this group explain everything to you, because a lot of people have to buy shit coins, get wrecked, and lose a lot of wealth. And, there's a quote that I often look to, and it's the duty of a good man is to teach others the good you yourself weren't able to do due to the misfortune of the times. And that way, someone who's more lucky or harder working can pick up where you left off. And everyone that eventually becomes a Bitcoiner, this happens to everybody at some point, they feel obligated to save someone they care about because they know what's coming. They see the tsunami.
And here's my whole thing about not putting so much pressure on an individual like Antonopoulos or anyone else for that matter. When you sit around in this space and you hear about smart contracts for half of a decade, you start having an itch. And if there's some kind of open source technology that allows for you to start satisfying that itch, it's human. I feel like it's natural. So again, the shit cornery that almost all of us have gone through at some point in our experience, I think is natural. But I think it has something to do with the fact that we're knowing that these things are coming to Bitcoin. We do know this, and you know what I'm saying. At the end of the day, we know that it's coming to Bitcoin. But when? And if some of us get
50 years worth of innovation.
That's true. But I'm just making the point that if you notice another human being is getting fascinated by something, I know we're very hard. And that's what I was trying to basically respond to with the guy I think that had to leave. But it's just to say that we are we're in our best place when we're trying to say don't promote that to someone who doesn't know up from down and left from right. Don't promote that yet.
You're just being a good Samaritan. You're just being a good person, and like you're in some way indirectly, inadvertently securing the network, because that person eventually is going to become a Bitcoiner. But like, I don't know. For me, like I had to get wrecked, and I feel like that's the lesson the majority of people are going to have to learn. No one's going to. Very rarely does someone naturally like, oh yeah, Bitcoin's the future. You know what I mean? Like they have to go through like this whole fucking.
It's the hero's journey, man. It's
Exactly.
the hero's journey. It's the hero's journey, and I share this quite a bit on my podcast. Oh, by the way, we don't have a sponsor because I got a broken closet that I usually talk from because I never wanted to show anything out. Anything I do for Bitcoin was going to be for free. Anders and I decided that when we do this podcast, everything would be for free until I sell out to Guinness. When Guinness sponsors me, sorry, all bets are off. But I'll
fair enough.
I'll put it.
No,
you got to get wrecked. Yeah,
I
you
just want to give
got to get
a
wrecked.
PSA to those new to the space. Have a HODL stack and a trading stack, and make sure your trading stack is much smaller than your HODL stack, because most likely or not, you're probably going to get wrecked on that trading stack. But at least you'll have a good HODL
And of the
stack.
HODL stack, keep another 20% on the side for the crash stack. there's always a crash stack.
Always, yeah, that's another important thing, Puppy. If everybody here, always have dry powder. Always, because you never know when Elon's gonna say some stupid shit.
What you do is you get some hats, you get some T-shirts, and you put Bitcoin on them, and then you sell them to people. That's what you do.
Yo, that's step 2.
Oh, okay. Or baklava.
Now,
Man, I can't believe I paid like 2 Bitcoin for some baklava. God, man. It was good too. He's going to be at the Miami conference. That stuff is good. He's baked some great baklava.
Yeah, Mandrick, right? Mandrick's going to be down there. Yeah, I've talked to Miami is going to be sort of ridiculous, I think. Everyone that's been locked down in whatever state or country are coming to Miami. Dear God, it's going to be just off the rails, I think.
Yeah, man. I bet you half the strippers in the United States is traveling there.
I was going to ask who all has been to that conference, and are you guys prepared for that reality of the hookers? Because they're Bitcoin literate. They're not. They may not be financially literate, but they're Bitcoin literate.
They have their QR codes ready, guys.
When I'm done with
it's amazing how much strippers and people in the so-called sex industry know about crypto.
Well, that's who you cater to.
If I see a QR code on her back, I'll let you know.
Yeah, you and your Guinness. God, I can't believe you drink Guinness. Wow.
Hey, do you guys think that? I would like to ask that. I've never been to the Miami one. I've been to MIT a couple of times for their Bitcoin conference, but I've never been to Miami. And I've only been to like my local meetups. I live in the Phoenix area. But and I went to the one in Tucson, and this is years back. But my point is do you guys think that this is going to be a genuine, conference where people can, as they say, let their hair down and people are going to mingle, or do you think it's going to be like, I'm prestigious, a billionaire, I'm going to get shuffled off to this area. People that paid the big money are going to be in this area. People that paid the other money are going to be in this area. The outsiders are going to be in the lobby. What do you guys think is going to take place there?
I think it's going to be really weird. It's going to be like a mix. There's going to be like people everywhere, and you're going to be like, holy shit, it's that dude. And you're not even going to care because you're just surrounded by everybody who thinks the same. I feel like it's going to be surreal.
I think, from my experience, crypto conferences don't seem to be that elitist, right? They'll mingle and talk with everyone, no matter what your status is in the industry.
Well, the rules have been set, so the people who are going to get on stage, they know no matter how much they want to shield their bags, this is about Bitcoin. Now, what happens in the after parties, who knows? I mean,
I can only talk about meeting so many cool people in the space over quite a few years. The conference is secondary. It's hanging out with each other.
Yeah.
That we weathered a storm, down to $3,400 Bitcoin. We're coming together, man, and we are just going to cut loose. We're going to have such a good time. Listen, we'll go in and we'll listen to whatever speaker they put up there. Like you say, slay your heroes. We already slayed most of them already. It's about us. It's about us that'll be there. We were there at the bottom, man. I remember Twitter when I would put out something that would get maybe 500 tweets or 500 likes today. It got 5 back then, maybe 6.
See,
I was hoping for
that's
10.
kind of weird because I didn't really feel anything. My bottom in Bitcoin was when Bearwell was dumping on us and somehow trying to get money wired to the exchange to buy the dip. But like after that one, I mean, nothing seems like they're all dips to me now.
And that's what I'm trying to explain. If you're new here, yes, that 40-50% drop, and I just call it a drop. It's not the same as a bear market. It was a flash crash. We bounced back. We're at 40,000. They're going to push
now,
forward.
Will your position change if we get to 20?
No, I mean.
No, are you kidding me?
No,
I wrote it from.
You can't call that a small drop, right? You'd have to admit it's some kind of mini bear.
No, please. I took it from almost $18,000 down to $3,000. So yeah,
right.
Right.
This is
So that is a
over
bear
years.
market,
Over years. Right.
Where,
this was
where do you cut the limit from this being a drop to it being a multi-month bear market, right?
Oh no, bear market. Bear market is when you can't make a new all-time high every 4 or 5 months. A bear market, if you can't make a new to all-time high every 4 or 5 months,
and that's what I think. I think we're not going to make an all-time high from the last all-time high in the next 4 months, which is why I'm technically calling this a bear. I don't expect a prolonged bear market like we had in 2018, but to me, technically, this is a bear.
Well,
but James,
bear market.
Wait, let me.
Let
me jump in on this one. No, he's asking me. Let me answer, because I'll tell you what. When's the last time you saw a bear market that was before the 4-year cycle going into that 4th year? When's the last time it started? Because that's like saying in 2017 in May. Imagine May 2017, you coming out and saying that was a bear market.
But you're arguing, but we're all. I think we're arguing from a false premise. If you imagine that what happened in the past is an indication, right?
Absolutely. Hey, you got to do it. Half of it you got to do, right?
Like this is nothing like 2017. We didn't drop so fast and bounce so fast. You know?
Yeah, we did.
Everything is unique, right?
But this is what I was explaining before. What we also didn't have. We didn't have a megalomaniac charlatan like Elon Musk with a Twitter audience that could pump and dump quickly. We're learning as we go. We're just starting to see imagine if Apple comes in next time. Elon Musk was fantastic to have here, because guess what? He's preparing you for the next time Tim Cook comes in and says, Apple just bought, I don't know, $15 billion worth of Bitcoin. And then he sees how the market goes, and then he decides to drop it because he's got to make a quarterly earnings report, and they have to have their money distributed in a certain way.
Right.
So
maybe we're not able to measure. Just real quick,
to make a bear market sound like it's negative, but I can tell you right now, man.
No, it's not.
What I'm trying to, I mean, even throughout my 20-year history of investing, bear market is where you make your money at.
Yes, it is.
So, I mean, I'm just saying your tone is a little bit negative towards that. But I mean, there's a lot of us, when you say bear market, we're just like, wow.
I think the tone though is representative of that fiat mind state, right? When you're accustomed to the state maintaining certain returns, right? Certain outcomes. When you have the state maintaining certain outcomes, then anything outside of again, 20% sounds like a nosebleed. 50% is outrageous. If someone were to be making 50% on their deals, just across the board, every deal they're making 50%, we would think, they're in the best business on the planet Earth. Because 50% is not realistic in the fiat world, because everything is kind of maintained for everyone to kind of, make whatever it is that they're making. So if we see a 50% correction or change in the market, everyone is definitely eyeballing it. Everyone.
Yeah.
Hey, I wanted to chime in here quickly. I'm a newbie. I got in April last year. I didn't know anything about it. I remember hearing something on public radio back home when I was living in New Zealand about Bitcoin, and I just want to say, from my perspective, as somebody that is really new to this space, listening to you guys has made a world of difference in terms of me being able to handle, what's happened in the last couple of weeks. But the other thing I wanted to say is that I actually had a Twitter conversation with Raoul Pal on the weekend, because I got sort of hooked into Real Vision, and my concern was he started off on Bitcoin and then moved into Ethereum, and now he's saying that he's into Doge, and he actually did admit to me on Twitter that he does have Doge. My concern was that he wasn't presenting himself as with proper disclaimers. And he was basically saying to me, I'm just a regular guy like everybody else, trying to figure this whole thing out. And I thought, well, yeah, but people see you as a financial guru, I just thought he was being completely irresponsible in what he was saying. And then, of course, he ended up blocking me because somebody was saying, they didn't believe that he was into Doge. And I said, well, actually, he did comment back to me saying that he was into Doge. And the last thing I'll say is, what pains me is I have people that I work with. I was the first that got into Bitcoin, and now I have a lot of people that I work with at my company that are into Bitcoin. But the problem is, some of these people, I told them about it, and then they just immediately went down the wrong lane, and they're into this crazy shit coins that I've never even heard of. And this one guy I know, he's got 4 kids, and he got wrecked, and he can barely afford to pay his mortgage now. And another guy who I work with really close, he's really freaking out because he's actually taken the money behind his wife's back and invested it into Ethereum and into Bitcoin, but he got in late and now he's upside down. So he's freaking out every day at work.
I'll jump in on this one real quick, man. Because for years you hear the stories. It's heartbreaking. And you know what you're told when you try to explain to people about Bitcoin and other cryptocurrencies? You're trying to explain to them why is there a difference, and people are starting to find out the difference. And yes, you're called toxic, and yes, perhaps we're angry. We're angry because we see what is going on. A quick side note on Raoul Pal. That guy, he goes back and forth. He blocked me on Christmas Eve. I always love to share this one because he had to tell me before he blocked me, I own more Bitcoin than you, which I'm sure he does. He owns plenty more Bitcoin than me, and that's fine. But when you're moving forward like this, man, yes, it's the Wild West out here. It is the Wild West. Do a little research. Listen before you just jump and buy on someone telling you to. Do some research. Listen to what Bitcoiners say. Listen to what these other coins say. What is behind them? What is behind their view? Usually they have nothing besides a technology they will try to promote, but they don't have the store value. They have no use case. There's no use case for them. So when you ask them what is your use case, and you find out, well, nothing. Actually, we have no use case that can't be added as a second layer solution, a third layer solution. They have no use case that cannot be added onto the Bitcoin protocol, which is the foundation of everything.
I just wanted to jump in and say that I would not listen to anyone who explicitly states that principles don't matter. And one of the great things about the Bitcoin community is, I know Michael Saylor said Cyber Hornets a reference to the miners, but the attitudes of people when someone comes in here and try to shitcoin you, like the toxicity saves lives. Like whoever was just spoke about a story about a guy who didn't do the homework and he got wrecked and his family's going to pay for it. Just a little anecdote from my story. Like I went into one of these chats. I was looking for help on a node. I was trying to figure out how to format a hard drive. People gave me a lot of good suggestions. I went out and I found the answer and actually learned a skill on the command lines. And I'm actually using my computer to do it itself. So the journey, it's like everyone's journey. Like you can point them in the right direction. You know, you can open the door, but they have to walk through it. And it sucks, but you have to like be emotionally prepared to see like a lot of people get wrecked. Even though you tell them the door is right there, they're not going to walk through it.
Yeah. So I've got a quick story I'd like to tell as well. I got a tweet, a direct message 2 days ago from a friend who I haven't heard from in years. He goes, "Hey man, how you doing? How's your family? I finally bought some crypto this year. I remember when you were talking about it back in 2014. Nice one, you were right." So I got all excited thinking, "Oh my God, he must have got in soon after." So I go, "When did you get in?" I
sensed the plot twist coming.
He goes, "I got in at 55K. I've now lost, more than half my money. What do I do?" Which is why I'm reaching out to you. And what I thought was going to be a really happy story ended up depressing me. And I'm like, what are you holding? He goes, I'm holding Bitcoin, and he sends me a spreadsheet with 20 other alts. And I'm like, oh my God. I only told you to buy Bitcoin in 2014, and turns out you got in it at the top with all these shitcoins. So,
well, what you do is,
I think this is why you
out,
never tell people to buy anything. You just educate people, and if they choose to do it, then it's their choice. But if you say, "Oh, you should buy this," that's always a bad way to go. It's just you educate people if they're curious, and maybe they buy, maybe they won't, but it's got to be their choice in the end.
It's frustrating too, though, when your friends don't listen to you and you tell them to buy 5 years ago or 10 years ago or whatever it is, and they don't listen. And then I had the same thing as James, where a friend of mine got a fancy graphics card recently. And he's like, well, what can I do with my graphics card? And you hope he's just going to play video games and have fun, right? That's what he bought it for. Instead, he's like, no, I can make $1 a day on Ethereum. I'm going to be rich. And all of a sudden he's into the Ethereum and Bitcoin and all these things. I'm like, you could have just bought some 10 years ago and you'd been fine. And then now we're at this point where, you know, I'm not well off, but I work for Bitcoin. I'm in the industry. I try to do this. I do a little travel and stuff, and my friends can't do it with me. And they don't have the extra $500 to take a day off or whatever it is, that kind of thing. And it's sad. And I don't know what you can do about it. You give them the best information you have. With my friends, they had the example where I was clearly wasting or spending all of my time making these YouTube shows. And either that was a good investment or a bad investment. And either I was dumb or I was really smart. And, you know, surviving on my own as a, you know, not very popular YouTuber over 5 years, 8 years now, whatever it's been. It's awesome. Like, it's awesome doing this. Doing what you want to do is what you should be doing. And Bitcoin can help you do what you want to do. So,
well, in my sake, I'll tell you, when we get in the bear market blues, what you do is you go look up the World Crypto Network with Vortex, Mad Bitcoin, maybe look at some Mike in Space. You can look at a lot of these old YouTube videos, because a lot of them were fomented when we were in the deep depths of a bear market. And it's kind of like a self-help group, you know, because you get the feeling that there's other people along with you. You're not alone. So, and Bitcoin is really good about that. You can see it happening in Ethereum now. They're starting to use more social media outlets, even though it's a scam, but they're mimicking Bitcoin, which is flattery. But, you know, you can go to the depths of all of this history and not listen to anyone, and you can still get Bitcoin, even in a bear market, even in a bull market. You can look at all these videos. You can go on to Reddit. You can go on to BitcoinTalk.org, and I mean, you are going to look at the foundations of all the scams. And sometimes they say, yeah, this is a scam, but people are going to buy it anyway. You know? So even though Twitter is a resource, Bitcoin has terabytes of resources that you can go to. You know, bear market, bull market, sideways market, you know.
So I wanted to speak to the bear market versus a correction, right? So either one of two things is going to happen. Is either this is this is a correction, and stock to flow will hold, and Willy Woo's prediction will hold, on-chain metrics will hold, the patterns will continue as the patterns have previously. Or option two is we just don't have any models to tell us what's going to happen from here. So we have no idea, right? It could move sideways for a couple of years. It could dip down to 20 and then skyrocket. It could go up to 70 and then back down to 30. So either the models hold or they don't. And if they don't hold, all we can say is that we have no idea what's going to happen.
You know what my model?
That's all you can say.
My model says in the year 2140, the last Satoshis are going to be minted. So if you don't get that, then It's not my problem. If you want to fall for the PSYOP, which is stock to flow, or everything else, everybody has a point where they have to be fooled about something.
Wait, so are you calling stock to flow a PSYOP?
Most of this is all a PSYOP.
But it's been fairly accurate, wouldn't you say, up to this point?
Most
I think
of this
one
is all a PSYOP.
I
We
think
have
one
to find
thing
a way
that
to get you to buy Bitcoin.
I think one thing
I don't
that
think there's
isn't
any
discounted.
intention behind it, though.
I mean, I don't think the stock to flow is like a PSYOP, but I feel like you have to have the idea, and it sounds kind of paranoia to say this, but everyone's a spook and everything's a PSYOP, and you have to disprove it. And that's just coming from I used to be a scientist. That's just, as a scientist, you gotta hammer this shit down. Like the scene from fucking Office Space where they take the printer out in the field. If that printer still prints after you do that, then this shit's real. Bitcoin's real.
Yeah, it is. But I'm just saying that you can't just like we started out with the cypherpunks, and then the ANCAPs and the libertarians came in, and then some really weird people. They attached on. Everybody that comes in, they have their own little story. They have their own little background that fools them into Bitcoin for some reason.
I'll tell you why that is.
You guys right now, it's stock to flow. It's whatever digital gold or blah blah blah, or buyers of last resort and things like that. But that's all the stuff that you guys relate to. When I got into Bitcoin, it had nothing to do with price. It had everything to do with, I had something that nobody in the whole world had. I was like, maybe
we had cooler money,
Well, I mean, I got burned in Liberty Reserve, but I mean, I was maybe like number 5,000 or 6,000 Bitcoiner in the world.
But you have to realize that it's money, right? And money means different things to different people, and they use it for different reasons. And well, I mean, it had value though, right?
Well, yeah, but I mean, do you think 5,000 people out of 8.5 billion?
Right, but that's the future you expected. You expected the future that it would be at some point exchanged for goods and services that you find valuable.
No, never thought that back then. Never.
Well, what did you think the use case was for back then?
No. When I first got Bitcoin, it's because my buddy did some fucked up shit and he needed some money and he had some Bitcoin, so he sold me his Bitcoin and I gave it to him. And then I liked the way that it had happened because we did it from computer to computer, and then he explained to me a little bit. And then
you paid him for it, so obviously you thought there was value in it.
Well, no, I would have given him the money anyway.
I see. So it was just a friendly trade, essentially.
Well, yeah. I mean, he didn't have to give me anything, but he did, which we're kind of always considerate that way. And then when I started to look at Bitcoin Talk and going into stuff, at first I was like, God dang, I'm going to get rug pulled again, like I did in Liberty Reserve. And you couldn't go anywhere. And the first transaction I had from myself to somebody else was like a drug dealer, because the drug dealer said Bitcoin, and I didn't think anybody in the world knew Bitcoin. I listened to Max Kaiser, but there was.
Did at any point did you think it was a scam? Did at any point did you think this was like a rug pull by the CIA and not just like some random invention that's actually a life raft? Like, did you? Because that for me, there was a point where like I quit Bitcoin and I was just like, this is like the CIA. Like, there's no way that this is allowed or real or. But
yes, I mean, from the first time that I got Bitcoin, and then somewhere around late 2013, I just completely forgot about it. And then I came back maybe middle of 2016 and it was still going, So I just said, hey, maybe I've got a good opportunity. I need to learn more. I mean, but it was not like a financial thing when I got in. It was just,
it was a novelty. It was a novelty.
Yeah.
Mad Bitcoins is one of the fewest people I know that's never left over all these years. Because I'm like you, I spent a year or two away as well during the 10 years. But Mad Bitcoins, you've been in it every single day.
Yeah.
Well,
And I'll tell you what,
I like it, but again, I didn't buy in 2010, and I knew about it, so I feel bad about that. And I tried to buy in 2013, for what I had. I was unemployed and all that. And after that, I was like, well, what else can I do, for the community? And I'm kind of a programmer and kind of a Photoshopper and these things, but I just thought I could do the show and do the news and just try to talk about it in a positive way. And I do agree. I don't know about stock to flow and all the new things. I don't know if they're psyops, but I don't think they're that different from saying there's only 21 million Bitcoin. Like, it's a limited collectible. Like, I don't have to make a fancy chart and, everyone follow me and everything, because I tell you there's 21 million Bitcoin. But that's what he seems to be doing, and it's doing well for him. But yeah, it's a limited thing. No one knows the price of it, and technical analysis is not to be used for early markets like this. But no one seems to know that. It's very common knowledge, but everyone else is like, oh, you just draw the triangles and it works. And if some whale comes in, or if Elon Musk makes a tweet, that's not in your triangle. Like, you can't properly predict that. So
yeah,
your TA is
Elon,
broken from one tweet. You're exactly right.
The Elon tweet thing, and people say, well, Elon tweets and he moves the whole freaking crypto market. Elon tweets and he moves the whole stock market. I don't know what it is, but he can.
Yeah, but over a long period of time, right? I mean, let's take a look at the halving cycles every 4 years. Every 4 years, a halving cycle happens. And to me, that just seems like that event is going to affect the price because the supply will be reduced. I don't see how that is saying, oh, that's all bullshit. I mean, that's the reduced supply isn't going to cause the price to increase. We just have no clue. We can't anticipate at all what's going to happen with the price. Like, I think there are some signals that we can look at that will be able to identify, hey, these maybe not guarantee, but these things support a case that the number will go up. Now, by how much and by when, it's all debatable and all that stuff. But I think we can look at previous patterns and say, if those patterns continue, then this is the logical assumption that we can make about the future. Now, will those patterns continue? We don't know. But we can also say that's been the pattern in the past. I mean, the sun comes up on one side and goes down on the other. And we can say with a pretty high guarantee that that's going to happen again tomorrow, kind of thing. So there's some patterns that we know are guaranteed and for sure. Some patterns are very, very fuzzy, right? So are we getting to the point in the market where those patterns just break down and don't work anymore? No. It's possible, but there's also a chance that it's not. So
no, that's you fooling yourself. That's your psyop. Okay, that's your psyops. What I'm telling you is, there's only going to be less than 21 million Bitcoins. That is a known. Every 4 years, there's going to be a block halving. That is known. Every 10 minutes, there's going to be a block. So why isn't Bitcoin at 1 million a coin? Because we already know what the future is. You see what I'm saying? So as a rational investor, I would sit there and say, Bitcoin is worth its future value as a network, which means, yeah, $1 million a coin is suffice enough, right? Because that's what you do as an investor.
Then why isn't it $1 million a coin right now?
That's what
Hal Finney predicted a
because
final price of 10 million.
There's not enough demand and users.
Right. So as that grows, the price
as
moves.
adoption grows, price will grow because it's a scarce commodity, right? It's logical.
Yeah, but that but I think he's saying that even if you believe that, it's a psyop. Oh, if adoption grows, price will grow. You're fooling yourself. Like, there are some patterns that we can look at, that we can identify that things are correlated.
I mean, but what I'm trying to say is given that you know the known quantity, you know the time that the quantity goes to decay, you know ultimately you have a thought of what the terminal value is. Why isn't it like that right now?
So I think, just go off his point, just to paraphrase what you're saying, just like to further explain to everybody. Basically, we already know the end state. So it's like we already know what's going to happen at the end, and we're just living in the now. We already know who's coming in first. We already know the time, the price, everything. Let's just say it's 10 million, 2,140 a year. You know what I mean? So like, they know that because they know the end state, and we have the beginning state. We're living in the now. They can manipulate it any way they want. And plus, you also have entropy. So those two things make it impossible to draw lines on a graph and say it's going here or going there, because we already know where it's going. There's no graph needed, and they are using that.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
And Bitcoin's a lot scarcer than we think. We always say 21 million.
Sorry for interrupting, but I'm missing the narrative that we don't stick to the US dollar value of a Bitcoin, because one Bitcoin always gonna be one Bitcoin, and that's the point most people don't get when they get into this kind of space, because in the beginning it's always like, oh, it's a good technology. What a philosophy also behind of that. But then you also try to get to increase your fiat value, but that's not the point actually.
I'm not talking about those people. I'm talking about the top 1% of the world, right? How hard is it for them to come up with $21 trillion?
Yeah, and as a person of that, I would be just like laughing. Because if I see Bitcoin as a value in US dollar, I would be just like laughing, because I got 10x of the value of the whole cryptocurrency space. So it's not about the US dollar value or yen value or euro value. It's about the value behind it, the philosophical value, and the value that also is kind of contradictory. Do we trust more into technology, or do we trust more into the people? And that's for me the special thing into the Bitcoin space, that you get known to people who are like similar with your kind of view of the world, and also that you don't just get Bitcoin to get rich. The most people are getting into this space because of that thought, but in the end, you understand what kind of deeper meaning is into this kind of try to get us out of this fucking banking system, and to get more kind of human thoughts into this kind of game.
Right, but USD, I mean, we're using USD as a proxy for buying power, right? So we could talk in, this is the number of chickens I could buy, but it's easier on the language to talk in USD terms.
And also Bitcoin, we say there's 21 million, but the reality is a lot has been lost. Private keys have been saved, and there's probably only around 15 million out there that can be accessed.
Yep, there's about 3 to 4 million estimated that are lost.
Yeah, and
forever.
the quarter,
21.
Perfect for quantum
Gone forever.
technology to try to break them.
I don't see a way that they could do that
in the future.
I just think
Hey, Rad.
any rational investor would know that they have the available information that they need today. You know, I mean, Elon Musk going out and saying, well, I'm going to go out and buy $1 billion worth of Bitcoin. You know, Michael Saylor going out and say, I'm going to go buy $2 billion worth of Bitcoin. You know,
I will say
those guys can all get together and say, hey, you know what? every Bitcoin from here on out is worth $1 million, and that's what we're paying.
I will say
that,
that they could do that, but also too, like just going off what we're saying, if they were able to recover some wallets, like if they discovered a technology or some way to do that, that would be another bear market. You know, naturally.
That breaks Bitcoin though, right?
What do you mean discover some wallets?
Although I'm just saying, like if like someone said like if they like if someone dug up like a hard drive, or they were able to like they had hard drives and they kept them intact and they developed a technology to recover the hard drives, like recovered a massive amount of Bitcoin from, you know, wallets they thought were lost forever. You know, as something like that would trigger a bear market. Like, you know what I mean?
Well, I mean, you
That'll
don't
break
have
it.
to really, because
Not just a bear market.
But it would be
that wouldn't be
the
as bad
wallets
as
weren't
Satoshi
encrypted.
coming back.
It would be publicly seen.
If Satoshi comes back and spends his coins, that's where you have the real problem. A lot of these coins
No,
people
you
think
don't
are
have the
lost.
real
but
problem.
they might be
them.
lost.
Why would Satoshi sell all his coins, but we have Joe Lubin and Vitalik that are in the same position as Satoshi, and nobody freaking says, "Oh well, Vitalik's going to dump his coins and it's going to make Ethereum go to zero." You know?
Well, he has dumped his coins and it didn't go to zero. And Satoshi
Exactly,
has
so-
more coins, I think,
Bingo.
percentage wise.
Yes, but I mean, it's not going to crash the price. That's just something that's in everybody's head, and that's part of the psyop too, because everybody knows that freaking the guy from EOS, hell, he's got 140,000 freaking Bitcoins. You know,
So going back to what Brad was saying, if someone discovers something that can recover lost coins, that'll just break Bitcoin, right? It's really just being able to get anybody's wallet, right?
you can discover lost coins, especially from the 2009 to the 2012 time period, because
No, I mean,
the wallets weren't
accessing-
encrypted.
Yeah, I don't
So
think
if-
anyone's gonna break Bitcoin to find these lost coins, but let's just say
Yeah,
that
that's not what I'm saying.
a lot of these
Oh, I
lost
see.
coins are not really lost. Like they're lost like
No.
they're in somebody's garage. And when they feel like
Oh,
it, they're gonna go find that
Yes.
computer and there'll be, I don't know, 3,000 Bitcoins on there. And I don't think that
Okay.
crashes the whole market, but it does crash this
Yeah.
idea where people say, oh, there's only 18 million Bitcoin now, and I know that as a fact. Nobody knows that as a fact.
That's what I'm
Well, I
saying.
mean,
Bingo.
I had a wallet.
Yeah, and
That has
in the
500
end,
coins on
you
And
can
I
also
took that-
imagine a time when 21 million Bitcoins are mined, and then there comes a time where RGB or something like that is coming into, and not every Bitcoin is similar, and Bitcoins who have been banned and have a history, a special history, could be like worth more than just 1 million. They could be 100 million. They could be trillions. We all know that there's a kind of bigger value than just a number behind that.
Okay, hear me out. This is what I'm going to try to tell you. Okay, in the beginning, when all of this started, there was nothing to talk about price. So when people lost their Bitcoin, it's either because their laptop crashed on them. So guess what they did? They just trashed their laptop. I had 500 Bitcoins on a company laptop, and my laptop had to be turned in to get another laptop. I didn't care about Bitcoin at that time, so I just turned the laptop in, and the IT guy just wiped the drive. You see what I'm saying? So when you say somebody's going to find this drive with some type of with Bitcoin on it, in my head, I'm sitting here saying, man, no, you're not going to get those because those drives got wiped. It's probably sitting in some junkyard, you know. I mean, that's
going to be a real edge case.
I appreciate your story because that definitely like sheds light on like what I was just like curious about.
You know,
Yeah, I think
if you do find say you go to an old antique like IT store or shop, and you get this laptop and it does have a Bitcoin wallet on it, right? All you have to do is, all you have to do is crack the password to the laptop, because the Satoshi client was not encrypted. we didn't have like seed words. You had to copy and paste all 256 freaking characters. You see what I mean?
Yeah, so it's just a matter of doing that.
Was a long time ago.
It's just a matter. It would just be a matter of that. What you're saying is just cracking the entire address.
Of course, you got to find that laptop.
My
first.
hope in the end, my hope in the end is also that we don't need to find that laptop. If somebody finds that laptop, person X, person Y, Z, and the whole other alphabet, gonna look at that and see where those bitcoins are going, because that's the key point of open sourcing and the public blockchain. That we as people and as not democracy, but like more people who look at that and check that, they can kind of verify, okay, there's a process going on which is kind of normal, or there's a process which is kind of, okay, there is somebody maybe taking those coins who isn't the initial owner.
Right, but see, you can't, okay, if you don't have the laptop, then you have to break the public-private key, right? Today we use HD wallets. Back then we didn't have HD wallets. So it's not as easy as saying, I just need to know or crack all the seed words. You have to physically break SHA-56 2D, which at this moment, you're not going to be able to do that. In the old way, like I said, in order to break
so
this
that's
stuff,
the beauty of
you had to know
cryptography.
you had to know the public-private key. And if you didn't, you had to crack the public-private key.
And even now, I mean, your 24-word seed phrase gives you as much security as that public-private key.
Yes. Yes. But it's as much, but not as secure.
Is this still safe with 12 or 13 words?
12 is
Whatever.
12 is 128 bit. Yeah, 12 is 128 bit, and 24 is 256 bit. So it's twice as strong, even though 128 bit is still ridiculously strong. Like, span of the universe kind of thing. But it is still secure. It's just if you want to go the extra layer, you can do a 24-word phrase.
I always do 24 every wallet.
Yeah, it's a good idea, and they're adding the account name now as well. So you go 24 words plus an account name, and you keep those separate. And if somebody gets your 24 words and it doesn't have your account name, they still can't get it. Passphrase, they call it, I think.
Yeah, I actually put it on Excel and multiply the numbers in the 128 bits, right? Times 2 times 2 times 2. It was a really big number that we probably can't phantom. But I think that the thing with the passphrase added to that 12 words, really, that was the one thing when I first started with Bitcoin. I was like, wait a minute, there's this whole big 2048 words list that people know. I kind of feel comfortable with just having a word that I make up or whatever I want to make up. So the fact of having that passphrase is so super helpful. This makes me more comfortable.
Yeah, what some people use that passphrase for is they set up two accounts. So one is kind of your fake account, and it's for the $5 wrench tech. So what you can do is you can give somebody your 24 words plus your fake account, right? Your fake passphrase that has a little bit of Bitcoin in there, so they'll get it and they'll be like, I got your Bitcoin and run away. Meanwhile, the same 24 words opens up a separate passphrase account with the majority of your Bitcoin. So it's kind of like having a mugger's wallet, if you will.
Yep, exactly. They call it the rest wallet. I got a treasure, and so yep, I set that something up like that. It's freaking awesome. I mean, and then it's the same 12 words, right? It's different passphrase. which people don't know.
That's right.
Right?
Like I say, it acts more like an account. You can have multiple accounts, because the other thing you can do it for is if you're holding on somebody else's behalf, like maybe a kid or something like that, you can create a separate account for them as well.
Yep, that's freaking awesome.
Has anyone created their own multi-sig wallet, like from scratch, without a company?
Not me.
Created their own what? Oh, multi-sig. Yeah. I've been thinking about that. I want to do that, but it scares me, in all honesty. I don't want to screw it up. I guess I could do it with just a little bit, right?
It's unfortunately it's probably not running anymore, but a friend of mine wrote this software for a while called Mistos. And what it would do is it would make the multi-sig easier, because when we used multi-sig in the office, we always had to pass the phone around, and you had to bother all the programmers every time you hired a new person, because you had to add them to the multi-sig. And it was a really clever way of adding people and subtracting people from multi-sigs, but it didn't really take off. But I do think this new thing with Taproot gives us more privacy on multi-sigs. So maybe that'll make them more popular. Also, didn't some big company buy BitGo? I can't keep up anymore, but I think some big company bought them. So maybe they'll do some multi-sigs.
Well, hey, folks, it was nice. I'm going to head out. Thank you, Mad Bitcoin. Always my inspiration.
Hey, Hannah.
Everybody buy more stats.
Hey,
We
Hannah.
got a couple more years left.
Hey,
Take it easy, man. Take care.
Thanks for hanging out,
Hey,
man.
Hannah.
Enjoyed it.
Thanks for hanging out, dude. Hey, I learned a lot from you. Yeah. Hey, Red, I wanted to talk really quick about earlier you were talking about like were you afraid of the scam or the CIA or something, right? So the first time when I got involved, that's what I thought, right? My friend told me about it. It was about $300 that time, and I actually right away thought it was a scam. I'm like, no, man, come on. You're dealing with computers. Someone's gonna hack it. Someone can replicate or make multiple copies, right? It's a computer, right? We all know that. And so I thought it was a scam right away. So the thing for me is, since it's open source, like it really doesn't matter if it was from the CIA or whatever, because everybody can look at that code, right, and see that, hey, it's either doing something malicious or it's not doing anything, right? Everybody sees it. Now, if it wasn't open source, that's a totally different ballgame. But because it is, that's what made me comfortable. I'm like, no, everybody's looking at it. You got thousands of eyes or millions of eyes in the world that sees exactly what they're using. And that's the thing I keep telling people that are always saying, oh, it's a Trojan horse, there's gonna be some back door or some kill switch later on. I'm like, no, if there was, wouldn't that be in the code that people use?
Yeah, it doesn't matter who Satoshi was, right? And that's why I get irritated with people that reference the white paper and all that stuff. It's like none of that matters. It doesn't really matter who Satoshi was or where he came from or even what he said back then. It's just like it is what it is today, and we need to know that that's how it's going to move forward. If he was an alien or she was an alien, it just doesn't matter. So yeah,
Again,
CIA or not, whatever.
100%. I agree with both you and Dow. And when I explain that realization to like no coiners or pre coiners, you don't even know who he is, blah 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 blah. My explanation to them is like, you're right. We still don't. There's a chance we never will. But for me, what I realized that overcame it was it doesn't matter the who, it matters the how. Every living thing has a design
every
for a
Bitcoin
specific
holds
purpose.
part of that.
But I mean, I don't know. That's the way I look at it. Is like how it's functioning is more important than who created it and where it came from. The function is more important than the form. The function is like what is happening and what is doing and what is. And it's just like minutia to me at this point. And it was just like it was literally like that bell curve, that meme where you get the mid twitch. Like I was there and I fell off that cliff when I went from caring about the who to the how.
Excellent point, man. Excellent point.
Not the how is important, in my opinion, the why.
The why is
no, that's
philosophy,
important
and I'm
too.
all about that. I mean, if any of you guys seen the movie Ghost in the Shell, I mean, if you want to look at it philosophically, like, you know, you can't rule out that Bitcoin could be like a sentient program itself, like the first of its kind. Like we have no fucking idea.
A living network. I love that idea.
Yeah, like I mean, for me as a biologist, like if I was to look for proof of the afterlife, I would first look in fungus. You know what I mean? Like that's what lives after everything is dead. There was a period where the plant was nothing but fungus and mycelium. You know, some of the largest organisms are completely independent cells of fungus. I don't know.
Yeah, that's why there's a wallet called mycelium, right? It's just because of that. I think it creates
they see it.
the net, right? Mycelium or psyllium, I'm not sure. It's like the mushroom root, right? It knows how to create its network all by itself. So you don't have to really do anything. So Apache mushroom, they know how to build this network underground. So I think that's why they created that wallet, because it's kind of like, hey, Bitcoin's this huge network right across the world that transfer money.
Yeah, the wallet is called mycelium.
Yeah, CELIUM.
I learned that from Star Trek Discovery.
So I want to just really quickly. I don't know, like the audience, some are new or they know a lot. I just want to quickly share my story and how I got into Bitcoin. I heard about it, like let's say around $300, right? And I don't know when was that, 2013 or 2014,
yeah,
right? So I heard about it, and here's the thing: I'm a technologist, right? I program, I do some of the things. I know about the database and things like that, right? But when I heard about it, of course I don't believe it, because if you're a computer scientist, things like that, things can be virus, hacked, duplicated. And so after this talking with my good friend who's a really smart guy, he says he's mining it, he's getting it. He's like, oh, I'm not even sure myself, although he did collect 30 Bitcoins. And so I go home at night. I say, let me just look at it. It sounds very interesting. Watch YouTube videos, right? And I'm like, it was very general, very high level, and it said all these things that I had no concept. What the heck is it talking about? How did you mine a coin? What does it mean by a wallet, right? Software, and then how does this money go over? So I totally just left it alone, ignored it. It's too much, got too busy, whatever. So 2017 rolls around, where of course everybody sees it go up, and I wasn't even paying attention at all because I totally ignored it. And so I had a good friend of mine suddenly call me. It was near like 2017 December. Like, hey, do you have Bitcoin, George? I'm like, no, but I kind of know what it is. Like $20,000. And I'm like, what? Right? And right when I heard that, I felt like in a way, like if you miss out in a way, you kind of don't want it to be successful, right? Because then if you miss out and it's successful, it's like you missed out and you kind of would feel bad. And so my first reaction was like, okay, well, whoever's doing whatever, they better be careful. No one's going to buy more at whatever price, right? That was just me being naive, right? Without even knowing anything. Then once I heard that, I'm like, I need to look into this thing again, really discover it and really study it. So it took some months to really study it and understanding, watch even more videos, read up, many things. So it's not easy. And imagine this. Imagine for the regular folks that are probably not as technical, or they're not even in that arena, right? It's going to be hard, but that's why we need to do this sort of education, which is what I've been doing since, that day. Like, as I learned, I like want to educate people on what it is, the basics of how it matters and how it is involved with money. I think that's, I wanted to answer Matt's question. Matt was up here a while back. He was like, how can we get mainstream adoption, right? And we said, okay, tax, overcome regulations, whatever. But I think one of the biggest things to really get mainstream adoption is really just to educate everybody on what this is, how it works in a very simple manner. Like, don't even go into private public keys, on blockchain, hashing. Don't even go to that yet. Just go from very high level, basic level, then slowly ease them into all these other terminologies, right? I think once we do that, and once people say, okay, well, this is money, this is hard sound money that can't be, like, no one can cheat, right? No one controls it. That in itself makes people, oh, they don't care about how the inner workings work. Like, you say, this is what it is. Just imagine like a gold bar. If it's in your hand, you hold it, right? Well, if it's in someone else's hand, they hold it. So in the same way, it's kind of explaining to them like, hey, you can accomplish this using technology, and it's global. That's where I usually start in a very simple manner to help people. So I think that's where it is. So thanks for hearing me out, guys.
I wanted to add this also. It really is about putting it in their hands. Okay, most people who are not intellectuals, they're not involved in academia, they don't need a bunch of words. What they need is for you to show them exactly what it does. And I think that's why it works in El Salvador. It's not because they come from an academic background and they understand what money is, that they're using it in that use case. I just think that because it works, and when you put it in their hand and they find out that it works, I think it's adopted. I think what comes from that, and I think that's why a lot of academics can't see where it's coming from, because it's not premeditated. When those people in El Salvador really wrap their minds around what they're doing, they're going to create a use case that we can't imagine, just because they're not academics per se. They're not projecting, they're just dealing with what they have right there and what works.
I think the hard part for people in first world countries is that if you show them Bitcoin, they're going to say, well, I can do that with Venmo. What's the big deal? And so you have to explain to them some of the underlying fundamental stuff, or they just go, I can do that with PayPal. I can do that with Venmo. Like, what's the big freaking deal? So being able to just transfer money isn't really the use case. Especially now that we have the CBDCs are coming out. I've always said any coin where fast and cheap is your market advantage is going to die immediately, because fast and cheap will no longer be a market advantage.
But one key difference between Venmo and Bitcoin and PayPal is you don't have to register the account, right? The government.
There you go.
Oh, you hold that asset. So I think that's one big key difference with Bitcoin.
No, that's the fundamental difference with Bitcoin. So what and I mean, I'm not saying this is, real quick, I'm not saying that with Strike, you don't have to do KYC and AML. But I'm saying that the technology that they're bringing there, what they're using is Bitcoin. They're using Bitcoin on the Lightning Network. They're able to work in the amounts that are, comfortable for them. I just think the reason why it caught on is not because Jack Mallers held a bunch of conferences, right, about the benefits of Bitcoin. I do think that they're aware of the benefits of Bitcoin. I don't think they're just using it because they don't know any better, right, or that there's no other options, right?
Can I add the hint? Strike, I think they are doing QIC and AML procedure, since I am not in US and I can't install the wallet. So, and I'm building the Venmo of Bitcoin, actually. How I'm doing that? Using the same, one of the old way of the BTC wallet. It's the signed message. So people can sign a message and say, this is my wallet and I'm spending this on this place, and I'm giving some feedback. But Strike is a fully centralized wallet.
Yes, that's true. That's true. That's exactly what I was saying. I was acknowledging the fact that Strike wallet that's being used in El Salvador is a KYC AML wallet. They do have bank relationships there locally, and it does require that you put up your ID. So I do want to acknowledge that part. But what the other thing I wanted to say was that they're choosing Strike because it works in the way that we all believe that Bitcoin works, meaning we're going to have those payments. I'm not saying Bitcoin is only good for payments. I'm not negating the store of value. What I'm saying is that we know, and I think this is the reason why other altcoins exist.
You have some stupid people who believe that because I'm from Algeria, because of Bitcoin, I built the company in Estonia. I'm from Africa. I'm building company in Estonia. In the same time, I'm trying to build another company in US, and I'm doing that everywhere in the world. Because why? I have access to funding. How I have access to funding? I have access to collateral, what the bank doesn't bring anywhere. So I have equitability. I don't know how to say that in equality between economy in the world. Everyone in the world can build on Bitcoin in internet because that's what you have in internet. MySQL database, Sparkle database, funny. Okay, but how to access funding? You have to talk with VCs, you have to talk with everybody, but with Bitcoin, you have a solution how to build your company. This is why Lightning company are centralized. So it means Lightning is the future of the payment. You don't need one company like Visa or MasterCard to come in your country and drag all the funds into their pocket, because if Visa is in Europe, it means, okay, they are taking fees. It's not the same thing. It's not the same relation with Bitcoin.
Hey,
Yeah.
Visser,
So
I thought you
there
were
is.
French. Do all Algerian people speak with a French accent?
Yes, because French was...
when they speak English.
Okay, thank you.
Je veux parler français.
France
we was
conquered
under French in
Algeria
the
for a
past.
while. They were controlling it for a while.
Right. Here's my thing. Okay. So I do think that what's staring in the face of like Strike being 100% revolutionary is the fact that they got to play along with KYC AML. So I'm putting that out there. I'm trying to put that out there to say I acknowledge that. But the other thing is that they can break free from that just as easy. If they can access a Strike application, the wallet, they can access other Bitcoin and Lightning wallets, or Bitcoin and Lightning wallets that allow for them to be sovereign over that particular currency. You can come outside of the Strike network as an El Salvadorian.
Fully understand. Just to add another joke, like you have Nicolas Doré, like the person with BTC servers, and helped him a bit in the past because he wanted to annoy BitPay, because BitPay reported in 2017 like the Segwit 2x, and this is how BTC Pay servers was born. But okay, I understand what you mean.
And again, I think that those people in El Salvador, the longer that they play with Strike, the more they play with other wallets that allow for them to access the Lightning network and the Bitcoin network, they're going to create things that we have not considered. And it's just because, like everyone here has said, it's so hard to get an American, right? A North American, a US citizen to actually adopt this, because they have good banking services, they have good credit, they're getting stimulus checks. So it's so hard to tell them that they should acknowledge the fact that this world that we live in is fallen, and that it's good to take a position in the Bitcoin space. Like, it's just take your position, start figuring out how you can contribute, and go from there. It's so hard to talk about that point in America. I think in other places it's much easier, just because once they start to mess around with it, they'll realize it's much better than what they have.
Yep, totally right. Like, it's so much easier and convenient right here. We have so many different options. Like there was mentioned on Venmo and PayPal and credit cards, right? Things are fast. But like in other countries, and you say El Salvador, and I think Lawrence mentioned it a while back, or I think Pub Lord, he was talking about Bitcoin Beach, right? Yeah, they're doing that down there right now. It's actually in a city called El Zonte, which is ELZONTE. If you want to just even look it up on Google, you'll be able to read what's going on, watching YouTube. But I wanted to get back to what James said earlier about some key differences of certain accounts and other accounts like PayPal, Venmo. I think the biggest key distinction that people need to communicate is really when you're playing with Bitcoin, right? It's unconfiscatable, right? Meaning no one controls that money that you hold, right? If you have an account with Venmo or PayPal or whatever, governments can freeze your assets. They can freeze it. They can say, you know what, I want to delay it. You can't send it. We need to check a few things here, check a few things there. With Bitcoin, it is the first asset or first thing ever that it's unconfiscatable, where no one can take it, right? No one can take it. Someone can take your house, they'll take your money, they'll take your gold. This is the only asset ever that no one can take unless they are able to pry into your brain and get your 24 words.
Can I add a hint? Simply, do you know Triple Store RDF semantic web? It's a technology used by social media platform. It's like how to connect people between them by the localization of all the data. If you think about Bitcoin and all the nodes can be installed around the world and you can connect them properly, and what does mean a node? It means also a tunnel lightning. So you can open lightning channel and you are in your jurisdiction. It means there's competition about outside of, because Bitcoin is no border, no limitation. It's not only about US, that's the question. It's free decentralized, everyone has access to this. So for my opinion, Bitcoin is giving a real solving problem about the equality in the monetary system in the world. So it means if you have a mapping, like the Triple Store RDF semantic web of Facebook, how he connect people and he draws the funds to himself. But the idea is how to demonetize and how to give back the power to the people again. Bitcoin is resolving this problem. It's not just about the small jurisdiction, because again, Strike is a centralized company, but it's cool. Small centralized company in small jurisdiction. Tomorrow you will have more Lightning Network around the world. And
that's right.
Open. Yes.
That's right. I wanted to add on to that and just say, you're absolutely right. It's going to be Lightning Network, because in other countries, like I live close to Mexico. So like a peso is much more, it's probably already the equivalent of a Satoshi, right? I don't know if anyone's ever done any research on that. I don't know if we have any Mexicans or Mexican Americans on the line, but you know, the Mexican peso is much smaller than the dollar, and it may have already reached the Satoshi equivalent. Same thing there in El Salvador. Are they dealing with, someone already said there's no specific currency, but for me, if people in third world countries where their money is much smaller than the dollar, they're going to deal with Satoshis, and Satoshis are best exchanged on Lightning Network. Anybody here that's going to say that Satoshis work best on the on-chain is definitely like they're being naive, right? Realistically, it doesn't scale that way.
Exactly. So it means we don't have one Visa card company, we have multiple one around the world. So we come back to the original of the people. Everyone will build their own wallet. Today you have one wallet, Louis Vuitton, multiple one. Louis Vuitton, you have Hermes, you have some big brands. And tomorrow, everyone will be able to build their own wallet, which is good. So we divide the portion around the world, and which is really interesting. This is why I like Bitcoin.
The word I like to use to summarize those things is, I always tell people it's a global phenomenon. I mean, this is a globally thing, like the Syria sustain, right? It's not just limited to one place or the other.
Just look at this chat. We've had Africa, Asia, North America, Europe. Everyone's speaking.
Exactly, right? It's so amazing. And I just think why people, well, they just probably don't have anybody helping them, but just seeing that, hey, this is like the most important invention in sort of like human history, really. Like just like the light bulb, right? Things like that. I mean, but with money, it's been around for how many 3,000, 5,000 years. But at this stage, this money is the most advanced, right? Bigger, stronger, better, faster.
Of course, because for the first time, United States invent the oil, and you have the first war, the second war, and they take a lot of oil. They eat a lot of oil, and then Europe will have a debt. But now, for the first time, we have an idea that everyone can mine, and the Bitcoin is deploying everywhere in the world. So we don't have debt. We are killing the debt. And as soon as you kill the debt and you kill the idea of a country can be poor, and you can see like Ethereum is a copy paste of Yalman chart. Yalman Chak was the big boss of the Reichsbank. He was also the prime minister of Hitler, and he did like something cool. We say, okay, let's do Siemens. Siemens, it was like a small seller, a small druggery seller, and then he came like in exchange. He's like what is Wall Street today. They create a lot of tickets to Volkswagen, BMW, and a lot of brands. And they bring Germany like that. They avoid debt because they create speculation. And one day from another, after 10 years, Yalman Chart decided to shut down the network. This is what will happen to Ethereum. Ethereum is a copy paste of Yalman Chart ideology. But, which is good, one thing will work in the world, the gold, but we need the gold in internet because there's a lot of database in MySQL and we have to synchronize each other. So we don't have a bad competition in monetary system. We have one track, and the rest will be easy. Like I can beat this country because I am selling a better product, but we have the same monetary system. So we are under the control of a decentralization, a global decentralization.
You know, a lot of times what Bitcoiners, especially here in the West, what we realize is that we've been complicit in a lot of violence. We've been complicit in a lot of bad things, right? Whether it's slavery of African Americans or war across the rest of the earth after becoming the dominant force. We realize that like the kind of economy that's being propagated is not coherent. It doesn't it's not conducive to developing good character, right? It actually is conducive to being a cheater. Right? If you can hustle or figure out a way to manipulate a situation, you can benefit, right? Here. So we've learned that. I think in Bitcoin, the thing that is teaching the people is that you should be more accountable for the actual value that you're creating. You should actually consider what you're bringing to the marketplace, right? And I think that's what fundamentally changes. I think in a lot of these third world countries, those people are already contributing value for value. They don't have a lot of fluff in between. In the West and in North America, where we live, oh no, there's a bunch of fluff in between. We'll create huge budgets to sell things that really are of no value. And we have to create these budgets to sell them because again, there's no value there, right? But again, Bitcoin kind of creates this scenario where I think there's gonna be a lot more of that natural bonding between one another. Like you said, I love this space too. And I love it because it allows for us to connect as individuals. There's no third party in between us. We just get to kind of connect, talk about it, discuss, and then move forward. If we realize we're Bitcoiners, I don't think we'll have an issue exchanging Bitcoin. But at the same time, I think what we've also noticed is like, hey, we're up against the fiat world. We're up against these traditional fiat people that come into our space. They start investing in these shit coins, and then they tell us how we can fix Bitcoin, right? They tell us that Bitcoin needs to be fixed.
I will add you something. You know, from Algeria, so it means I'm Muslim. I believe on God and all of this. But the idea here is the very first time that the human came with a real result, because in the past we have gold. Gold is built on earth. It's not like the human can create gold. It's the first time we have the consensus between all the human, all the society, and what will be the future. So that's really interesting. It's like we are building the real peace. And peace.
Yes, I'm with you.
Access.
I'm with you in
really
that
cool
context.
for me. Yes. So that is just unbelievable. Like you have US people, you have Europe, you have all the countries of the world who are using this network. And it's like equality in the world, how the human can be scaled at this stage. That's beautiful. And if people think like Ethereum is the future, Solidity is not a language, it's a direct object. So really limitation, it's not a language at all. So I don't know what you will do with it. But imagine if the future can be, every merchant in the world have his own token. Oh, I will be old. I will not see good in my phone to check the number, which token I should use for my food. You see, so one currency, a global currency with no border, which is beautiful. That's the best invention we did for the peace.
Yes, yes, I'm in agreement with you. You know, as opposed to, we'll say, and I think you can still have a sheikh. I think you can still have a khalifa. I think you can still have a leader. But like you said, Bitcoin doesn't require that. It's not that we all seek a leader guide to determine what is equitable between us. We can use Bitcoin. We know what is and what is not. We know what we signed for, what we did not, and everyone is in agreement. And like you said, it's a beautiful thing instead of having to rely on.
You don't care about the Khalifa because the Khalifa
right.
care about the gold. You know,
right.
It's good. Yes.
Well, you know, the idea is that you need someone to determine what is right and what is wrong, what is true and what is not. And because you can validate the blockchain for yourself, you know what happened from the genesis to now. We don't need a priest to read it. We don't need a sheikh to read it. We can read. And not only that, we have a copy and we can validate every transaction so we know the truth and we can hold firm to the truth and not some sort of political agenda.
You know how many people try to build something like equivalent to the gold and diamond and they fail. And today we resolve the problem. I'm really happy to be born in this year of 1991. So I meet Bitcoin, and it's the first thing like humanity understands. And yes, there is no Khalifa, there is no king, there is no democracy, there is no politics who can be behind that, against that, sorry. But we can be all behind that and build on it. Like, okay, you are putting some weird thing in my country, I can build on this collateral because the bank are speaking with collateral. And today the bank are buying Bitcoin to control, but no one can do it. Except the silicon. The materials is used to do the chips and to mine Bitcoin. That's the only issue we have to fight. One issue which is easy to resolve.
Yeah, I think it has to do a lot of things you guys say are totally true, right? I think it has to do with a lot of like equality, right? I think you guys mentioned a few times. That's really another thing that's part of this community is we push for equality for everyone in the world. There's no point in making billions of whatever the trillions of dollars when your brother and sister are in the streets. It just makes no sense, right? And so that's why the people in this community, it's just great people. I love the people. I love the way they come out, the way they talk. This is what, you want to be part of a movement or a revolution to say, hey, we're helping each other make it fair for everybody in the world. And that's more important than anything, right? No one wants to be controlled or cheated by someone who creates money out of nowhere and gets to use it first, right? Everybody wants a fair system. You work, you use your energy, you get paid, right? Not someone who doesn't work and they just print money and they get that money, right? It's not fair. And on top of that, imagine you spent all these years working, like literally, I'm gonna say, I spent many decades working. Let's say I made $500,000, right? Back when I was young, I was like, $500,000, wow, $500,000. I'm really, really gonna be rich. Like, if I make that much, I'm gonna be like so good, right? But guess what? I'm at the stage now, $500,000 where I live. You can't even get like a decent 1-bedroom house, right? Back in the day, it was like you get a mansion, so many rooms, so many bathrooms, big land, all this stuff. And so people are not seeing that sort of thing. They're not seeing their money getting eroded every year and year after year, right? They just go on and not seeing they're stealing your time.
You can't even get a 30 square meter apartment in Hong Kong for that money.
I think they see it. Hold on. I think they see it. I just don't think they believe what we believe, meaning there's a way out. I don't think they believe that part. I just think they've accepted that this sucks. And if they have to, maybe they'll go outside and protest when all they need to do is acquire more Bitcoin. All they need to do is exit out of their fiat, go into Bitcoin, and see what their local jurisdiction does. Because at the end of the day, I think that's the power that we have. We have the ability to take our energy completely out of these fiat networks. It doesn't matter the country, the nation state that you're in, the jurisdiction that you're in. If you have access to the internet, you can move at least your monetary value. You may be completely leveraged inside of the fiat world. So maybe I can't talk to you, right? You have no money and everything you have is tied up in fiat. Okay, so be it. But for those of you that are not in that scenario, you can begin to exit incrementally, right? Just exit incrementally. Stop funding the fiat world, right? Which is causing all of the chaos. In my
problem, in Algeria, we have a rules. Our rules, it means jail. If you touch to Bitcoin and cryptocurrency, 25 years jail. But the issue is that I have access to Europe in my country. So it means I can open an account. I don't need a non-custodial wallet. Okay, it's not the best way to store the Bitcoin. So I just have to put my Bitcoin in centralized company for some time. And that's it. So I am avoiding the situation. I don't care about what my country will say because I tell them, hey, I have a company who is taking care outside of your country and they agree with it. So that's it. We don't have to care really about the jurisdiction today. The jurisdiction will change because the parliament will change of tomorrow. You have a parliament in Estonia. Oh, Estonia, if I remember good, in 2014, before to do the e-residency, they have only 2,000 users of the cryptocurrency in the country. And you have a parliament who voted law about cryptocurrency, which is good. They opened just the door. And now today they are closing it. And you have Lithuania and you have multiple countries who are playing because they need the market flow. And no one understands the real value of Bitcoin. And only the people who will build on the network who will understand it. Okay, that's it. So don't worry about the future of Bitcoin. We don't have to care. We are on it. We have to build solutions. We have to build a real company. We have to build real merchants. We have to do exchange around the world. And this is our deal, I think.
I agree. I look forward to a third world country that we have never, ever, ever, ever suspected showing up in the top 10 of nation states because of Bitcoin. I want that to take over the news, where all of a sudden there's this random country, right? I don't care if it's in Europe, I don't care if it's in Asia, I don't care if it's in Africa, South America, just because something needs to shock the status quo. It's not enough for us as individuals to come up, right? Some of us have come from very humble beginnings and are maybe millionaires. Some of us, multimillionaires, etc. But that's not a real indication of what Bitcoin has to offer, right? I think that when we see a nation state really position themselves and start to talk with the same kind of logic that we have, right? Because everyone keeps saying there's going to come a war. There has to come some point where the fiat world digs its heels in and says, I'm not going with the Bitcoin, and anybody that is, we're going to fight against them. There's got to be a nation that shows up and says, well, with regards to Bitcoin, we don't even consider fighting wars. Like maybe what we consider is kind of like what we've always thought, like relationship building and things of that sort. But I just think that there has to come a point where someone can demonstrate the potency of Bitcoin. And it can't just be number go up technology that shows the potency of Bitcoin.
Do you have a node? Do you have a node of Bitcoin?
Yes, sir.
Node. Okay.
Yes, I do.
Okay, I will ask you a question. How to beat Facebook? Do you have an idea?
How do I beat Facebook?
Yes. How to beat Facebook? Probably I have the answer, and you will tell me if I'm right or not, because we are working with voting system around the world, right? With nodes. This is all what we did in Segwit 2x and Segwit. And before that also, how to follow the right fork and the right Bitcoin.
I don't think you can bid on Facebook, right? If you mean how do you send Bitcoin on Facebook, I don't think they've opened up that option yet. I don't know if that answered your question, but I'm trying to answer your question. Bitcoin doesn't allow, Facebook does not allow access to Bitcoin on their platform.
Yes.
Yeah.
So how to beat Facebook? How to beat Google? How to beat the old company who was built on dollars? The on story is simple. The demonetization. What does it mean?
How do you build on Bitcoin? Is that your question?
Exactly.
I think there's other people here that can go much clearer than I can, but I would just tell you it's open source. So if you're a software engineer, you can build on top.
How to beat
I think he's saying
Facebook.
beat, like how do we beat Facebook? How do we take over them? I think like, we have to steal the users, right? That technologically they've built a fantastic system over there. Google's built a fantastic system. I can't get out of Google at all. I'm stuck with it forever. So I think we just have to get the users and we have to get them to be interested in Bitcoin.
Exactly.
And then maybe Facebook will offer it or Google will offer it or Amazon or one of those big ones. Yeah.
I think the thing that beats them is when I realize and when everyone else realizes that they don't have to jump through the hurdles that you have to currently to start a business, to do business, to continuously do business. There's a lot of work and effort that is required in that. When you realize you can just interact, spend money, and there's not all of this extra paperwork and effort, I think people go to it. And I think that's what happened in El Salvador because they can just go right in and sign up. They're moving money around. They're using it. As long as it works like that,
not only because even Stripe needs the Web3 wallet. You need the connection, and this is what I'm trying to build actually. It's like the QR code will be connected directly with the widget of Stripe. I understand the system. I take a look early today because I heard about it today, and I will tell you how to beat Facebook. And if you agree with me, it will be cool, and if not, it will be cool also. So Facebook today, you are in Salvatore, let's say, the user of Stripe. What you will do? You will pay Facebook to launch your company and to launch your product and to sell it. Who will take the money? Facebook. The media is controlled by centralized company. But okay, let's say you have a media platform who is not controlling the money flow. It means how to resolve the problem. You give back the funds, like let's say the advertisement company will spend $5,000. You give it back to the people directly with Lightning Network, which is really interesting because in the past, the media was controlled by the people and the people was voting for the government. So it means they own everything. This is why we have something democracy. How Bitcoin resolve the problem of the democracy into our stage, into our history. Okay, Bitcoin have Lightning Network, you connect, you are American, you want to do something, advertisement, you have a restaurant in Silicon Valley, let's say, and you want to touch these people. You will send them the money directly. That's simple. And they will decide to share or not to share. Always verify, do not trust. And this is one of the solutions of the Bitcoin network. But USD network can't give you that because you will always want this drug all the time, the monkey drug of the dollars. And it can be done everywhere in the world. So it means you don't have the competition about who is the country who is selling more. United States selling more technology for Europe, or Europe selling more things to United States, China selling more products. So you beat the competition, you build the company, you build the entity, and the people decide. And this is what I find something cool in the Bitcoin network because I can do it with Lightning. Okay, for now I can't finalize my ID because I don't have the signed message, but it's cool.
But let me say this to you. I don't think about how to beat Bitcoin, or excuse me, how to beat Facebook. What I think is that if Facebook wanted to win, they have more members than the greatest religions on the earth. Christianity, Islam, there's more members that check into Facebook more so than they go to the mosque or any church or cathedral, right? They're on Facebook. Now, if he wanted to win, he would just fund a bunch of Lightning nodes. He would fund his node, and he would literally just bring all of these billions of people onto the Lightning network, make a Satoshi per transaction, make a Bitcoin a day, make a Bitcoin a day from just transaction fees.
That's what we want, you know. That's what
But
we
he's
want.
arrogant. But he's arrogant like Elon Musk. They both feel like they can fix Bitcoin, and they're going to bring a new coin, and that's their problem, right?
That's the problem, and this is what they will lose. At the end of the day, the people who bid on internet using Visa, MasterCard, USD, who believe on that, who doesn't think about building with Bitcoin, they will fail. That's it. It will be only one network at the end of the day. And the people who bid on Bitcoin, they know the politics, they know what is they earning because they will have so much spend and they will have an economy in the company and they will say, okay, we can't do this, we can't do this. But the other one will not be able to follow the competition. It's a free competition in Bitcoin network, but it's really hard competition in the USD network. And this is the difference between USD and Bitcoin, or Euro and Bitcoin.
And in USD, there's a gun pointing at you if you don't do it. We just witnessed a 50% drop and there's no gun. You stay in, you get out. You believe in Bitcoin, you don't believe in Bitcoin, but there's no bailout, right? There's no bailout in this space. Everyone else is looking for a bailout. They're looking for an opportunity to go to war. All these people that just lost their money, the best thing they can do is write an article about how Bitcoin is, the best thing they can do is write an article about how Bitcoin is a scam. There's nothing else they can do. Like there's no real battle that they can fight against a Bitcoiner.
So for everybody here, please analyze first what's going on internet. You will understand that Google have search engine advertisement, which is not an engine, it's pay to win. You pay, you have your advertisement everywhere, probably because of the privacy policy made not by engineers, but made by a lawyer who will put that, redesign the thing, put that search engine advertisement, don't create a token like basic attention, like BAT, because it's a shit coin again, manipulation market. They are claiming they're rewarding the people, and the people who are just looking on this website, they just want to buy probably a pocket of cigarettes or something in this style per month. So believe on the Bitcoin, integrate, breathe around it, make it like a real collateral, and we will succeed all together.
Matt Bitcoins, are you using Sphinx Chat? I wanted to know your opinion on the Sphinx Chat, and what are your thoughts on that? If you have anything to say.
All right,
send me the link.
You're lucky I'm here because I was running up and down, getting the dogs in and outside here, so I've been in and out a little bit. But no, I like Sphinx Chat. I think it's really early, so it's not quite like it doesn't quite work for us at the World Crypto Network. We have a chat room. We have like 5 guys in there, and nobody says anything. But it did work as far as the technicals. And just to refresh everyone, if you haven't tried it out, there's a really cool Lightning app called Sphinx Chat, like the Sphinx in Egypt. So,
can you send me the link, please?
Not right now, but it's out there. And like Sphinx, SPHINX, like that big statue that's in the desert that might have been built by different people. So a lot about there, but it's really cool. It's a Lightning chat room. And what you can do is you can have, like, we have a World Crypto Net chat room, and to join the chat room, you have to pay like 1,000 Satoshis. It's like 50 cents or something. And then if you want to make a message, you have to pay like a Satoshi or 10 Satoshis, like 5 cents. And what's great about it is they have a system there where if your message is not marked as spam, if you're not a spammer, you get your 5 cents back, right? They send it back to you. So that's a really cool way to have a chat room with hopefully less griefing, less people coming into the chat room saying, bad words and cursing and whatever, just, being negative, distracting the chat. So I think it has a lot of potential there. It also has another version. It's kind of a different app, but it's inside there. You can listen to a podcast, like this show is sometimes a podcast. And if you like the podcast, you can push a button and it'll send like 200 sats to the podcaster. So like maybe 10 cents or something, not that much. But it's really cool because it provides that interaction and allows you to do that. There is a bit of a barrier to entry with the Sphinx app right now. You have to have your own Lightning server, or you have to pay to rent a Lightning server from them. And I think I paid to rent a server, and I don't know if I'm still paying or how to cancel it and stuff like that. So that's a little odd. But I do like the software. I like where they're heading. I'm not sure it's there yet. A lot of these things, it's very difficult to put like $100 into that kind of app because it's all brand new, and it could take your money, or it could break, or someone inside it could go rogue and take your money. So there's always that possibility, but I like what they're doing. I like what they're building. It's not quite there yet, but definitely.
It's like a chat roulette.
Yeah, well, almost. It's a chat roulette would be cool too, but no, it's more just like a lightning powered chat room. I would think of it as that way, and I think hopefully it'll be bigger in the future. Yeah,
I think you're absolutely right on that. Like, for those that are not familiar, please understand there's this. Okay, so we know that with because I've been pushing this idea of side chain and second layers. So we know that we're looking for NFTs, we're looking for smart contracts, we're looking for all the different.
No.
Hold on. Sorry. I'm just trying to say there are a lot of offerings that come with the advent of Bitcoin. There were things that were never possible until the advent of Bitcoin. Those things that come as an advent, right? They come as a derivative even of Bitcoin. We are interested in those things. And I say we, meaning the market. Look at the market and find out where half of a trillion, where the other $1 trillion that is in the crypto space is, and it's there, right? 1 trillion in Bitcoin, 1 trillion in the other half that I'm describing now. Now, these things can be brought to Bitcoin, which is what I would like to imagine. So my thing is like, hey, this thing called Sphinx Chat is a case in point. This is like an application that's built on top of Sphinx, or excuse me, built on top of Lightning. So when you look at this, a lot of people are just like, you know, it's just, you know, code line or whatever. Like it's not something that's usable by the average person. I think that Sphinx Chat, just like Strike, knocks that off, right? If there was a way that we could kill that idea that Lightning is not for regular people, Strike knocks it off. But if you needed more, Sphinx, I think, does a decent job. But I also think Matt Bitcoin is very correct. I've had some issues, but I would also say that I am very happy to see a communication channel. Just this whole thing. Like, I never imagined that we could talk on top of Lightning. Like, that never was something that I thought of. And it works just like the payment. So like maybe the same way that your payment could fail on Lightning, your communication could fail on Lightning. But I think that as time goes on, as Matt Bitcoin said, as the Lightning Network evolves, and there's more and more people like Jack Mallers building companies on there, and there's more liquidity on there, because he's probably, I can only imagine how much liquidity Jack Mallers is adding to Lightning. Lightning probably would still be in the dirt, and we wouldn't be able to point to it as something that's doing something that's alive in the Bitcoin space outside of hodling. We wouldn't be able to point to anything. But I do think that Jack Mallers is doing a great job. We can point there. We can also point to Sphinx Chat. It doesn't work perfectly, but I've been in this space so long. I've bought so much technology, hardware. I've put money into software where I've watched it just vaporize. That's not my issue. That's not my issue. It's not my issue that I've closed out Lightning channels and never got my money. We were talking about money that's lost forever. I've thrown away money just because I'm in a rush. I'll close Lightning channels. I'll get rid of my node. I will switch a phone, and I know that that's silly on my part, but I think that it's probably even more egregious with people that really have no clue. I know exactly what I'm dealing with, and I'll still move at the pace that I move at. If I lose 100,000 Satoshis over here, so be it.
Maider, please, can you add me? We send you a link. We probably like. No, seriously.
You want me to lose 100,000 Satoshis over there?
No. I will send you a link. It's the link of my project. So we probably like the ID, because I don't want to promote this channel. It's not the ID, because if I have to do promotion, it's different. But let's discuss. You have smart ideas. The issue here, I don't believe on the layer 3 of the Bitcoin network, because the RFC is something stupid for me because they are using the Ethereum again Solidity and all these blah blah blah. And I believe on Lightning. I don't believe on layer 3. We have sidechain. This is the problem. Everyone can create the sidechain. They have elements. They can fork it. They can create something cool. It's like people are stupid today. Sometimes developers are stupid to extend their businesses into Ethereum, where they have the solution to create a side chain with Bitcoin, and they are sure like the network's free protected by the proof of work, which is the best, and that's it. So just a hint. If
All right, we might have reached the end. Have you guys run out of things to say? Do you want me to invite more people? I don't know. We kind of went pretty far today.
Yeah, it's been a good 4 hours, I think.
Well, the counter says 5 hours and 40 minutes.
Oh, wow.
But I probably didn't start the thing on time, so maybe a little more than that. James, I can't believe you hung it here till the end, the whole time. James, how's it going? Maybe we'll just go down the line with the remaining speakers, and you guys could just say one more thing and then where people can contact you on Twitter. And if you want to promote your business or anything like that, that's fine too. We've all like donated a lot of our time here to have this fun conversation. So just one more thing you want to say. I will go James and then Space Cat and then Miller and then Vesuvius. Sorry.
Yeah, Tom, I just want to say thank you for hosting this chat. This is probably one of the best conversations I've had in a really long time, and I really enjoyed it. So thank you.
Thank you, James. Space Cat, anything to say in closing? Or I can't see the rest of your name. Sorry. Yeah, Space Cat.
Yeah, Space Cat amount is sufficient. Yeah, no, I just wanted to express my appreciation as well for hosting this space. I always derive a lot of good knowledge from the things that you do. So I just wanted to express gratitude. That's all.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And Miller, anything in closing? Go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to say thank you very much, Mad Bitcoins. It's been a pleasure. You're a legend, bro. I hope to check you out on next time in the space area. To everybody else that's here, hey, you're in a bear market, or at least it's going down. And if you're holding, salute to you. This is gonna make a Bitcoiner out of you, right? Hold on. Keep listening to the people that are in this space. At some point, you're gonna catch on. You're going to catch on to the logic of a Bitcoiner. I know there's a lot of different ideas that exist in the space, right, of so-called crypto. But what you want to focus on is the idea of Bitcoin. This idea of scarcity, right? Scarcity in the digital space. This happens, as they say, one time. It's happened with Bitcoin. As long as you know that, hold on to that, and then build upon that. But anything other than that, you're probably going to be confused. I hope that anything that you've heard today is helpful to you. Other than that, I appreciate y'all. Follow me. Peace.
Thank you so much, Miller. And Vesuvius, anything to say in closing?
Thank you, Matt, for the hosting. And I would like to say something about promoting a project. It's Bitcoin. Believe on this. It's the only network we can connect each other, and we can understand everybody. We are equal. I'm from Africa. Probably you are around the world, and that's it. So just follow and just build. Continue to build. Hold your Bitcoin and just build around it because it's a cool station. Thank you.
Yeah, I'd just like to thank everybody for hanging out. Thanks for everybody who listened. Thanks to all the speakers for contributing. We'll try to do these every Wednesday from now on, but it's kind of a random thing. I don't have that good of a schedule right now. I'm still moving around a lot. But yeah, I just really enjoyed having this chat. I just opened it up this morning so I could have something to do while I was working on thumbnails and descriptions for new shows. We've got some new shows on the World Crypto Network. If you guys want to check that out, it's on YouTube or Twitter or anywhere else. And lately I've been interviewing NFT artists and doing some blockchain archaeology about an NFT project that I made in 2017 that's recently been rediscovered. So that's been pretty fun. And I think those are interesting interviews. We also do the Bitcoin group every Friday. We have a roundtable discussion of people experts, well, not experts, and friends and Bitcoiners, and we talk about the issues of the day. So I hope you guys will join us Friday at 1 o'clock for the Bitcoin group. Also, I've got another interview coming up tomorrow. I'm going to be talking to Arthur. I think it's Arthur Van Pelt. He's here on Twitter, and he's a big researcher into Craig Wright. So we're going to be discussing the 5-year anniversary of Craig Wright saying that he would provide proof that he is Satoshi Nakamoto and that he has provided no proof. And Arthur's got all the details. So I look forward to talking to him tomorrow. And yeah, just subscribe, give us a thumbs up, follow us on Twitter, follow the speakers on Twitter. And and next time you should be up here on the speakers thing. I know we can only have 10 at a time on Twitter, so I can't add everybody. But next time, join the conversation, be a part of this. It's much like the Wizard of Oz around here. Nobody told me that I could be Mad Bitcoins, right? I got the hat myself. I made the shows myself, and I, dedicated myself to it. So whatever you want to do, whether it's writing a program, making a company, or making a YouTube show, you can do it. I'm giving you the power to do it. And you had the power all along, just like the Wizard of Oz. So thanks so much, everybody, for joining us. I'm running out of voice. I got to go check on the dogs and maybe eat some lunch. So thanks so much. Until next time. Bye-bye.